Monster Girl Development Master. Zhuang Sen was transported to another world, where extraordinary bloodlines were revered, and the strong could even transform into dragons or titans, capable of taking on thousands single-handedly. But Zhuang Sen was very dissatisfied. How could a mere dragon compare to a dragon maiden? Monster Girl Development System, activated. Thus, the devout and holy nun transformed into the alluring and muscular snake girl Lamia, the quiet young scholar became a languid and seductive vampire girl, the cunning and shrewish little imp sister became the charming and adorable Happy, and the haughty princess became a red dragon girl. From weak slime girls to powerful dragon girls, from holy angels to alluring demon girls, wherever Zhuang Sen's territory expands, monster girls proliferate like a plague. What? You're saying low-level monster girls are too weak and their bloodline limits them so they can never become stronger? It's simple, I'll help her evolve. After saying that, Zhuang Sen grabbed the monster girl and she instantly evolved. As the light of evolution faded, another hunter joined the hunt. Zhuang Sen is only fit for the strong. Years later, the legendary king of endurance, the father of 100 races, and the king of kings, Zhuang Sen, looked at the monster girls scattered throughout the world and uttered his final words, "Quack, don't mess with it." Volume 1. Chapter 1, Sister Lamia. Zhuang Sen woke up with a severe headache. The light from the dump truck's headlights seemed to linger in his eyes, but it was immediately swallowed up by the intense headache. He didn't even have time to think about why he was still alive before he fainted again. The last thing he saw was a retro-style room, a corpse with a face exactly like his, and a beautiful woman slowly walking towards him. Starry Night City, Temple of Aranta, 9 a.m. Dressed in brocade robes emblazoned with the black raven emblem, Zhuang Sen finished his routine prayer and looked at Sister Dantalian, who was still praying beneath the statue of the Furies. The simple nun's robes tried their best to conceal her graceful figure, but her overly prominent, moist breasts and pert mounds exceeded the capabilities of an ordinary robe, still exuding an alluring charm. Especially when the nun knelt down to pray, her upturned buttocks, which extended past her shoulders, pressed against her fair heels, creating a fleshy indentation that contrasted sharply with her devout and gentle demeanor. However, after admiring it for a while, Zhuang Sen focused his attention on the top of her head, where a chibi-style white snake was coiled. As Zhuang Sen continued to stare, a screen of light appeared before his eyes. Dantalian. Bloodline, Holy Lamia, Snake Girl. Development status, unawakened. Development rewards, beginner, random divine bloodline *1, Lamia subspecies illustration unlocked. Zhuang Sen has been in this world for a week now and has figured out his identity and situation, the son of the 10th in line to the throne, and at least 30 brothers and sisters, and that's only those who are qualified to compete for the right of succession. Unless he's willing to willingly hand over his heads to his beloved brothers and sisters, he'll have to quickly increase his strength and influence to deal with any potential dangers. As for sincerely stating that he doesn't want to participate in this competition and just wants to be a parasite, that's useless, because his current cheapskate father used this very tactic to eliminate most of his brothers and sisters and become an earl. Like father, like son. This world is roughly set around the 14th century on Earth and is inhabited only by humans. The unique aspect is the existence of a supernatural power called bloodline awakening. Those awakened possess not only superhuman physical abilities but also, depending on their bloodline, innate talents such as shadow step and dragon breath, and even extended lifespans. Typically, a newly awakened level 1 bloodline knight can contend with a dozen well-trained armored soldiers. Those with exceptional bloodlines can achieve even greater feats. Furthermore, only a select few can awaken their bloodline, even those who are descendants of those with a particular bloodline. Therefore, the nobles of this world have numerous offspring to ensure the continuation of their family bloodline. In essence, only those who awaken their bloodline are considered the true children of these noble families. Unfortunately, Zhuang Sen has not yet awakened, and he thinks he probably won't be able to, because he is a clone and doesn't have his father's shadow raven bloodline. As for his memories, appearance, and age, the situation is rather complicated. Zhuang Sen's only hope now lies in the monster girl development system that came with him from another world. Simply put, its ability is to help monster girls awaken and develop their bloodlines, and it will provide different rewards based on the development progress. Moreover, unlike the bloodline awakening in this world, the bloodline users in this world are more like sorcerers who constantly excavate skills and talents from their bloodline, while the system's awakening directly changes the race. Take Lamia, for example. While both are of Lamia bloodline, a normal awakening involves gradually acquiring abilities like venom and serpentine movement as bloodline power increases, and it's very likely that one will never acquire all of these abilities. However, awakening through Zhuang Sen's hands results in directly transforming into a young Lamia, gaining all bloodline abilities. Of course, changing race naturally affects appearance, but in this world, advanced bloodline awakening does indeed affect appearance. This situation is actually a symbol of power and glory, a goal to be pursued, something some with weaker bloodlines cannot achieve. Naturally, the system's method of developing bloodlines is also different from the normal one. You've never heard of dragons and dragon vein sorcerers growing up in the same way, right? Not to mention that the system also has the function of bloodline conversion, which can replace the target's bloodline with a new one while retaining some of the original bloodline's abilities and attributes. Imagine a vampire immune to sunlight and not needing to drink blood, or an elf as strong as an earth elemental. Of course, the price was that Zhuang Sen couldn't just find anyone to help her awaken, it had to be someone with the qualifications to change races. After running through the entire Starry Night City, the best target Zhuang Sen selected was this nun who had been his doctor for a few days after he transmigrated. Zhuang Sen looked at Dantalian. The nun had finished her prayer and was slowly rising, her graceful curves stretching out as she rose before disappearing back into her loose nun's habit. A hint of sorrow lingered in her gentle eyes, a sorrow that even a smile couldn't dispel. The beauty mark at the corner of her eye amplified this subtle sadness to its fullest extent, making one irresistibly drawn to her. Lord Johnson. Dantalian approached Johnson, a fragrant aroma wafting from her as she spoke in a gentle voice, "May the goddess bless you." "I'd rather have Sister Dantalian's blessing than a goddess," Zhuang Sen joked with a smile, then changed the subject before Dantalian could react. "Sister, do you want to awaken your bloodline?" Dantalian paused for a moment after hearing Zhuang Sen's words, then showed a hint of reproach on her face. "Lord Zhuang Sen, please don't joke like that. I am just a commoner, I have no bloodline." Zhuang Sen didn't argue, but continued, "If you could, would you want to?" Dantalian shook her head slightly, somewhat helplessly, as if she were watching the orphan girls adopted by the temple being naughty again. She also gave Zhuang Sen patience and answered his question honestly, "Of course I want to. If the goddess could have one more bloodline, the temple would be in a better position." Bloodline of God is the term used by various churches to refer to those who have awakened their bloodline, as they believe that bloodline is a gift from the gods. "So, would you like to give it a try?" The reason Zhuang Sen chose Dantalian was not only because her bloodline was special and better met his requirements, but also mainly because she was currently in a predicament and was easier to persuade. The Church of Nemesis is in decline, mainly because there are too few awakened bloodlines. In a temple in a large city like Starry Night City, there are only 2 bloodlines, making it difficult to even maintain the basic operations of the Church of Nemesis, let alone compete with other churches. Moreover, the fact that only Dantalian possesses bloodline potential in such a large temple further illustrates the church's lack of talent. However, this is also related to the fact that they devote a lot of energy to taking in and raising orphans. In short, as Zhuang Sen expected, Dantalian was indeed tempted. "Lord Zhuang Sen, you really, but why me? Maybe it's because I like you." Zhuang Sen laughed and said that the nuns of the Furies do not restrict marriage, but they cannot continue to use their identity as nuns after marriage. Dantalian's fair face flushed slightly, then she gave Zhuang Sen a rare glare. "Really, Lord Zhuang Sen, it's very rude to make jokes like that about women, especially older women. I'm almost old enough to be your mother." In fact, Dantalian is only 26 years old. She is not married because of her status as a nun. Saying that she could be Zhuang Sen's mother is a complete exaggeration. Zhuang Sen didn't dwell on these trivial matters and changed his tune, saying, "All right, then you can understand it as me saying that besides you, I have no other trustworthy targets. Who knows if they are my brothers and sisters people?" Dantalian pursed her lips, a hint of disappointment in her expression, but her face remained calm. She even joked, "Aren't you afraid that I might actually be one of them? Then you were able to die from my injuries a few days ago, Sister Dantalian. You're the person I trust most now." Zhuang Sen looked at Dantalian very sincerely and asked again, "So, sister, are you willing to give it a try?" Dantalian looked at Zhuang Sen, whose eyes were sparkling as he gazed at her. What she was about to say as a refusal turned into, "Okay, now. If you'd like, my carriage is outside." Zhuang Sen smiled sincerely. "After all, this is a rather special matter, so it would be best to come to my house." Chapter 2, Bloodline Awakening. At the Temple of Aranta, an elderly nun and a young nun watched as Johnson and Dantalian walked out of the gate. The younger nun couldn't help but ask, "Bishop, are you just going to let Sister Dantalian and Johnson Leon leave like this? If he can really help Dantalian awaken his bloodline, then what's wrong with us supporting him?" The highest leader of the Temple of Aranta smiled. "Besides, that kid Zhuang Sen's character is still trustworthy, after all, he comes from the Holy Eagle family." The young nun nodded. She knew the bishop was referring to Johnson Leon's mother. Although this woman hadn't awakened her bloodline, she did indeed possess the blood of the Holy Eagle, a rare bloodline with healing abilities. If it weren't for this, how could Johnson, who hadn't yet awakened his bloodline, possibly be 10th in line to the throne? "Lord Zhuang Sen, what is my bloodline?" Inside the carriage, Dantalian asked Johnson a question out of curiosity. This was nothing to hide, and Zhuang Sen immediately replied, "The Holy Lamia are said to be a race that is half human and half snake, skilled in magic, and you are right, this is knowledge that I brought from my mother." Dantalian knew about Zhuang Sen's mother's identity, which gave her more confidence in his words and made her even more expectant. However, she suppressed her excitement and asked seriously, "So, Zhuang Sen, how did you discover that I have this Holy Lamia bloodline?" Bloodline detection is not easy, mainly because it's not universally applicable. The methods used to detect Shadow Raven bloodlines cannot detect Holy Eagle bloodlines. Furthermore, even if bloodlines are detected, there may not be corresponding awakening potions available. Therefore, knowledge about bloodlines is extremely valuable in this world, as it determines whether one can discover and utilize the talents within their ranks. This is why Zhuang Sen prefers Sister Dantalian, because he has a mother with holy blood. It's easier to explain why he can recognize Dantalian's bloodline. Of course, he's actually relying on the system, so he can't reveal a real method right now. Fortunately, Dantalian isn't really asking him that, the nun isn't that shameless. This is a sign that things have changed from private interactions to negotiations between powers. Zhuang Sen was in a hurry, so he didn't bother with any more arguing and said directly, "Dantalian, if your Church of the Nemesis is willing to support me, I can provide you with 20 bottles of Holy Lamia bloodline awakening potions every year, charging only for the materials. For quantities exceeding this, you have priority to purchase them at market price. In addition, this is only for you. I can provide potions that can complete at least 4 awakenings, free of charge." Dantalian was initially somewhat dissatisfied with the first part, only 20 bottles a year, enough for at most 2 people, and no testing method available, so they couldn't even actively screen the bottles. But upon hearing the rest, she was stunned. 4 awakenings. This is a level 4 bloodline. The nun's beautiful face was filled with surprise, her full red lips parted slightly, revealing even her pink tongue, a rather unseemly sight for a nun. However, even if word got out, no one would say anything. After all, this was a 4th level bloodline. In this world, bloodlines are also differentiated, divided into 5 levels. The level of a bloodline determines the upper limit of a person's strength, and a level 1 bloodline can never advance to level 2. To put it simply, a bloodline holder below level 3 can never become a count or bishop, and a bloodline holder below level 4 should not even dream of becoming a duke or king. Conversely, a level 4 bloodline holder could very well become a grand duke or a patriarch of a kingdom. Therefore, Dantalian's surprise upon hearing about the 4th level bloodline is entirely understandable. However, Zhuang Sen was not satisfied with this level and added casually, "In fact, this is a level 5 bloodline, but I don't have a 5th awakening potion." This is a lie. The system may not use the segmentation quotient method, but that's what makes it believable. Dantalian clutched her ample chest, taking a few quick breaths to process the shocking news. As for her dissatisfaction, she'd go back and give the bishop a thorough dressing down. Of course, this is on the premise that she can successfully awaken her bloodline. As for now, she could only give Zhuang Sen one answer: "If what you say is true, Lord Zhuang Sen, I guarantee that the church will fully support you." The bishop of the Temple of Atlanta was only a level 3 bloodline user. A level 4 bloodline user could become a patriarch and take charge of the church affairs of a kingdom. As a future level 5 bloodline user who could at least complete 4 awakenings, Dantalian's promise was undoubtedly trustworthy. Zhuang Sen smiled and said, "It's a pleasure working with you." The carriage stopped, they had arrived. Dantalian was no longer in the mood to appreciate the luxurious manner and was eager to get down to business. Zhuang Sen was naturally happy to oblige, so he led Dantalian through the flower-filled courtyard to the ritual room prepared specifically for bloodline awakening. The ritual room was a spacious room, sparsely furnished, filled instead with various magic arrays. Because the probability of bloodline awakening is so low, various mystical practices have emerged, and these magic arrays are one of them. They are said to increase the awakening chances and offset the backlash of failure. As for whether they actually work, even the church says they are effective. The Church of Nemesis also offers such fashion items. Zhuang Sen had no intention of slacking off any longer. He took out the Holy Lamia awakening potion that he had prepared beforehand and handed it to Dantalian, who was standing in the Nemesis Church's magic circle. "My unique formula, Sister Dantalian, not only will it guarantee your success, but it will also allow you to experience the feeling of your bloodline's true form ahead of time." Dantalian took the potion. The clear glass bottle contained a milky white liquid mixed with a few traces of blood red. It looked quite ordinary, making her somewhat skeptical of Zhuang Sen's claims. She knew that some geniuses were indeed born with some of the true characteristics of their bloodline, such as a tail or horns, and some people would gain such special changes during awakening. But to say that there was an awakening potion that could provide 100% of the true characteristics of the bloodline, and even more so, would be a complete upheaval of thousands of years of history. Despite her skepticism, Dantalian wasn't about to give up. She pulled out the stopper, and a scent like hot milk wafted out. Just that one whiff made Dantalian feel excited, like a starving ghost smelling the aroma of roast suckling pig. Without further hesitation, she quickly tapped her hands a few times in front of her, completing her prayer to the goddess of vengeance, and then swallowed all the potions in one gulp. The cool liquid flowed smoothly into her stomach, and the effects were quickly apparent. There was none of the pain that Dantalian had anticipated. Instead, she experienced a sense of ease completely different from what she knew, as if she were soaking in a hot spring after a meal, feeling the hot water caressing every inch of her body, and also feeling every subtle change in her body. Her skin, which had become slightly rough due to her long-term simple life, became smooth and delicate. The wear and tear from her work was quickly healed, her weak limbs became full of strength, and her overall figure even became a little larger. However, this did not ruin the nun's elegant and alluring curves. On the contrary, because all her parts were enlarged proportionally, it created an even more overwhelming and almost breathtaking charm. However, it wouldn't be right to say there were no changes at all. Dantalian could feel that her legs had undergone a tremendous transformation. The originally tall, slender, and voluptuous legs had now joined together, transforming into a long, pure white snake tail covered with fine scales. Upon witnessing this scene, Dantalian's mouth dropped open in astonishment once more, recalling what Zhuang Sen had said earlier: the Holy Lamia are a race that is half snake and half human. She truly obtained the complete bloodline true form on her first awakening. Normally, only those with a level 3 bloodline can briefly change their bloodline true form. No, not only that. The knowledge awakened from her bloodline brought Dantalian even more surprises. She discovered that she had mastered over a dozen abilities at once, including healing, poison mist, and divine physique. This was simply impossible. It wasn't that no bloodline possessed so many abilities, but rather that it was impossible to acquire all abilities immediately upon awakening. This was something even level 3 or 4 bloodline holders couldn't do. After all, a bloodline is ultimately just a bloodline. What abilities one can extract from it depends entirely on individual luck and aptitude. No, in that case, her physical abilities don't seem to be at the level that a level 1 bloodline user should have. Although Dantalian wasn't a bloodline user, she had read a lot of books about bloodlines in the church, and by comparing the two, she found that she was clearly unusual. Is this what a level 5 bloodline is? Or is it because of Zhuang Sen's awakening potion? Looking at her own snake tail, Dantalian felt that the latter was more likely, and fell into deep thought. On the other side, Zhuang Sen was also deep in thought. Due to the change in his body shape, Dantalian's nun's habit had been torn into several palm-sized pieces of fabric, revealing large areas of her fair skin, which gave Zhuang Sen a feast for the eyes. Zhuang Sen was only awakened when the system notification sounded. The Holy Lamia bloodline has been developed to the initial stage, the Lamia subspecies illustration has been unlocked, and the unranked angel bloodline *1 has been obtained. Chapter 3, Mother. Rankless angel bloodline, the lowest ranking angel, whose tender wings are unable to fly. Bloodline limit, level 3. Bloodline abilities: levitation, healing, purification, dazzling light, dancing light, candle light. Convertible bloodline types: angel, winged, holy. This bloodline can be applied to any target. Note: target qualifications will affect the success rate of adding and the way bloodlines are displayed. Zhuang Sen was fairly satisfied with the reward he received. Although it was only the lowest level, the 3rd grade bloodline, it wasn't a bad thing. As the system's owner, he could freely modify his bloodline with 100% success, and he didn't need to worry about being gender-bent, because without that function, other men would only receive the same bloodline rewards as those in this world. So we can just replace it with a better one later. Besides, if a child with the bloodlines of Shadow Raven and Holy Eagle produces a level 4 or even level 5 bloodline, it will be easier to expose his identity. It might not matter if the real one has a high concentration of blood from his mother's family, but he is, after all, a fake, so safety should come first. Next, let's take a look at the illustration of the Lami subspecies. Lord Zhuang Sen. Oh, what's wrong, Dante? Dantalian's somewhat shy voice startled Zhuang Senator. He turned off the light screen in front of him, looked up at Dantalian, and was then stunned by the beautiful scenery. Having fully awakened from her pleasant reverie, the nun crossed her arms over her bare chest, but her slender arms offered little cover over her full, snowy breasts, barely concealing her rosy nipples. Fortunately, her lower body was covered by fine snake scales, so she didn't have to worry about obscuring her breasts. However, the blush of shame made the concealment almost worse than it was, making her even more alluring than when she was unconscious. Lord Zhuang Sen. Amidst Dantalian's soft moans, Zhuang Sen regretfully averted his gaze and coughed lightly. Sister Dantalian, I'll go prepare your clothes right away. Dantalian lowered her eyes and gave a soft, seemingly overly shy. But only she knew that the real reason was that she was suppressing her impulse. After completing her awakening and seeing Zhuang Sen again, she had an urge to pin him down, entwine him, and then ruthlessly exploit him. This is the bloodline nature that awakens with the awakening of one's bloodline, and it's a problem that all bloodline users need to seriously address, because compliance or resistance will affect the growth rate of their bloodline power. Of course, it also depends on the bloodline. For example, the Shadow Raven bloodline simply prefers darkness and dislikes light, and most Shadow Raven bloodline users don't mind complying. But someone like Lamia. Dantalian's face grew increasingly flushed as she watched Zhuang Sen walk towards the door. Her snake tail involuntarily wriggled as she followed. But before she could get close to Zhuang Sen, Dantalian immediately pulled it back, suppressing her desire. No, I can't be so shameless. What's wrong with that? Didn't he already say he likes you? That was just a joke. Awakening a level 5 bloodline, and even receiving a level 4 awakening potion, if he didn't like you, why would he treat you so well? Are you his mother? Sister Lamia, caught in a mental struggle, was finally awakened by the sound of the door closing. Unable to see Zhuang Sen, the little devil stirring within her was immediately beaten to death by the angels. Dantalian breathed a sigh of relief. Although she had inherited knowledge of this impulse from her bloodline, knowing that she would only feel this way about Zhuang Sen, having seen it in reality was still more reassuring. Ugh, no, just thinking about Zhuang Sen. The nun wrapped her mature and alluring figure up, leaving only her captivating and mature face exposed, and calmly began to organize her spoils. So it's possible to transform back into human form. The belatedly realizing what was happening, the nun tried to transform back into human form, then felt somewhat stifled. In human form, her previously unrestrained abilities were clearly limited, her physical strength was significantly weakened, and some abilities were even unusable. This was the normal state of a bloodline user. Not long after, Johnson returned to the ceremony room with an oversized, loose-fitting suit, and then he saw Dantalian completely naked, her long, straight legs framing lush flaxen. Now we really see everything. Although Sister Dantalian immediately transformed back into her Lamia form, the scenery she had just witnessed still left Zhuang Sen speechless for a moment. He then hurriedly handed the oversized dress to Sister Dantalian. Sister Dantalian, I have arranged a carriage. You can go directly after you change. I have some things to attend to, so I won't see you off. After speaking rapidly, Zhuang Sen quickly left the ceremony room. If he didn't leave soon, he really wouldn't be able to control his gun. Moreover, he really did have something to do, he wasn't playing hard to get. Zhuang Sen. Dantalian paused for a moment after receiving the dress, then all that was left in front of her was the swaying wooden door. The little devil who had just been beaten to death jumped out in a different guise. See? I told you to strike first, now he got away. The little angel scoffed, idiot. He's clearly just shy. Little boys like this need to be teased and disciplined. A 16-year-old noble brat might already have children, let alone a little boy. Dantalian covered her head and shook it, throwing away the little angel and the little devil, before transforming back into human form and putting on the new dress that Zhuang Sen had brought. Although she could transform back into human form, her size hadn't shrunk, the oversized dress fit her perfectly. Did this mean that Zhuang Sen already knew her size would change, but didn't avoid it, so he did it on purpose? Lost in thought, Dantalian tightened the last belt, the soft fabric completely concealing her alluring figure, leaving only her beautiful face exposed. The mature and beautiful woman who would make one's blood boil transformed into a dignified noblewoman, with only her increasingly moist phoenix eyes occasionally flashing a hint of subtle charm. Let's go back first, there's plenty of time later anyway. With the humanoid interference gone, Dantalian regained her composure and murmured as she walked out of the room. On the other side, Zhuang Sen arrived at the room of the manor's owner. A beautiful woman draped in black sat at a round table, gazing sadly at the portrait on it. Only when Zhuang Sen approached did her pale golden eyes, which had been as calm as still water, lighten slightly. Zhuang Sen, you've come. Did you succeed? This is Lia Pharaoh, the mother of Johnson Leon, and also the beautiful woman Johnson saw when he traveled through time. The corpse that looks very much like him is naturally Johnson Leon. The rest was simple. Johnson needed to establish himself in this world, and Lia Pharaoh needed to find the murderer who killed her son. Johnson happened to look exactly like Johnson Leon. While there was a significant age difference between 24 and 16, in a world with supernatural powers, this difference wasn't difficult to conceal. Besides, with Lia Pharaoh's confirmation, no one else could question it. In short, the two hit it off immediately. Johnson, an orphan, didn't mind having another adoptive mother. Zhuang Sen sat down opposite the beautiful woman and poured himself a cup of black tea. I succeeded. I am now of the bloodline of a peerless angel. Have you heard of that? Lia Farao pondered for a moment, then surprisingly nodded. The Farao family has records that this is a level 3 bloodline. Zhuang Sen was somewhat surprised, but this was a good thing. It seems we can save a lot of effort. Next, we will continue to publicize that my injuries have healed and that I am preparing to awaken the sacred bloodline of the Falot family. Those murderers who killed your poor child will definitely not be able to resist making a move again. Let's write them down first and then send them to see the goddess one by one. Lia Farao shook her head, her cold voice carrying a deep resentment. Your father. Cross is coming back soon, we don't have time to take our time. Cross Leon, the current Earl of Leon, a level 3 Shadow Raven bloodline holder, and the Royal Intelligence Minister, actually spends most of his time away from the Earl's territory, serving in the court. This is why the Earl's sons dare to so recklessly kill each other. Ah, of course, this doesn't mean Cross Leon cares much about this, it's just that his return will make the infighting much more difficult, because he can't stand such low-level tactics. A schemer who cannot be evaded even by the law deserves only to be food for crows, by Cross Leon, Intelligence Minister of the Fallen Star Kingdom. Zhuang Sen frowned. This was indeed a problem. How many more days? Lia Farao gazed at Zhuang Sen and said quietly, if the intelligence is correct, there is still 1 week left. 1 week, Zhuang Sen thought for a moment and then decisively said, let's change the steps. Continue the publicity, but spread the word that the awakening potion is to be transported from the Falao family and has already arrived in Meteorite City. Lia Farao considered for a moment and then understood Johnson's meaning. The previous plan was to use Johnson Leon's established image to lure the killer away. The advantage was that they could have a conversation and take notes to investigate and deal with each case one by one, like fishing with a rod and bait. Now, they were going to directly discharge electricity into the water, killing all the fish at once, good or bad. The advantage was speed and ruthlessness, but there was no guarantee that they would be accurate. If possible, Lydia Farao didn't want innocent people to be implicated, but she quickly made up her mind, let's do it this way, I'll have Lydia do it. Okay, then I'll go prepare for the awakening. Zhuang Sen glanced at the unranked angel bloodline in the system, stood up impatiently, and walked towards the door. Zhuang Sen. A soft, deep voice echoed in the room, its meaning complex and profound. Zhuang Sen couldn't understand it, he had never experienced anything like it before. He still walked out of the room, but before closing the door, he said into the room, good night, mother. Chapter 4, Illustrated Guide. Back in the ceremony room, Zhuang Sen felt a bit hungry. It was already noon, and he hadn't eaten yet. But then he thought better of it, it wouldn't make a difference if he waited a little longer, and the allure of supernatural power was far greater. Open the system panel and select the unranked angel bloodline. Select target application. Confirm/cancel. Target identified, qualification testing underway. Compatibility 100%, bloodline addition in progress. Zhuang Sen stood in the awakening array of the Goddess of Justice, next to the awakening array of the Church of Nemesis. He closed his eyes to the monotonous system notifications. A warm current slowly flowed through his body, and with each passage, Zhuang Sen could feel a noticeable change. Stronger, more resilient, lighter, more, younger. Zhuang Sen's expression turned strange. He did know that bloodline awakening would affect physical development, as had happened to Dantalian before. However, it usually resulted in more mature and larger development, which was why Zhuang Sen and Lia Farao weren't worried about being discovered. Once he completed the awakening, the age issue could be attributed to his bloodline. However, after Zhuang Sen sensed it, he found that this was actually quite good, because his body had truly become 16 years old. He truly deserved to be called an angel. Soon, without any mishaps, Zhuang Sen completed his first bloodline awakening. The 24-year-old bones that had been concealed transformed into the body of a young 16-year-old, and a pair of small white wings appeared on his back. These wings allowed Zhuang Sen to hover and move at a height of up to 1 meter off the ground, but don't expect much speed. The advantage, however, is that they consume almost no energy. As for the other 3 abilities, healing, purification, and trick light, they are similar. Healing and purification can only target minor injuries and toxins or filth, while trick light provides abilities similar to candlelight and dazzling light. It's not very strong, but it's not weak among First Awakening bloodline users. If it activates its angel form, it can numerically overwhelm most First Awakening bloodline users. The bloodline of the Angel of No Rank has been developed to the initial stage, the Angel of No Rank illustration has been unlocked, and 1 angel seed has been obtained. Angel seed, a magical seed containing angelic power. When nurtured using holy power, it may grow into crops with holy attributes. Directly consuming the seed can promote the growth of holy bloodlines. The system notification sounded again, and Zhuang Sen stopped cosplaying as a human light bulb and retracted the wings on his back. At this moment, apart from his clearer and more holy aura, he looked no different from an ordinary person. Of course, those familiar with bloodline individuals could see the change in their physical attributes, but it wasn't impossible to conceal. Anyway, it only takes a few days to fool them. After confirming his physical condition, Zhuang Sen reopened the system panel and flipped to the encyclopedia page. The screen transformed into a book, displaying an illustration of a young angel on the left and a large amount of text on the right. However, almost all the data was now marked with question marks, with only a few items containing specific information. Bloodline limit, 3. Development rewards, beginner, angel seed *1. Bloodline ability, omitted. These pictures are truly insightful and thought-provoking. Zhuang Sen turned the page speechlessly, but the next page wasn't the Holy Lamia he expected, but just Lamia, and something interesting appeared. Racial traits, mana replenishment, loyalty, greed. Zhuang Sen paused for a moment, then flipped through the pages, passing the subspecies of poisonous Lamia, enchanting Lamia, and giant Lamia before finally reaching the Holy Lamia. Yes, these Lamia have different racial characteristics, but without exception, they all possess the 3 traits mentioned above. Forget it, let's think about why the angels without rank only unlock their own entries in the encyclopedia, while Holy Lamia can unlock all Lamia entries. No, let's practice our bloodline abilities first. Ultimately, improving your own skills is the most reassuring thing. Temple of Aranta. Dantalian entered the temple. The nun, who had grown from 1.7 meters tall to a 2-meter tall figure, attracted a lot of attention from the moment she entered the temple. Fortunately, her appearance remained unchanged, and she did not encounter any dramatic incidents. She easily arrived at the bishop's room. Bishop Rosa, Priestess Loris. Dantalian bowed her head as she passed through the doorway, which she couldn't reach even on tiptoe before, and gave a slight bow to the elderly bishop with his gray hair but still radiant spirit, and the blonde nun beside her. I succeeded. Loris's eyes widened as she looked up at Dantalian, who was about the same height as her mouth gradually opening into an O shape. Bishop Rosa was excited. Although she had appeared calm before, that was more out of composure and a hint of expectation. She didn't actually believe that Johnson could succeed or that Dantalian could awaken. After all, Dantalian hadn't shown anything particularly special before, except for her appearance. Thinking of this, Bishop Rosa suddenly had a guess. Dantalian, could it be that you have some kind of giant blood? This explains why the body shape changes so much after awakening, and why the only characteristic before awakening was a particularly good figure. Dantalian wasn't surprised, but smiled slightly with a hint of pride. No, my bloodline is Holy Lamia. That's right, Your Excellency, I have healing abilities. Dantalian opened her right hand, and pure white light emerged from it, radiating a warm glow. Bathed in this light, Bishop Rosa and Loris both felt a sense of comfort, and some of their previous injuries had noticeably healed. Both are awakenings, but compared to the level 3 cap of the rankless angel, the level 5 cap of the Holy Lamia has a much better effect on bloodline abilities. Bishop Rosa stood up excitedly. Holy bloodline. No wonder that Kid Zhuang Sen was able to awaken you. As expected of the Falo family. Loris was also incredibly excited. As one of the 2 bloodline users of the Aranta Temple, she frequently engaged in battles and often inevitably suffered injuries. Without the healing methods available to other bloodline users, she could only rely on her own physical strength to tough it out, as ordinary medicine was rarely able to treat the damage caused by some bloodline abilities. At this moment, all the negative views that were previously held towards the child, Zhuang Sen, have been transformed into positive ones, because he has brought a hope for the future to the Temple of Aranta, a rising star with boundless potential. Dantalian saw all this and knew that the time was almost right, so she stated the terms she had agreed upon with Zhuang Sen. Therefore, Bishop Rosa, Priestess Loris, I believe that not only our Aranta Temple, but the entire church should support Lord Zhuang Sr. Loris seemed even more excited than Dantalian at this moment. That's right, Your Excellency. This is a level 5 bloodline. Even without awakening potions, and only able to complete 4 awakenings, it's still much stronger than an ordinary level 4 bloodline. Bishop Rosa was initially excited, but upon hearing about the 5th level bloodline, her smile faded considerably. She then shook her head. No, Loris, Dantalian, do not tell anyone that you have a 5th level bloodline, and do not even publicize the fact that you have a 4th level bloodline. Why? Loris asked, puzzled. The young girl couldn't understand why something that was beneficial to the church and Dantalian should be kept secret. Bishop Rosa sighed. Our patriarch is only a level 4 bloodline, and she's only in her 80s, and she has a dark bloodline. Dantalian understood, and so did Loris. Why isn't that old woman dead yet? As Loris complained bluntly, Dantalian, who had originally intended to bring up the matter of the bloodline true form, changed the subject. Even if it's level 3, shouldn't that be enough for us to support Lord Zhuang Sen? Of course, Dantalian, from today onwards, Johnson Leon is our most honored guest at the Temple of Aranta. Bishop Rosa made the final decision, which finally made Dantalian feel a little better. But is there any other way to help Zhuang Sen? Chapter 5, Rumors. In the dimly lit room, the aroma of ale mingled with the scents of various bodily fluids, creating the atmosphere of a tavern. A diverse crowd huddled around the oak tables, whispering or shouting, as countless pieces of information, useful or useless, flowed and were fabricated at breakneck speed, making both gathering and discerning a difficult task. But this wasn't a problem for Johnson, because he was just checking to see if the rumors he'd spread had gotten around. Leah Farao acted swiftly. While Zhuang Sen was still mastering his new abilities, she had already prepared and spread the rumors. Zhuang Sen sat there for an hour, hearing no discussion whatsoever about Zhuang Sen Leon awakening the Holy Eagle bloodline or the awakening potion being sent from the Farao family. Meanwhile, the bartender, whose main job was information brokering, was packed, his younger brother grinning from ear to ear. Good things are all good things. Zhuang Sen pondered, feeling it was about time to leave. However, just before he was about to get up, the heavy wooden door of the tavern was suddenly pushed open, and a slender girl with light blue hair swaggered toward the bartender. Her small, round face, completely unmasked, wore a smug smile that made one want to punch her, a stark contrast to the other hooded and masked people in front of the bartender. Even Zhuang Sen's expression was somewhat strange. He recognized the girl. She was his nominal half-sister, Ench Leon. Her purpose in coming here seemed obvious, but did she really want to be so conspicuous? Zhuang Sen actually saw quite a few people who resembled his siblings, but they were all his subordinates, and they were all heavily disguised. It seemed they were here less to buy intelligence and more to drink and supplement their intelligence sources. Zhuang Sen didn't believe they didn't have their own intelligence channels. Ench Leon was the same. She was the most shrewd businesswoman of Zhuang Sen's generation, with connections to the Church of the Goddess of Gold Coins. Why would she need to personally come to buy intelligence? Zhuang Sen watched with interest as the cheeky, girly-faced young woman pulled out her purse, exchanged it for a few thin sheets of paper, and then casually left the tavern, completely unfazed, as if she had genuinely only come to buy information. Even the bartender couldn't help but show a surprised expression. This wasn't what he expected. He had been prepared to give away information for free, or even get beaten up. But since there's no show to watch, let's hurry up and leave, or we'll be in trouble if we get recognized. Zhuang Sen touched the mask on his face, quickly walked out of the back door of the tavern, and then he understood why Ench Leon had done what she had just done. Newspapers for sale. Newspapers for sale. Secret intelligence about Johnson Leon. Only 2 gold coins. Exclusive intelligence from the Brotherhood of Daggers. A group of people waved papers with ink still wet on them and started shouting on the street where the tavern was located, while Ench Leon, who had just swaggered out to buy information, smiled smugly behind them. Top secret intelligence, originally priced at 15 gold coins, has become commonplace news, costing only 2 gold coins. Ench Leon's brazen purchase was solely to enhance the competitiveness of her intelligence. Given her status, she couldn't possibly modify or delete anything related to Zhuang Sen, and even if she did, 2 gold coins wouldn't be a significant price to pay for those eyeing Zhuang Sen. The Dagger Brotherhood might be on the verge of collapse, but would they really dare to lay a hand on Ench Leon's people? When everyone is masked, they can pretend not to know, but Ench Leon is openly using her identity. Do those shady rats from the ditch really dare to lay a hand on a count's daughter? No, perhaps Ench Leon is actually hoping they'll make a move. After all, the Dagger Brotherhood is also part of Leon's faction, and she'd probably love to have an excuse to get rid of these rats. So young, yet so cunning. Zhuang Sen sighed, weighing the money pouch he'd earned from selling top-secret information in his arms. Suddenly, he felt those few hundred gold coins weren't so appealing anymore. Should he try selling to a few more vendors? No, wait, could this brat have? After glancing once more at Ench Leon, who was laughing heartily, Johnson turned and walked toward the Temple of Aranta. Ench Leon looked over thoughtfully, only to see a figure shrouded in a black robe. After a moment's thought, she dismissed the image. Too many people knew her, and even more paid attention to her. She was probably one of her brother's or sister's subordinates. She should just focus on making money. Sigh, even though Brother Zhuang Sen is useless and old-fashioned, she won't join in the fun because he brings her so much income. She'll send 2 clever ones to keep an eye on the news. At the same time, Gem Leon put down the intelligence summary in his hand and sneered. Zhuang Sen really has a good mother, but unfortunately she is too stupid. Does she still think she is the young lady of the Farah family? The information released by Leah Farao, disguised as coming from branches of the Farao family with whom she had a strained relationship, made sense. While Gem Leon verbally lashed out, he was actually filled with envy and resentment. His mother was merely a minor nobleman. If he hadn't been born early and awakened the Shadow Raven bloodline, his succession might not have been as high as Zhuang Sen's. Therefore, he always disliked Zhuang Sen, this mama's boy, especially after hearing that Leah Farao had actually brought 15 awakening potions from her hometown for Zhuang Sen, this good-for-nothing. Gem Leon restrained himself from touching the black feathers on the back of his hand. The warm touch always calmed him down and helped him regain focus, and this time was no exception. Calming down, he reviewed the intelligence report again. It was incredibly detailed, listing the caravan's schedule, goods, and manpower. It practically included the color of their underwear. Frankly, it seemed strange, even with the Farao family's influence. But Gem Leon wasn't worried. After all, there was a significant difference in raw power between him and Johnson, not just in individual combat ability, but also in influence. It's just a caravan. So what if it's a trap? Besides, he won't be the only one who wants to make a move. He decided to do it. Elsewhere, others have also made their decisions. Zhuang Sen then arrived at the Temple of Aranta. He was well aware of the disparity in power he faced. Many of his siblings had awakened their bloodlines, such as his bratty little sister, Eng Leon, not to mention the difference in his ordinary subordinates. He only had about 30 guards under Leah Farao's command. Therefore, he needed the support of the Temple of Aranta, which was why he had previously chosen to help Dantalian awaken her bloodline. Zhuang Sen wondered how many people Dantalian could bring. He didn't think Dantalian could persuade the Temple of Aranta to give him their full support, and he was still thinking about how to negotiate. Then he bumped headfirst into a soft, thick, smooth, and bouncy embrace. Lord Zhuang Sen. Thank you, goddess. You're all right. Chapter 6, The Church's Repayment. Soft and thick, fragrant, tender and bouncy. Zhuang Sen felt as if his head was stuffed into a bucket of jelly, no, even softer and more tempting than jelly, to the point that he almost didn't want to get out. But in the end, he used great willpower to pull his head out from between those warm and tempting breasts, thus averting a breast-related murder. I feel a little lost and disappointed. Not only Zhuang Sen, but also Dantalian, who had just been tightly hugging him, did the same. It was quite a coincidence that Dantalian had just heard about the rumors surrounding Zhuang Sen and was extremely worried about his safety. She was planning to find Zhuang Sen to offer him protection when she saw him at the temple entrance, which made her impulsively hug him. Although she didn't regret it now, and even wanted to hug him more, the 2-meter-tall her hugging the 1.5-meter-tall Zhuang Sen was like a mother holding a child, and the feeling of having complete control over Zhuang Sen was simply wonderful. However, she still restrained her desires. She was a devout nun and couldn't indulge herself like that. Besides, Zhuang Sen must have come to the temple for something. After all, his current situation was not good. Fortunately, Bishop Rosa had agreed to fully support him. Dantalian suppressed her urge to exploit Zhuang Sen out of a desire to help him, and stepped aside to make way for him. Lord Zhuang Sen, I'm so sorry, please come in and talk. Zhuang Sen, of course, had no complaints. It's all right, Dantalian, we can try a different way of hugging next time. As soon as Zhuang Sen uttered those terrible words, he regretted them, but Dantalian wasn't angry. Instead, her cheeks flushed slightly. Will there be a next time? The two walked silently into the main hall. The atmosphere seemed somewhat awkward to outsiders, but no one came to disturb them. It wasn't until they entered the hall that Dantalian suppressed her impulse and spoke gently. Lord Zhuang Sen, is there anything you need today? Is it because of what's being said outside? The tense atmosphere was broken. Zhuang Sen was somewhat disappointed, but he didn't forget the important matter and replied, Dantalian, you've heard the news too. That's right, I've come to ask for help from my allies. Could you lend me some vengeful warriors? Each church has its own armed soldiers, with the Vengeance Church having the most and the strongest, because their main job is to avenge others, which in layman's terms means mercenaries. However, they don't just take any job as long as they are paid, they will screen targets and employers. Dantalian nodded without hesitation. Of course, no problem, Lord Johnson. How many people do you need? Is 500 enough? That's enough, of course. After all, Zhuang Sen's opponents are just heirs, and even if they all joined forces, they couldn't possibly muster a few hundred elite soldiers. Even the Temple of Aranta itself only had 500 warriors in total. After all, this was just a temple in a count's territory, and 500 armored elites were already far beyond what was expected. What surprised Zhuang Sen even more was the tone with which Dantalian said this, as if she could casually decide the fate of all the military forces of the Temple of Aranta. Zhuang Sen was certain that Dantalian originally did not have this right, she was just a nun. He also believed that Dantalian would not tell such an easily exposed lie. There was only one answer: after Dantalian awakened her bloodline, her status and power were greatly enhanced. On the other side, seeing that Zhuang Sen was silent, Dantalian thought that he did not believe her. She herself was still a little dazed, so she suggested, "Lord Zhuang Sen, if you have time, would you like to see Bishop Rosa?" Zhuang Sen nodded, "Of course, if Bishop Rosa is available." "If you come, His Holiness the Bishop will certainly be available," Dantalian said casually, then led Zhuang Sen around a corner to a small, private room. "Your Excellency, Lord Zhuang Sen has come to pay a visit. Come in." An aged voice sounded, and Dantalian pushed open the wooden door. Zhuang Sen walked in and glanced around briefly. The room was simple, with little decoration. The bishop of the Aranta Temple, a level 3 bloodline user who had completed 3 awakenings, was sitting behind a round table, closing a thick book. "Welcome, Lord Zhuang. Senator, please forgive me for not going to greet you." "No, after all, I didn't inform her beforehand." Zhuang Sen sized up Bishop Rosa. She looked like an ordinary old woman, with gray hair, a face full of wrinkles, and thin limbs, only her eyes still bright and lively. But if you really thought she was a frail old woman, you would be fooled. Those who have completed the 3rd awakening can briefly transform into their true bloodline form. When they start fighting, they can easily kill 100 or 200 fully armored soldiers, and even mow down enemies in some low-intensity battlefields. Dantalian, who was watching from the side, interrupted the soon-to-be-started pleasantries. "Your Excellency, Lord Zhuang Sen wishes to borrow the vengeful warriors." Bishop Rosa nodded slightly. "How many? Is 500 enough?" Zhuang Sen thought for a moment and said sincerely, "That's enough, and it scared me a little. The entire Aranta Temple only has about 500 vengeful warriors on the surface, and that's only because it's the headquarters of the Church of Vengeance in the entire Leon territory. A normal temple would be lucky to have a few dozen or 100. Ha. Bishop Rosa's eyes narrowed into slits as she casually said, "Lord Zhuang Sen, it seems you don't quite understand what a level 5 bloodline represents. It is the hope and future of a church, or to put it simply, Dantalian will become the female pope of the Church of Vengeance sooner or later. Now it is we who are begging her not to leave the Church of Vengeance. And all of this can be attributed to you, Lord Zhuang Sen, so don't be alarmed. You deserve it. If Dantalian weren't still too weak, you wouldn't need to participate in any competition at all. No one can compete for a title with a friend of a level 5 bloodline." After speaking, Bishop Rosa ended her observation of Zhuang Senator. Since it involved a 5th level bloodline, she naturally had to be cautious to prevent Zhuang Sen from just talking nonsense. This was also one of the reasons why she asked Dantalian and the others not to spread the news last night. She was now very happy because Zhuang Sen's various actions showed that he had no guilty conscience, meaning that he at least believed that Dantalian definitely had a level 5 bloodline. Considering that he had 4 awakening potions, the possibility that he had been deceived was not high, and a level 4 bloodline was already very precious and rare. After listening to Bishop Rosa's words, Zhuang Sen finally confirmed his speculation. The church's support was so strong that Zhuang Sen couldn't help but want to optimize his plan, such as making the bait in the trap bigger to attract more prey. 500 temple warriors could easily overwhelm and kill some bloodline users with weaker bloodlines and lower awakening levels, even if several attacked together. Bloodline users are still human after all, they get tired and injured, especially those with lower-level bloodlines. Having made up his mind, Zhuang Sen said, "In that case, Your Excellency, I will not stand on ceremony. I hope you can publicly support me and spread the word that I am about to awaken a 4th-level bloodline." Bishop Rosa thought for a moment and understood that Zhuang Sen intended to eliminate all enemies at once. "No problem, but in that case, it's not appropriate to make too much of a commotion, lest they become afraid to make a move. How about this, let Dantalian and Loris follow quietly as well. Dantalian needs no introduction, she is now stronger than Zhuang Sen, and Zhuang Sen is even stronger than the average bloodline user who has only completed 1 awakening, not to mention Loris. Loris, nicknamed the Bloodthirsty Bee or Queen Bee, is a level 3 bloodline user who has completed 2 awakenings. She has a considerable reputation throughout the entire Leon territory, and it can be said that she alone is worth at least 200 temple warriors. It's stable now. Chapter 7, Bloodline Development. The church's unexpected support saved Zhuang Sen a lot of time and money. He had originally thought he could hire a maximum of 100 temple warriors, and then hire some wealthy traditional cannon fodder, but now he didn't need to at all. Bishop Rosa rose with the help of Loris, who had come over halfway through her journey. "Lord Johnson, I need to go arrange the matters we agreed upon, so please excuse me." "Dantalian, please take good care of Lord Johnson." Bishop Rosa's tone was calm, and her actions were perfectly reasonable, so no one noticed the deeper meaning in her eyes. A mere alliance was too fragile, this concerned knowledge of 5th-level bloodlines. If possible, the relationship should be strengthened, perhaps through a marriage alliance. Of course, this was only because Dantalian herself hadn't shown any aversion to it, otherwise, Bishop Rosa wouldn't have done so. Perfect timing. I was just about to talk to Dantalian about developing my bloodline. Zhuang Sen wasn't just being polite, he had planned this all along. He had originally intended to come after hiring cannon fodder, but now that they weren't needed, he could come earlier. He hadn't forgotten that the previous reward was only for the initial development stage. Hearing Zhuang Sen's words, Bishop Rosa, who had just stood up, was taken aback. In this world, bloodlines are revered, and knowledge about them is extremely precious. The methods of developing one's bloodline, which directly affect strength, are of paramount importance and are almost never leaked, especially to outsiders. Generally speaking, most bloodline users can only increase their bloodline concentration through the primitive and laborious method of constantly using their bloodline abilities, but this is a very slow process. Take Bishop Rosa herself when she was young as an example. She could only increase her bloodline concentration by 0.01% at most by using up all her bloodline power every day, but according to the development method corresponding to her bloodline, she could make 10 times or even 100 times more progress. Therefore, in the eyes of Bishop Rosa and the others, Zhuang Sen's initiative in saying such a thing was not merely generosity, but saintly. Zhuang Sen could have easily chosen not to do it, Bishop Rosa had never even imagined he would do it. He really is a good kid, no wonder Dantalian thinks so highly of him. Bishop Rosa's smile deepened, but she didn't say anything more. Zhuang Sen, with his profound knowledge of bloodlines, couldn't possibly be unaware of such common sense. She should go and take care of the agreed-upon matters. Zhuang Sen watched Bishop Rosa leave. He did know the importance of developing knowledge about bloodlines, but Bishop Rosa certainly didn't expect that her development method was not exactly the same as that of this world. There are roughly 3 ways to develop this world, and there are 4 types of systems. The least efficient but most universal method is consistent exercise, which is called training in the system, the only difference is that it is more effective. Next comes consuming various treasures corresponding to the bloodline, which the system calls feeding. The efficiency is not much different, and even the danger of eating random things is the same. However, in addition to the corresponding treasures, the monster girl can also eat Zhuang Sen's blood. Then there's the more serious side effect of unrestrained indulgence, which is called catalysis in the system. The effects are similar, but the side effects are vastly different. Ordinary people indulging in their bloodline instincts may seem harmless, but it easily leads to bloodline mutations. While it won't turn them into monsters, at the very least, it will cut off their future. Monster girls, however, have no risk of mutation because they are fundamentally different from those with bloodlines, they are essentially the source of the bloodline. In conclusion, for ordinary bloodline users, in addition to consistent training, the other 2 require sufficient knowledge, otherwise, a slight mistake could result in serious injury or even death. Monster girls, on the other hand, do not have this problem at all. In fact, they have a unique growth method, which is what Zhuang Sen is about to demonstrate to Dantalian. Inheritance. It can only be used once after completing an awakening, and only monster girls can use it. What you can get depends entirely on your talent and comprehension. However, the benefits brought by so many restrictions are also extremely strong: increased bloodline concentration, enhanced bloodline abilities, and even the ability to acquire the next stage of bloodline abilities in advance. Each of these benefits would make bloodline users flock to it. Unfortunately, it all depends on the system, and only Zhuang Sen can do it. Lord Johnson. Dantalian looked at Zhuang Sen, who was suddenly stunned, and called out softly. Zhuang Sen snapped out of his reverie, smiled, and shook his head. It's nothing, I was just organizing my thoughts. But after thinking about it, I think it's easier to understand if you experience it directly, if you trust me. Dantalian immediately replied, Of course I trust you, Lord Johnson. What do you need me to do? Just stay calm. You might see some strange things later, but they are just illusions. Don't be afraid. If you don't want to see them anymore, just think about the end. Yes, Lord Zhuang Sen, I'm ready. Although he had never heard of this development method before, after the previous awakening in bloodline true form, even disregarding emotional issues, Zhuang Sen's trust in Dantalian was now extremely deep. Without hesitation, Zhuang Sen immediately activated Inheritance on Dantalian. Then his vision blurred, and when he regained his senses, the scene before him had transformed from Bishop Rosa's room into a spacious hall. Countless lamias lined the hall's sides, their colors and patterns innumerable, yet their faces remained indistinct. In the deepest part of the hall, a pure white lamia sat atop a throne crafted from pure gold, her beautiful, voluptuous body adorned only by a few simple gold ribbons that concealed her vital parts. Zhuang Sen didn't feel anything special, only that he found it very pleasing to the eye. However, after watching for a while, he shifted his gaze to Dantalian in the center of the hall. She had transformed into Lamia and was looking around, seemingly seeing something. In fact, Dantalian was very excited at that moment. From the moment she entered this illusion, she felt her bloodline growing stronger, and correspondingly, her physical attributes and bloodline abilities also increased, and this continued unabated. Looking at the countless Lamia, Dantalian suppressed her excitement and swam forward, twisting her tail. Her instincts told her that the closer she got to the throne, the better the effect of developing her bloodline would be, and she might even obtain something better. But as she moved, the Lamias, who had been standing still, suddenly began to move. They were almost all dressed like the Lamia on the throne, wearing flamboyant clothes that were worse than not wearing anything at all. They were fine when they were still, but now that they were moving, Zhuang Sen didn't know where to look. But this wasn't a problem for Dantalian, even though she was hearing some extremely irritating mockery. Wow, this junior is so old and still a virgin. It's not like I don't have someone I like, it's really embarrassing. I told you that you holy subspecies have all gone mad from believing in God, and you don't even dare to sleep with men, tsk. Dantalian was furious, but she managed to control her emotions and continued swimming forward until she had gone 10 meters. Suddenly, the whispers turned into seductive moans. Before her, the hall that had originally only contained Lamia suddenly became filled with countless men, or more accurately, countless Zhuang Sens, and without exception, all of them were pinned down by those Lamias whose faces were not visible. The powerful snake tail coiled around Zhuang Sen's legs. The pure white Lamia, which had just been perched on the throne, gradually wrapped around Zhuang Senator. The snake tail, covered with fine scales, nimbly peeled open Zhuang Sen's pants. The constantly writhing snake tail slithered over Zhuang Sen's body inch by inch, crushing his fatal weaknesses. His upper body couldn't escape either. Lamia's upper body crushed him, and her figure, which was 2 sizes larger than Dantalian's, brought even more astonishing breast pressure, directly swallowing Zhuang Sen's entire head into the canyon. The enticing fragrance and smooth texture captivated Zhuang Senator. He had no choice, he couldn't very well interrupt Dantalian's legacy, as there was a limit to the number of times it could be used. Should we prematurely detach ourselves from the inherited memories? System, shut up. While someone was furious, Dantalian was so angry that her head was almost turning green. Watching the other Lamia beat and ravage Johnson, especially the Lamia on the throne at the top who was as white as her, made her even more furious. But instead of giving up immediately, she continued forward. This is just an illusion, nothing more. There can't possibly be that many Lord Zhuang Sens. She must hold back, hold back. She walked another 5 meters forward, and then saw Lamia on the throne suddenly change her posture. Zhuang Sen, who was wrapped in her snake tail, was laid flat in the snake tail, revealing Zhuang Sen's large Zhuang Sen. The scales shifted to the left and right, gradually exposing the moist, pink snake nest to the air. Pressing down on Zhuang Senator, a few eager drops of transparent liquid slid down first, wetting Zhuang Sen's head. Enough. With a roar, Dantalian's view instantly changed, transforming back into Bishop Rose's room. Holy Lamia bloodline, 5% to 11%. Chapter 8, Slap in the Face. Holy Lamia bloodline, 5% to 11%. The encyclopedia data has been updated. Host's bloodline development has been synchronized. Bloodline of the unranked angels, 2% to 8%. The encyclopedia data has been updated. The system's monotonous notification sound snapped Zhuang Sen out of his reverie, but instead of sorting through his new gains, he met Dantalian's gaze with a slightly questioning look. Dantalian, how are you feeling? Did you gain anything? Dantalian looked at Zhuang Sen, who seemed oblivious, opened her mouth, but ultimately didn't ask whether Zhuang Sen had been forcibly taken. Instead, she changed her answer and said, the gains are huge, it's like gaining more bloodline power in one go than a whole year's worth. Huh. It was only then that Dantalian belatedly realized that she had transformed back into Lamia form, and her tail had unconsciously crawled toward Zhuang Sen's calf, just like the Lamia's starting stance that she had seen in the inheritance illusion. Damn it. As if touching a hot iron, Dantalian quickly retracted her snake tail, even mentally uttering a curse that was extremely offensive to her. But when she actually pulled her tail back, she began to feel a little regretful. Something seemed to be crawling inside her, making her feel itchy, and she wanted to swallow Zhuang Sen whole. Her reason told her that this was because her bloodline had suddenly become too strong, and her inherent nature had also become more intense, making it difficult for her to control herself. But her instincts told her, squeeze him dry. If we don't squeeze him now, we might really end up watching him get squeezed by others. This is a nobleman who is about to awaken his divine bloodline at a young age, a nobleman who may become a real earl, and even a genius nobleman who has mastered level 5 bloodline knowledge and has a magical bloodline development ritual. If you don't seize the opportunity now and act first, how can an old woman like you compete with those younger, more beautiful, and more noble girls? The mockery from Lamia seemed to ring out once again. Zhuang Sen tensed up, because Dantalian's gaze from above was completely different from her usual gentle gaze. It was the gaze of a predator, as if she wanted to devour him whole and drain him dry. And her even more alluring figure after she transformed back into Lamia exuded a different kind of bewitching charm. Well, should he resist? Probably not, since that would expose the secret that he has already awakened. Although it wouldn't be a big problem if it were only for Dantalian, he is still in the church, so it's better not to resist. Just as Zhuang Sen was about to offer himself, there was a knock at the door, followed by Loris's voice, "Dantalian, Lord Zhuang Sen, I've brought food." As Loris pushed open the door, she saw the two people standing in the room. The heightened senses brought about by her second awakening made her realize something was wrong, and she immediately shrank back. I just remembered I forgot to bring the cutlery, you two continue." Johnson and Dantalian, who had returned to human form, looked at each other and then sighed in unison. "I'm going back first. There are still many things to do, Dantalian. Maybe we should all, make some preparations." Johnson admitted that he was a little scared, mainly because he was really afraid of being beaten to his knees and locked in the temple dungeon, which would be a bit of a loss. Take your time, take your time." Dantalian took a deep breath, suppressing the lingering impulse. Once the desire subsided, the devout nun's unwavering will once again prevailed. It wasn't that she no longer craved Zhuang Sen, but there was still time, and she didn't want to satisfy herself with violence, because she couldn't keep Zhuang Sen by her side forever. She can still tell the difference between being full at one meal and being full at every meal. But then again, Loris will definitely remember this, just you wait and see. Although the two had very different ideas, they unexpectedly came to the same conclusion. "Let me see you off, Lord Johnson," Dantalian said formally, thankful that she now had better control over her body. Zhuang Sen, slightly hunched over, nodded and said, "Just call me Zhuang Sen from now on, Dantalian." Dantalian pursed her lips, pressing her hands, which were clasped together on her lower abdomen, firmly to suppress her joy. "Yes, Zhuang Sen. Zhuang Sr." The two stepped out of the room. Not far away, Loris tilted her head, gazing at the stained glass ceiling of the temple, whistling a melodious tune, feigning nonchalance and ignorance. However, it was certain she hadn't seen Dantalian's Lamia form, otherwise, she probably wouldn't have been able to maintain that facade. Zhuang Sen shook his head. "I never expected the bloodthirsty beast to be like this." "There are still some differences between combat mode and everyday mode," Dantalian continued, though it was unclear whether she was trying to excuse something. Zhuang Sen didn't investigate further and continued walking towards the temple exit. However, this time, with each step he took, a figure suddenly blocked his way. "Hey, isn't this my dear brother Zhuang Sen? What brings you out of your shabby house today? Are you trying to ask the goddess for blessings? That's way too late." Gem Leon, dressed in a dashing tuxedo and sporting a sunny smile, spat venom at Johnson. The original owner of this body was practically a recluse in this era, preferring reading at home to swordplay and rarely participating in hunts, naturally earning him the disdain of the normies. Especially since he has a good mother, he has become a thorn in the side of many people, including Jim Leon. After receiving news that Zhuang Sen had gone to the Church of Nemesis, he rushed over immediately. One reason was that he wanted to see what Zhuang Sen was planning to do. After all, the Church of Nemesis's main business was not a secret. If he hired too many temple warriors for Zhuang Sen, he would have to adjust his plans and investment. The other reason was to humiliate Zhuang Sen in person. This would allow him to vent his anger and test Zhuang Sen. The original owner of this body was someone who couldn't resist being provoked, so this trick was always effective. But of course it's no use now. Zhuang Sen just sneered, "None of your business. You're better off without a mother than with one. Simple bad breath, ultimate enjoyment." Gem Leon blushed instantly. It was a well-known secret that Gem Leon's mother didn't like this son, she preferred her younger son, the one 13th in line to the throne. It was said that this was because her son had awakened their family's bloodline, but no one knew the specifics. But Gem Leon's red temperature is real. The shadows gathered in his hand, transforming into a sphere exuding a dangerous aura, the bloodline ability, Shadow Sphere. Gem Leon grinned maliciously at Zhuang Sen. He wasn't completely out of his mind and controlled his strength, he wouldn't kill Zhuang Sen, but breaking a few bones was inevitable. This level of conflict wouldn't have mattered even if Count Cross were here, and it would be enough to make little Zhuang Sen suffer. However, his laughter had barely left his lips when a fierce gaze extinguished his smugness. Dantalian's pupils narrowed, and he said in a stiff tone, "Mr. Gem Leon, are you provoking our Temple of Aranta, a distinguished guest of our Church of Nemesis?" The vengeful female warriors stationed throughout the hall cast serious glances in this direction, their spears and battle axes already raised. Gem Leon stared at this scene in utter astonishment, especially at Dantalian's golden vertical pupils. In this world, there is only one possibility that can make eyes like this, a bloodline user, or even a genius bloodline user who reveals a part of the true form of their bloodline upon awakening. How could that be? Aren't only Bishop Rosa and Priestess Loris bloodline holders at the Temple of Aranta? And why is this genius so close to Zhuang Sen? VIP. What makes him VIP? Gem Lion couldn't manage a laugh, but he had to admit his acting was quite good. He maintained his composure, his expression returning to calm, and said in his usual tone, "Sister Dantalian, have you been deceived by my dear brother? He's only 10th in the line of succession, there's absolutely no way he could become an earl." Dantalian revealed an undisguised look of disgust. Now that she had decided to support Zhuang Sen, she naturally wouldn't mince words with the others. "Zhuang Sen, is he really your brother?" "It's a pity, judging from his bloodline, yes." Zhuang Sen stroked his chin and laughed, "But that's probably why his mother doesn't like him, she's got something wrong with her head." Gem Leon stared coldly at Johnson, but did not continue to make a move, because Loris had already walked over. "Mr. Gem Leon, please do not cause trouble in the temple, or I will be in a difficult position." As fellow level 3 bloodline users, Gem Leon, who had only awakened once, could not possibly be a match for Loris. He took a deep breath, gave Zhuang Sen one last, intense look, and turned to leave. This trip wasn't entirely in vain, he thought. At least he now knew Zhuang Sen's trump card. He'd only managed to get involved with a bloodline member from the Temple of Aranta. Judging by her appearance, she wasn't even as strong as the bloodthirsty bees, so her power shouldn't be that great. Just then, Zhuang Sen's voice suddenly drifted over again. "Dantalian, look at that person, doesn't he look like a dog?" Gem Leon, who thought he had walked away in style, clenched his fists and stepped out of the temple. "Just you wait, Johnson Leon, I'm going to crush your hopes with my own hands." Chapter 9, Interlude. As dusk fell, he bid farewell to Dantalian Johnson and returned to the manor, a smile he couldn't hide on his face. What a fruitful day. The church's full support, the development of Dantalian's bloodline, and the suspect who proactively came to his door, each of these things was something Zhuang Sen should be happy about. Yes, he was happy about these things, nothing more, but he should still go take a shower first. Zhuang Sen walked through the doorway, forcibly diverting his attention. Speaking of which, does bloodline synchronization trigger as long as Dantalian increases bloodline concentration, or does it require using system functions to enhance it, or even using inheritance to trigger it? However, this problem can only be solved when other development features are used on Dantalian next time. Unable to distract himself, Johnson could only look at the courtyard next to the corridor. The dim sunset was not too dark yet, instead giving the colorful flowers in the courtyard a golden new coat. Lia Farao sat on the bench, the sunlight stopping at her toes, leaving only a deep shadow. It looked so lonely, even a little desolate. This is understandable. After all, his only son has died, the murderer cannot be found, and he has to pretend that everything is normal in front of outsiders and treat Zhuang Sen as his son. Zhuang Sen felt that he was about to break down. However, she was soon able to relax, as the plan was progressing very smoothly. As Zhuang Sen was thinking, he suddenly met a pair of calm blue eyes. "Zhuang Sen, you're back. How are you?" Caught red-handed, Johnson climbed over the fence and stood before Lia Farao. "The plan is going well. I think we can move on to the next step." "Really?" Lia Farao stared intently at Zhuang Sen, as if trying to read something from his face. Zhuang Sen was used to her excited reaction to the mention of revenge, and briefly recounted the events of the day, omitting any mention of the system. As she listened to Zhuang Sen speak, Lia Farao gradually calmed down and released her grip on Zhuang Sen's hand. "You're right, we can indeed move on to the next step, but how can we ensure that all those guys are gathered together?" Johnson's plan was simple, consisting of only 3 steps. The first step was to use the competition to lure his brothers and sisters with the so-called awakening potion. In fact, Lia Farao had indeed prepared this, which cost a lot of money. In any case, this step had been completed. The second step was what he did today, preparing the fishing net to catch all the fish he had lured in. Thanks to Dantalian, this step went much more smoothly than Zhuang Sen had expected, so he added extra bait, preparing for a big catch to reduce the difficulty of subsequent operations. The final, third step, which is what he is about to do, is to get the caravan, the bait, moving to attract the fish, so that he can then go and harvest them with his fishing net. In plain terms, he needed to act in a manner consistent with intelligence leak, but also leave suitable loopholes for his brothers and sisters, lest they be too stupid to catch up. And this time, he couldn't use intelligence leak again, it would be too obvious. Zhuang Sen had considered this, Why don't we have the caravan set off ahead of time and take the less traveled paths known only to the locals? There should be such places, right? Lia Farao nodded. Of course there are, quite a few, but that's not enough. I know, let the caravan split up, pretend to escape in batches, and then let the caravan that actually has the awakening potion leave a gap. That should be enough. Johnson understood what Lia Farao meant. When they think they've found my weakness, my target, and can control me, I'll bring the church people over and kill them. Mingxiu Plank Road, Dark Chinsong. However, even the feigned attempt to secretly cross the river was a ruse. In reality, it was a case of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. But in that case, can the caravan be trusted? The caravan's manpower and fighting strength were already no match for a group of noble scions' private armies, let alone the fact that some of these nobles were of noble blood. Now that they had split up their forces, they were even less of a match for them. Although the destruction of the caravan wouldn't affect the plan and might even make Jim Leon and his men careless, Johnson was still somewhat hesitant. Lia Farao looked at Johnson, a fleeting look of nostalgia crossing her eyes. Her son was just as kind, what a pity. Their loyalty is trustworthy, just like Lydia's loyalty to me, and I will repay them with what they deserve. Zhuang Sen was still not quite convinced. Although people are said to die for money, when faced with imminent death, most people would still prioritize saving their lives, especially when facing the greatest danger with a team carrying awakening potions. It seems we need to set off ahead of schedule. Let Priestess Loris go there early and hide in that group. This will put those people at ease and also be a precaution. If you think this is better, then do it this way, it will save me some money. Lia Farao looked at Johnson with mixed feelings. Her son didn't have such a flexible mind, let alone the ability to create a level 5 bloodline awakening potion and persuade the Church of Vengeance to take sides. But they all look exactly the same. Having made his decision, Zhuang Sen immediately prepared to find Loris. After all, the current Earl of Leon, Cross Leon, could return at any time, and then the fish wouldn't dare to run away, rendering his plan futile. Besides, there was no need to worry about Cross Leon settling scores after his return. Not only was this kind of raising poisonous insects practiced by noble bloodlines, Cross Leon himself had done it in the past, but even if he suddenly went mad, Lia Farao would help him fend for himself. The Farao family was right next to the Leon territory. Even if Lia Farao felt that she had taken her revenge and that Zhuang Sen was no longer useful, Zhuang Sen could still cling to the Church of Revenge, so everything would be foolproof, as long as he wasn't caught with indefensible evidence. Zhuang Sen got up and left in a hurry. Lia Farao subconsciously reached out her hand, but stopped when she was about to touch Zhuang Senator. In the end, she just watched Zhuang Sen's figure disappear into the porch again. Madam, is there anything you wish to instruct the young master? A spirited voice came from the side. It was Lydia Farao's guardian knight and her most trusted confidant. But she was unaware of Zhuang Sen's true identity. Lia Farao pursed her lips, hesitated for a moment, and then shook her head. No, let's go back to the room. We need to hurry up and arrange for the ravens to deliver the message. Yes, ma'am. The female knight bent down to help Lia Farao to her feet, but a hint of doubt lingered in her green eyes. She sensed something strange about the relationship between the young master and his mistress ever since his serious injury. Moreover, the young master had suddenly become cheerful and outgoing, even going out alone for several days in a row. However, she was just thinking about it, it had nothing to do with her. She only needed to obey the lady's orders. Soon, several ravens flapped their wings and flew into the night, disappearing into the distance. Chapter 10, Departure. A black crow swept past the full moon and landed on the shoulder of the men in military uniform, but the place was already full. The hoarse cries of the crows forced the newcomer to land on the table, where it scrambled to eat the dried meat, while the men took the letter from its claws. The flickering candlelight illuminated half of the man's face, but it couldn't dispel the gloomy atmosphere emanating from it. The unfolded letter exuded a strong scent of ink, clearly indicating that it had been brought in a hurry, as the ink was still wet. Just like the other dozen or so letters. Cross Leon, the current Earl of Leon and the Minister of Intelligence of the Fallen Star Kingdom, skillfully skipped over the polite words and praise at the beginning of the letter and extracted the truly important information from the text. And unsurprisingly, this was consistent with the other dozen or so letters. First, Johnson Leon is about to awaken, and he is of the Falot family's Holy Eagle bloodline. Second, many people want to sabotage Zhuang Sen's awakening and are gathering manpower to steal his awakening potion. Third, the above 2 points have been confirmed by the Church of Nemesis, and the Church has publicly announced that it will send 100 Nemesis warriors to escort Johnson to retrieve his awakening potion. Fourth, the Church's reason was that Zhuang Sen helped a nun named Dantalian awaken a level 4 bloodline. Aside from these 4 points, you don't need to read any of the other claims of taking credit, cutting ties, or expressing loyalty. Anyone who believes a single one of them is a fool. Tossing the letter into the pile of papers, Cross looked out at the moonlight and murmured, "So Johnson's got connections with the Church of Nemesis. Is that why he's still alive?" The moonlight slowly shifted and disappeared into the dense forest. Cross stood up. "Prepare the horses, let's go to Meteorite City." "My lord, the horses are ready." "Go down." Zhuang Sen nodded to the servant who came to deliver the message, then looked at Liao Farao who was walking over, a filial smile on his face. "Mother, is there anything else you need?" It has now been 4 days since Dantalian's awakening, and the church has fulfilled all of Johnson's requests, including yesterday's additional request to allow Loris to depart ahead of schedule. She should have already arrived in Meteorite City by now, although nominally she is going to another place. Meanwhile, the big fish that Zhuang Sen wanted to catch have all made a move. The notarization of the Church of Revenge has been even more effective than Zhuang Sen had imagined, and many people have already gone out to hunt. Liao Farao's face still wore a sorrowful expression, but her eyes gleamed with fire, and her calm tone couldn't hide her excitement. "That's all, Johnson. I have nothing more to teach you, just be careful." "I know, but the sooner we get the stuff back, the sooner we can be at ease, right?" Zhuang Sen spread his arms, letting the servant put a breastplate on him. Because of this, he didn't speak too clearly, making it seem like he was talking about the awakening potion. But Liao Farao knew, of course, that this wasn't about the awakening potion. Johnson was referring to the murderer's life, or rather, the lives of all the Leons caught in this trap. The caravan was all prepared, the pretext for acquittal was secure, and the support from the Temple of Aranta made everything much easier. Revenge was within reach. She pursed her lips, looking at Zhuang Sen's familiar face, her mind a jumble of emotions, and blurted out, "Zhuang Sen, maybe I should come too." "Johnson." The beautiful woman's elegant voice was interrupted by a crisp greeting. Dantalian walked over from the other side, already dressed in armor. However, unlike Johnson, who was fully armed, Dantalian only had a helmet and a simple breastplate, or perhaps a chest protector. The poor steel plate couldn't even completely block Dantalian's breasts, it barely protected the area around her chest. Noticing Zhuang Sen's gaze, Dantalian said helplessly, "Lord Zhuang Sen, I really can't find suitable armor." Before she could finish speaking, there was a snapping sound, and the tormented straps broke. The metal sheet fell limply, and her finally free breasts bounced and fell excitedly. Even though they were restricted by the nun's habit, the surging curves were still breathtaking, once again capturing Zhuang Sen's gaze. Dantalian covered her chest in embarrassment, shielding herself from Zhuang Sen's burning gaze. Liao Farao, watching this scene, frowned involuntarily. She remembered this nun was already 26 years old. Only 6 years younger than her. Although she was good-looking, she wasn't suitable for Zhuang Sen. With revenge in sight, Liao Farao also had some free time. In short, Dantalian was going to go with Johnson as one of the supporters of the Church of Vengeance. Moreover, unlike Loris, who was arranged to leave early and pretend to go on a mission, she was just a bloodline user who had awakened once. If you bring along a level 3 bloodline user like Lolis who has undergone a second awakening, you won't be able to catch any fish. Zhuang Sen's brothers and sisters won't have the power to fight back, so they naturally won't come out to deliver themselves. Dantalian is alright, even though she's publicly recognized as having a level 4 bloodline, her awakening time is too short, so theoretically her combat strength won't be too high. Zhuang Sen's siblings, however, can still gather 8 or 9 awakened individuals, since 7 out of the 9 people ranked ahead of Zhuang Sen have awakened the Shadow Raven bloodline. Johnson. The beautiful woman's raised voice finally drew Johnson's attention. Feeling the questioning look in Johnson's eyes, Liao Farao picked up Johnson's helmet. The servants had already left when Dantalian came in, leaving only Lydia standing by her side. "Mother, I'm about to leave. Is there really nothing else you need to tell me?" "Be careful, nothing is more important than you." Liao Farao put the helmet on Johnson, and subtly glanced at Dantalian out of the corner of her eye, her gaze lingering on her increasingly full and towering breasts. Johnson nodded. He understood what Liao Farao meant. She was reminding him that he had to get rid of the potential killers. Nothing is more important than Johnson Leon. This is what motherly love is like. It's such a pity he doesn't have a mother. Johnson fastened his helmet and then lifted his visor again, nodding to Liao Farao and saying, "Don't worry, I've already promised you, and this is what I expect too." After all, he still dreamed of becoming an earl. Liao Farao opened her mouth, but Johnson had already turned to Dantalian and the others. "Let's go, we've already wasted too much time. Lydia, protect mother." Liao Farao shook her head and changed Zhuang Sen's order. "Lydia, you go with Zhuang Sen too, and protect him." "Yes, ma'am." The armored female knight who had been guarding Liao Farao walked up to Zhuang Sen. Zhuang Sen gave Liao Farao a strange look, but did not refute her. He simply nodded and turned to leave without hesitation. Leah Farrow stood there, watching Johnson and Dantalian leave, chatting and laughing, her red lips slowly pursing into a line. The cool morning breeze dispelled the sighs. Leah Farrow looked at the deserted courtyard and turned away. My lord. My lord. They've moved. Ha, I knew it. Everyone, get ready to go. Jem Leon, also clad in armor, put down his wine glass, gripped the hilt of his sword, and surveyed the crowd around him. I won't say any of your pretentious nonsense, and I don't care what your plans are, but if you try to get in my way. The rest of the Leon members smiled, and many echoed Jem Leon's words, but most remained silent. In their view, this activity was no different from their usual hunting or bandit suppression. There was no way that Zhuang Sen could defeat them when they joined forces. Even if Zhuang Sen managed to create a miracle, at most his men would die. Could Zhuang Sen really kill his brothers and sisters in front of so many people? How is it possible? Chapter 11, Tracking. As Johnson stepped out of the manor, the morning breeze swept over the 100 armored warriors, who were fully armed and ready for battle, lifting their blood-red robes to reveal the cold steel and muscular bodies beneath. Their sturdy horses, also draped in red coats, remained motionless under the weight of their powerful legs, silently watching Johnson and Dantalian emerge from the gate. The vengeful Knights of the Church of Vengeance are an elite army, meaning they have different troop types including cavalry, infantry, and archers. But the best of them all are undoubtedly the cavalry. In the era of cold weapons, cavalry was the strongest type of soldier, without exception. Especially these cavalrymen composed of religious believers, all of them were equipped with heavy armor, their entire bodies encased in steel, and they were skilled in using conventional weapons such as warhammers, longswords, and lances. There are only 100 soldiers like these in the entire Temple of Atlanta, or rather, in the entire Church of the Nemesis of Leon, and now they are all here. With such a level of support, some might even believe that Zhuang Sen was actually Bishop Rose's illegitimate son. There was no speech or declaration of authority. Johnson mounted the warhorse brought by the groom and rode side by side with Dantalian toward the main road beside the manor. The vengeful female warriors immediately spurred their horses on, and amidst the continuous sound of hooves and the clanging of metal, they followed Johnson and Dantalian. The whole process was completely silent. Meanwhile, Jem Leon was smugly inspecting his troops, a Leonian alliance, composed of 12 Leons, led by himself. Closest to him were fully armored soldiers on horseback, private soldiers belonging to various Leons, steadfast and loyal, always ready to protect their masters, well, their respective masters. Outer ring of the private soldiers were the hired mercenaries. Their equipment was far less sophisticated, some lacked leg guards, others gauntlets, and some weren't even wearing helmets, whether out of necessity or overconfidence was unclear. However, they outnumbered the rest of the group and appeared the most excited. Finally, there were the scattered criminals driven to the outermost circle, wearing cotton-padded clothes and cloth hats. They were criminals forcibly brought in by Leon and his men, and their only purpose was to serve as cannon fodder. All of these people together number over 200. It may not sound like much, but when you actually see it, you'll find it's quite a sight. A long stretch of the stone-paved road, wide enough for 2 carriages to travel side by side, is occupied by a huge crowd. Other passers-by, upon seeing such a group from afar, almost immediately retreat to the sides of the road or even into the woods. This isn't even the limit. Jem Leon knows that besides his side, there are quite a few others working independently. While relying on them as a winning strategy is out of the question, they wouldn't mind stepping in when they have the advantage. Ultimately, Zhuang Sen was too high-profile this time, so high-profile that everyone wanted to teach him a lesson, especially since he had always been very inconspicuous before. His sudden ostentation naturally made people uncomfortable. Besides, even if he failed, it wouldn't matter, he'd just lose some money and maybe a few private soldiers. What else could he do? Kill them all. Haha. Jem Leon shook his head dismissively, as if he could see Johnson's defeated state. He then took the wine pouch handed to him by the servant and was about to take a sip when a violent tremor interrupted him. The sound of horse hooves. Jem Leon looked toward the fork in the road, and a blood-red procession rushed into his view. The white banners with black ravens and the red banners with yellow wasps fluttering in the wind among the cavalry indicated the group's origins. The former was the banner of the Leon family, and the latter was the banner of the Church of Vengeance. The identities of those who came need no further explanation. Johnson and Dantalian galloped across the road, stepping over the shadows of the criminals ahead, leaving behind a trail of dust that destroyed the once neat armor and orderly formation of Jem Leon's soldiers. Snapped. The sound of the wine flask hitting the ground jolted Jem Leon awake. He stared at the cavalry column that was gradually disappearing, his teeth grinding together with intense envy. He had spent a fortune and painstaking efforts to win over allies to assemble such an army. And Zhuang Sen, that bastard, did absolutely nothing, yet the church lent him such elite troops. It's like he had to do everything in his power to gain his mother's attention, to get the chance to use the awakening drug, to fight for every penny, while Zhuang Sen only needed to go home and say one thing to his mother, "Damn lucky guy." Damn Zhuang Sen. Why won't you die? Gem Lian gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with fury, but he maintained his composure and ordered according to the original plan. Angie, take your men and keep an eye on Zhuang Sen, see which way he's going. Now everyone knows that Zhuang Sen knows they know his original plan, so they are all certain that Zhuang Sen will change his plans, such as altering the caravan's itinerary or changing the handover location. And the best way to find out about the changed plan is, of course, to keep an eye on Zhuang Sen and see where he goes. However, Gem Lian's army was mostly infantry, which couldn't match the speed of cavalry, especially since Meteorite City wasn't far from Starry Night City. The Raven specially trained by the Lian family could make a round trip in just 5 hours. Therefore, he needed a scout to keep an eye on Zhuang Sen and relay his location as needed. That's right, Gem Lian will continue, this confidence comes from his strength. While the vengeful female warriors are elite, they are outnumbered. Even if they are truly elite enough to fight 300 to 100, as claimed, what about adding 8 First Awakening Level 3 Bloodline users and 2 First Awakening Level 2 Bloodline users? They have no chance of winning. They didn't even dare to actually kill a nobleman, a local lord's child whose bloodline had awakened. A pleasant but irritating voice interrupted Gem Lian's smugness. Gem, this team isn't what we agreed on. You'll have to pay extra. Gem Lian frowned slightly and looked at the blue-haired girl sitting sideways on the horse. You'll get your money back. Go take care of your business first. The blue-haired girl, Eng Lian, crossed her arms over her flat chest, the meaning of which was quite clear. Gem Lian glanced at the disappearing figure, took a deep breath, and pulled a money pouch from his pocket, tossing it over. Eng Lian caught it steadily, then opened it without any hesitation and began to inspect it. Eng. Gem Lian was very dissatisfied, but he had no choice, because only Angeli, who had obtained the far vision ability, could guarantee that she could keep an eye on a cavalry unit. Don't worry. Eng Lian tossed her purse into her saddlebag, gripped the saddle tightly with her short legs, lashed the horse's rump with her whip, and galloped towards Zhuang Sen's group. Of course, she couldn't go alone to her death. Her own private army immediately followed on horseback. There were 12 tin cans draped in blue robes, and they were no less formidable than the vengeful female warriors. Master, didn't you say you wanted to build a good relationship with Prince Gem? Why are you doing this again? The female knight closest to Eng Lian asked in confusion, and Eng Lian smiled and said, because I think he's finished, of course he'll try to make a quick buck. Anyway, he won't turn against me for this much. The female knight was very surprised. Master, you mean? I'm not talking about this time. Zhuang Sen will definitely lose to Gem this time, but he was able to get the Church of Revenge to provide such strong support in such a short time. Gem will definitely be unable to outmaneuver him in the future. Should we relax a little this time and leave a good impression? No, we must work hard. Eng Lian waved her hand. We're paid to do our jobs, Eng. The most important thing for a businessman is integrity. Furthermore, we need to make a strong impression on our future partners so we can negotiate a good price. So everyone stay alert and keep a close eye on things. And get the ravens ready. Yes, Master. Dantalian approached Johnson and asked, should we take them down first? No, it's not the right time yet. We have to be one step behind Gem and the others. Let's take them down after we receive the news from over there. Chapter 12, Ambush. The heavy carriage rolled over the bare branches on the mountain road, and the docile packhorses snorted, shaking off the dew from their heads. Tony gripped the reins with one hand, while warily watching both sides of the narrow mountain road. The dense wild grass and bushes formed a natural cover, and no one knew what might be hidden inside. Generally speaking, legitimate merchant caravans wouldn't take such remote roads, as that would be tantamount to inviting bandits and highwaymen. But this time was different. It was a direct order from Lady Lia. They wouldn't complain even if it were reasonable for them to take a secluded path, let alone take the main road. However, if that were the case, they would likely be captured by well-trained, fully armed bandits, some even led by bloodline members, as soon as they left the patrol area of the Meteorite Iron City Guards. But now is not the time to let our guard down. After all, they have deliberately left loopholes and weaknesses. Who knows where the enemy might suddenly appear? Everyone is on high alert, guarding the carriage in the middle. Their group brought 5 four-wheeled carriages, with the awakening potion placed in the middle carriage. This arrangement was both a vulnerability and a defensive element. If attacked, they could quickly form a fortified camp around the carriages to defend against the attack. Of course, this makeshift camp wouldn't last long, but it could buy them some time. He will do whatever it takes to carry out Lady Lydia's orders. In the woods, a dozen short bows emerged from the bushes, their sharp iron arrowheads glistening with dew, reflecting the morning sunlight as they were aimed at the caravan that was slowly approaching the clearing. More men gripped their weapons, awaiting the order from the mercenary captain at the front, ready to charge at any moment. They were mercenaries operating near Meteorite City, occasionally taking on side jobs, and this time they had landed a fantastic job from Gem Leon. They could earn a full 100 gold coins simply by stopping every caravan passing through this road. That's enough for 30 of them to risk their lives. The mercenary captain's raised right hand gradually tightened as the sound of horses' hooves grew louder, until the moment when human voices could be faintly heard, his right hand suddenly fell. Collapse, collapse, collapse. The taut bowstring ripped through the air, and arrows shot out, piercing the head of a packhorse and the chest of a guard. Most of the others were not stopped by the carriages and shields, but that was enough. Kill. The mercenary captain let out a terrifying roar, and the archers who had missed their shots dropped their shortbows, drew their swords or hammers and axes, and roared in unison, charging forward with their companions who had drawn their weapons earlier. They weren't worried at all. After all, they had a full 30 men, while the other side only had 15, no, only 14. And the other side was just a group of caravan guards, seasoned warriors. They had the advantage in both numbers and quality, and they couldn't think of anything they had to worry about. Then they knew where they needed to worry. The attacked caravan remained completely calm, as if they had expected it. They immediately gathered their wagons together, forming a fortified position. The guards then took up key positions on the fortified position, as if they were on a city wall. The mercenaries' charge was like a flood crashing against a reef. No, they were even less than a flood, because they didn't even dare to rush onto the reef. The numerical disparity was offset by defensive facilities, but as for quality, it's hard to say which force, capable of regrouping so quickly after being ambushed, is of higher quality, compared to a group of mercenaries who have to make a living through part-time jobs. The mercenary captain of the ambush squad lost his smile. He was initially excited, thrilled that his judgment had been correct. He had chosen the right ambush location and caught the team truly carrying the awakening potion. Judging from the team's demeanor, they were definitely carrying something valuable. Everyone was constantly leaning against the middle carriage. It was obvious something was amiss. This is based on his experience as a former bandit. But when he was a bandit, he had never encountered such elite caravan guards. In fact, combining the words elite and caravan guards was already absurd and impossible. But reality wouldn't change because of the mercenary captain's surprise. Seeing the caravan turn into cowards, the mercenary captain could only grit his teeth and pull out paper and pen. He will use cacophony crows to call for reinforcements. Meanwhile, in the caravan, Tony was also writing furiously. Finally, the two ravens took off almost simultaneously and flew in the same direction. Several ravens landed on Gem Leon's shoulder at the same time, extending their claws with the notes tied to them. Jim Leon took it down, unfolded it, and read. One report came from Eng Leon, a routine update on Zhuang Sen's location and direction. Several reports came from his other spies, bringing the bad news that they had come up empty-handed, and the last report came from a group of mercenaries. Looking at the hastily written words on the letter, Gem Leon gave the order, and his large group turned onto another road. Several ravens took off again and returned the way they came. Eng Leon took the letter, glanced at it, and immediately showed a look of disdain. Does Gem think I'm an idiot? You want me to use this small force to delay Johnson? What a joke. Tearing the letter to shreds, Eng Leon looked towards the faintly visible riding group in the distance, when suddenly her eyes met a pair of dark eyes. A strange chill ran through her, and without hesitation, Eng Leon tightened the reins and turned her horse around, and along with her voice, a squad of vengeful female warriors charged out from both sides of the road, but Eng Leon's quick reflexes bought her team precious time, allowing them to successfully turn around and accelerate. Although it wouldn't be difficult for her, as a level 3 bloodline user, to take down such a small squad of vengeful female warriors with the help of her private army, surveillance comes at one price and combat at another, and she never does anything that doesn't pay off. The vengeful female warriors gave chase. Clad in heavy armor, they had no chance of catching up with Angela Leon, but they needed to keep her at a distance to avoid being monitored by her. On a small hill in the distance, Zhuang Sen shook his head regretfully. What a pity, she got away. Dantalian suggested, should I go after them? Forget it, it's too far, and it's not worth splitting up our forces. Zhuang Sen withdrew his gaze and looked ahead. Let's go. Hopefully, Priestess Loris isn't getting impatient. After a while. From his vantage point on the high ground, Johnson surveyed the situation below. Jem Leon had already arrived at the location where the caravan had been ambushed, recruited the mercenaries, and was reorganizing his forces, seemingly preparing to launch an attack. Chapter 13, The Charge. Under Zhuang Sen's watchful eye, Jem Leon expertly issued orders, herding the retreating criminals to the forefront. The arguing mercenaries were forcibly silenced by the private soldiers and divided into two groups. One group followed behind the criminals, serving as both a supervisory force and a follow-up force after the criminals were defeated. The other group was moved to the side of the clearing, ready to be deployed as a reserve force at any time, and also to prevent Zhuang Sen from directly attacking him if he arrived. The most elite private soldiers, of course, remained close to their respective masters, only occasionally riding out to whip and berate mercenaries and criminals who caused trouble. "He's certainly an ambitious fellow," Dantalian murmured. Although her voice wouldn't be heard even if she spoke loudly from this distance, the nun, going into battle for the first time, chose to be cautious. After all, this concerned Zhuang Sen's future. If she could eliminate these people here in one fell swoop, Zhuang Sen would have a much easier time later. Johnson nodded. Dantalian was right. It was obvious that such a large and complicated troop deployment was not needed to deal with a mere 14 people. Jem Leon was clearly using actual combat and this hastily assembled army to test his command abilities. It seemed that he was indeed quite capable. Making elite troops like the vengeful warriors obey orders is easy, but it's not so simple for the poorly organized troops below. So, he's just boosting his prestige once again. As the criminals were driven closer to the wagon fort and then shot down by crossbow bolts, Johnson's gaze shifted to the other end of the mountain path. Another small group carrying a white flag with black crows slipped in, then wisely dismounted and approached Jem Leon to greet him. That makes 18 now. Zhuang Sen jotted down the numbers, but his brow remained furrowed, because he still hadn't seen Eng Leon arrive. Despite being so insulted by him, didn't she think to come and get her revenge? Or at least come to inform Jem Leon? But as time went by, the number of white flags with black crows increased to 22, and Angela Leon was nowhere to be seen, as if she had completely faded away. The caravan's fortifications were on the verge of falling. After all, these were not real city walls. Even if old Tony filled the wagons with stones, it would be the same. Their manpower was far from being able to compare with the team that had swelled to more than 300 people, not to mention the bloodline members who had not yet joined the effort. Of course, if Loris, who is hiding among them, were to make a move, all of this would be nothing at all. At the very least, the mercenaries and criminals would definitely be the first to run away. But that would be pointless. Zhuang Sen raised his right hand, and the dark morning star hammer blocked the gradually slanting sunlight. The vengeful female warriors held their breath and straightened their horses, spears in hand. Below, Jem Leon, riding a tall horse, raised his whip, pointed at the wagon, and laughed to the Leons beside him. "Look, what a tenacious and intelligent warrior. It's a pity he followed the wrong person. He still hasn't seen our dear brother. He arrived here as quickly as possible, and the other Leons were not much slower. They could have taken the fort long ago, but they did not. It was not because they were concerned about casualties. The bloodline nobles did not care about the deaths of some ordinary people. Moreover, he could have organized the bloodline members present to launch an attack and take the simple fort without losing any manpower. There was only one reason they wouldn't do that. They wanted to personally eliminate Zhuang Sen's subordinates in front of him, then crush his awakening potion and completely break him down. After all, in their view, they were now far stronger than Zhuang Sen, with the advantage in numbers, terrain, elite troops, and most importantly, bloodline members. However, it seems they overestimated Zhuang Senator if they had timed it. He and Njie should have arrived long ago, but they haven't seen him come out yet. Could it be that he ran away with his tail between his legs? In that case, we can't wait any longer. Jem Leon looked at the caravan. The caravan guards were all injured and clearly on the verge of collapse. It seemed there was no need to delay any longer. He raised his right hand high, his finely crafted sword gleaming in the sunlight. "All personnel, assault." The soldiers roared with excitement, "Kill!" The crowd surged toward the wagon fortress, but even before the crowd arrived, a volley of arrows rained down. The archers, who had been slacking off, finally unleashed their power. The caravan guards, alerted by Loris, noticed and quickly ducked into the fortress. But the already riddled fortress was no match for the arrows and collapsed completely, revealing the pale-faced, exhausted caravan guards. In that instant, they were as if stripped naked, completely exposed to the sight of the Leon alliance, and the scythe of death seemed to be pressed against their necks. The earth began to tremble, the sound of an army charging forward. Waves of people surged forward, their faces contorted with rage, their blades flashing wildly as if about to slash into flesh and blood. Some of the guards closed their eyes in fear, a basic human instinct. But they knew it was futile. Death had already arrived. Yes, death has arrived. The Grim Reaper, known as the cavalry, charged down from the mountaintop. Their 3-meter-long lances reflected the setting sun, their pure white light hanging behind them, illuminating the somewhat dark road and blinding the Leon alliance. Form ranks. Form ranks. Gem Leon shouted personally, trying to rally his troops to withstand the charge. But the mercenaries, who were the main force, were not stupid. It was one thing to fight cavalry on flat ground, but now the cavalry was charging down from the mountain, and their speed had been fully increased. They were not going to throw their lives away. Before the battle even began, the main force of the Leon coalition had already started to flee. For the goddess. For Arenta. Then, the female warriors, chanting holy words, surged forward like indestructible chariots, shattering the mercenaries who had their backs to them. Their wooden lances, like wooden spikes, easily pierced flesh and blood until they were either too heavy to lift or broke. Then they drew their barbed morning star hammers and smashed the lucky one's skull open with a single blow. As the red and white liquid splashed across the forest clearing once more, the mercenaries increased their speed again, disappearing into the forest at a speed as if they had awakened the bloodline of the Wind Rabbit, and running wildly. Johnson. Gem Leon roared, brandishing his long sword and galloping toward Johnson, his private soldiers following closely behind. The rest of Leon's men, however, were noticeably hesitant, they didn't want to lose their real strength. But then, they changed their minds. Gem Leon hurled a jet black ball that struck a vengeful female warrior squarely on the right shoulder, knocking her off her horse. Yes. We still have bloodlines. Zhuang Sen only had about 70 riders, and only one bloodline user who had awakened at the first time. Even if he was only at level 4, could he possibly defeat so many bloodline users on their side? Impossible, absolutely impossible. So they all spurred their horses and charged toward Zhuang Sen, and those with the bloodline were naturally the fastest to charge. Chapter 14, An Unexpected Incident. The first to reach Johnson wasn't Gem Leon, he was using shadow balls to clear a path, so another, even more muscular Leon got there first. He wielded his 2 warhammers, charging forward at breakneck speed. The vengeful warriors tried to intercept him, but none could withstand his monstrous strength. They were either knocked away by their weapons or fell from their horses, as easily as adults beating children. Finally, his warhammer slammed into Johnson's shoulder. He didn't intend to kill Zhuang Sen, he didn't trust his close friends present to cover up such a serious matter. So, breaking 1 or 2 bones in Zhuang Sen and then capturing him would be enough. Leon, the warhammer-wielding man, watched his weapon plummet rapidly, his eyes catching a glimpse of Dantalian's morning star hammer extending from the side. He recognized Dantalian, so he didn't change his stance at all. Although it is a level 4 bloodline, it has only been awakened for a few days. The development level of the bloodline is at most 2% or 3%. How could it possibly withstand a strong person who has been awakened for 2.5 years and whose bloodline development level is 15%? Break it for me. The already thick arms were covered by shadows, and swelled up even more. This was the effect of the bloodline ability, Double Shadow. By manipulating one's own shadow, one can unleash power again, and at its limit, it can even unleash the power of 4 times one's own. Of course, this one will only increase by about 20% at most. But that's already very powerful, it could even knock down a vengeful female warrior, armor and all, so what's a mere morning star hammer? Leon of Warhammer could almost picture himself smashing Dantalian's weapon and shattering Johnson's bones. Then, with a bang. The immense recoil froze Warhammer Leon's smile. Dantalian, wielding his hammer in one hand, looked at Warhammer Leon, opened his mouth, and gently exhaled. A wisp of dark green poisonous mist shot out like an arrow, landing on Warhammer Leon. But in that instant, the shadow that had been enveloping his arm suddenly slipped away, covering his entire body. Bloodline ability, Shadow Cloak. By using shadows to create barriers, attacks can be deflected to a certain extent. Dantalian still lacks combat experience, but this is already frightening enough. Warhammer Leon's strength is undeniable among Leons, and he's 5th in line to inherit the throne, 5 places higher than Johnson. Then he was beaten so badly by a nun who had only been awakened for a few days that he had to use his life-saving abilities. This was completely unexpected, but no wonder Zhuang Sen dared to resist. Is a level 4 bloodline really that strong? The same thought flashed through Leon's mind, then he rallied again, don't be afraid. We'll go together. Gem Leon shouted, his hands making a grasping motion in front of him, and a shadow ball the size of a human head gradually took shape. Not only him, but 2 other Leons who had awakened the Shadow Ball ability also made the same move, and their target was even the same, Dantalian. After all, Zhuang Sen was just an ordinary person who hadn't awakened his powers, they didn't even need to lift a finger, as Leon could easily handle the rest of the unawakened ones. Dantalian, however, was a real threat to their lives, and seemed genuinely capable of attacking. That dark green mist from earlier didn't appear harmless. Having reached a tacit agreement, the Leon bloodline users launched a siege on Dantalian. In addition to the triple shadow ball, a Leon wielding 2 daggers suddenly disappeared from his horse and appeared directly behind Dantalian, shadow step. At the same time, the shadow of Dantalian's mount suddenly reared up, its 2 powerful forelegs smashing directly towards her head, shadow manipulation. There's also the same, echo, effect as Warhammer Leon, or the shadow mist, effect where the entire body suddenly disappears into a black mist, making it impossible to see the figure clearly. Of course, there are also some unfortunate people who don't have bloodline abilities suitable for combat and can only rely on the physical attributes brought by awakening to charge straight in. They were brave and fearless, they were perfectly in sync, they were united against a common enemy, they attacked from all sides, and they were all sent flying by Loris. Bloodthirsty Bee's vicious kick sent Leon, who attempted a sneak attack with Shadow Step, flying away. Her wasp-like stinger easily deflected the weapons of those awakened beings, then she flicked her wrist, unleashing a miniature tornado that blew away the incoming shadow orbs and dissipating shadow mist. She then appeared in the eye of the tornado as if by teleportation, slamming a punch into the head of Warhammer Leon, who was trying to get up, denting his steel helmet. Throughout the entire process, she only used the speed, bloodline ability, the rest were all numerical values. Bloodthirsty Bee, how is this possible? How did you get here? Loris flicked her right hand, just passing by. This perfunctory tone and attitude, which was so dismissive that they didn't even bother to be polite, plunged Jim Leon and the others into despair. They knew the Church of Vengeance supported Zhuang Sen, but they didn't expect it to be this supportive. If that's the case, why not just give them more female warriors of vengeance, then they won't come. No, could it be? Jim Leon suddenly had a flash of inspiration and thought of a possibility, but he hoped he was wrong. However, when he looked at Johnson, the smile on Johnson's face made everything clear to him. All of this, the awakening potion, the Church's well-timed support, and the sudden appearance of the bloodthirsty bees, was all part of Zhuang Sen's scheme. No, it wasn't a scheme, but a blatant seduction. They should have been able to figure out why a low-key guy like Zhuang Sen would suddenly become so high-profile, and why the Fala family would leak information. But they overlooked it because they thought they had Zhuang Sen completely under their control, just like they had done before. They refused to admit that they would lose to Zhuang Sen, and they never even considered it, just as they never imagined that Zhuang Sen would try to kill them. Wait, he couldn't have killed them, so many mercenaries just escaped. Seeing the renewed hope on Gem Leon's face, Zhuang Sen spurred his horse toward him. Rest assured, my dear brother, I will find those despicable mercenaries and avenge you. Some of Leon, who hadn't yet figured out Zhuang Sen's true purpose and even thought it was finally over, were stunned. When they came to their senses, they all started shouting in panic, but Zhuang Sen didn't bother to listen. The first person to kill is Gem Leon, the prime suspect, the one who loves to cause trouble for Johnson the most, the one who is most jealous of Johnson the most, and the one who reacts the most strongly in this plan. Zhuang Sen began to accelerate, and the Morning Star hammer was raised. Leon's group began to stir, especially those who possessed the abilities of Shadow Step and Shadow Mist, but Loris kept a close watch on them, and anyone who made a sound was hit again, although, she really didn't dare to kill Leon's son herself, and anyway, a little longer wouldn't make a difference. As for the rest, Dantalian was also watching. They were powerless to resist, forced to wait for the still unawakened Zhuang Sen to kill them, a utter disgrace. But amidst the anger, Gem Leon calmed down, lowering his hands as if resigned to his fate and closing his eyes. The sound of horses' hooves was rapid, and they were getting closer. The Morning Star hammer traced a graceful arc through the air, descending towards Gem Leon's head. Johnson wasn't worried about missing, after all, he was a level 3 bloodline awakened, and fully awakened at that. Among those present, only Loris and Dantalian possessed physical superiority over him. But in that instant, the Leon bloodline users who had been behaving themselves suddenly rioted. Loris was instantly surrounded and attacked, and Dantalian also faced an attack, but her first reaction was to swing her hammer at Gem Leon in front of her. It didn't work out. Gem Leon emerged from the shadows behind Johnson, his hands transforming into bird claws, like a giant humanoid bird, leaping into the air in a completely inhuman manner to grab Johnson's neck. Shadow Step. Everyone knew that Gem Leon had awakened the Shadow Sphere, and a few of his close confidants knew that he had also awakened the Double Shadow. Only he himself knew that he had also awakened the Shadow Step. Now, he is about to use his hidden secret weapon to reclaim the victory that belongs to him. Sharp bird claws attacked from behind. Zhuang Sen, who was swinging his hammer, had no chance to dodge or fight back, especially since he was just an ordinary person who had not yet awakened. 1. Gem Leon was thinking this when a blinding light suddenly burst forth before his eyes. Unranked angel bloodline ability, dazzling light. Hit by a flash of light as intense as a flare at close range, Gem Leon, who was in midair, could not maintain his balance at all. The bird claws that were about to grab Zhuang Sen's shoulder and neck were misaligned and grazed Zhuang Sen's face, which was not wearing a visor, leaving a shallow blood stain. Johnson dropped the hammer, grabbed Gem Leon's arm with one hand, and gripped his neck with the other. Stop! A majestic roar came from afar, eliciting gasps of alarm, followed by a flurry of black raven feathers. But before they arrived, Johnson had already crushed Gem Leon's neck and ripped out his throat. The glare faded, and the sun set. Zhuang Sen looked at the men who appeared on the hillside and scratched his face with his hand stained with Gem Leon's blood. Sorry, father, I didn't hear you clearly. He smiled at Eng Leon, who was standing next to Klaus Leon. Damn it, I should have known better than to wait for everyone to arrive. Chapter 15, The Ending. Klaus Leon, a direct vassal of the king, the current minister of intelligence of the kingdom, and the ruler of the Leon territory, is most importantly a level 3 bloodline user who has completed 3 awakenings. Even without the power boost, he could probably kill everyone present by himself. And with the power boost, apart from Johnson and Dantalian, probably no one present would dare to fight him, they would only turn around and help him. Besides, they weren't originally on Zhuang Sen's side. So when he rode down the hillside, even the vengeful female warriors, who were always obedient to his orders, silently stopped chasing the private soldiers and gathered around Johnson and Dantalian. Loris also came over, but she stood in front of Dantalian and Johnson, her tall body tense, looking like a cat with its fur standing on end but not daring to meow. Zhuang Sen's eyes flickered. He really hadn't expected that Loris and the vengeful female warrior would dare to show such an attitude at this time. Klaus Leon hadn't expected this either. He reined in his horse and stopped a little ahead of Johnson, his gloomy gaze sweeping over the corpse beneath Johnson's horse, Gem Leon's eyes wide open in death. Then he looked at Johnson, who was still on his horse when he saw him arrive. Count Leon's gaze seemed to freeze the air around them. The Leons, who had been intimidated by Zhuang Sen before, suddenly gained courage upon seeing this, hoping their father would help them get revenge. Loris also sensed something was wrong and mustered her courage to say something, but Zhuang Sen beat her to it. Father, you should have seen it too, it was Gem who struck first. Zhuang Sen's flippant, even frivolous, tone was completely out of place with the heavy atmosphere. It was as if a clown suddenly jumped out and danced a hula in a solemn kingdom council. Well, that's what Leon and the others thought. They felt that Zhuang Sen knew he was heading for his end and had gone completely mad. Their heartfelt expectation was this, that this would make up for the mistake of so many of them being completely defeated by Zhuang Sen alone. In their eyes, they, as sons of an earl, were no different from Zhuang Sen. Even if their abilities were far inferior to Zhuang Sen's. But their hopeful gazes didn't even penetrate Cross's cloak. He simply stared at Zhuang Sen and said, "You launched the first surprise attack on Gem's team." His tone was calm but brooked no argument. Zhuang Sen didn't bother to refute, because when Close Leon didn't immediately subdue him but instead chose to reason with him, his life was no longer in danger. He wasn't in any real danger anyway, since his mother's name was Liao Farao, not Liao Leon. His adoptive mother and adoptive father had a cooperative relationship, not a subordinate one. It was a limited marriage between two nobles of equal bloodline, each contributing their precious bloodline. Theoretically, after Zhuang Sen awakened his divine bloodline, he also had a claim to the Farao family, but that would place him after the 100th, making it completely unnecessary to consider. Compared to the Leon family, the Farao family is slightly stronger because having a healer is powerful. No matter how good Shadow Raven is, you can't avoid getting injured for the rest of your life, and if you do get injured, don't look for a healer. Moreover, with the Church of Revenge offering such clear and unwavering support, that's equivalent to the support of at least 2 level 3 bloodline forces. Therefore, as long as there is a plausible reason, Close Leon cannot simply kill Johnson. After all, Johnson is also his son. In the end, all Johnson did was kill his brother. Cross, you old men, you've killed just as many. Someone else might have said, "This child is like me." Zhuang Sen is now like Li Ji meeting Li Erfeng, self-righteous and confident. He pointed to the shattered wagon fortress and the caravan guards, all of whom were wounded. Gem attacked my men first. I was just here to rescue them. He also tried to steal my awakening potion, which was transported from the Farao family. The shattered wagon fortress still bears the winged emblem of the Farao family, which is undeniable. So, if we're being reasonable, then Johnson was a victim who fought back, while Gem Leon and his gang were perpetrators who robbed their brothers and then attempted to kill them to cover their tracks after their failure. They were both evil and stupid. If this were taken to the Kingdom Court, Gem Leon and his team would have to pay Johnson compensation. Klaus Leon gripped the reins, his gaze sweeping over his other children present. The last rays of the setting sun cast a long shadow behind him, making his figure appear exceptionally tall, as if covering everyone present and completely swallowing the expected light in the eyes of the other Leons. Incidentally, the writhing shadow also swallowed all the crimson blood that stained Gem Leon's claws, without even turning over the few drops next to his corpse. Cross Leon was very curious about how Johnson had survived the ritual. The intelligence clearly confirmed that he had used the ritual, yet he had awakened. However, what he awakened was the divine bloodline. Could it be because the ritual stripped him of the power of the Shadow Raven bloodline? Moreover, why is his blood so tempting? Cross Leon stared at the faint wound on Zhuang Sen's face, his mind churning with thoughts only he knew. Zhuang Sen noticed the gaze, then raised his hand and cast, Heal. Although his healing abilities weren't as good as Dantalian's, healing such a minor injury was no problem. As the warm light shone, the shadows completely disappeared. Cross Leon pulled on the reins and casually uttered, Back to town. The knights guarding the count caught up with him, and Ange Leon was among them. However, she looked at Zhuang Sen with a very complicated expression and felt extremely scared. This bastard didn't just want to capture her, but also wanted to kill her, did he? Looking at Gem Leon's body, Ange Leon found it hard to convince herself that she was overthinking things. Zhuang Sen is a madman. The remnants of the army whispered among themselves as they gathered their forces, or perhaps they simply gave up and chased after Cross Leon. They only felt safe with their beloved father by their side, otherwise, who knew if Johnson would go mad and continue to hunt them down. He even dared to talk back to his father. In Leon's view, the fact that Johnson had argued with Close Leon while on horseback was already considered talking back, which showed how tyrannical Close Leon was. But it didn't matter to Johnson. He wasn't the real Johnson Leon, he hadn't been tortured for over a decade, and besides, he had a cheat code. So what if you're a level 3 bloodline user who's awakened 3 times? Give me time to develop, and I'll show you what a level 5 monster girl who's awakened 5 times really is. Watching Cross Leon's group disappear, Johnson patted Dantalian, who was clinging to him, and said, Dantalian, I'm all right now. It's time to go back. Dantalian's tense body relaxed with Zhuang Sen's gentle pat, and her golden pupils returned to round. That's great, but, Lord Zhuang Sen, you really tricked us so badly. Dantalian wasn't really angry, just a little annoyed, and was mostly using this method to relieve her tension. Zhuang Sen, seeing the large breast still pressed against him, naturally didn't misunderstand and laughed, sorry, just in case. Anyway, let's clean up the mess first. The armor, weapons, and supplies left behind by the defeated soldiers are all valuable spoils of war. Although neither the Temple of Aranta nor Johnson actually lacks them, there's no need to waste them. Anyway, there's no rush now. I doubt Leah Farrar will be too satisfied, and hopefully Cross won't stay here for too long. Chapter 16, Aftermath. News of the battle in Wuxing Valley could not be concealed after all, and it quickly spread throughout the entire Starry Night City, and was still spreading outwards. After all, news of Zhuang Sen's impending awakening and Gem Leon's planned sabotage had spread widely. When Zhuang Sen returned with fewer than 10 vengeful female warriors, and Gem Leon was reduced to a corpse, the news was inevitably impossible to conceal. Of course, this was also related to Cross Leon's silence, he neither punished Zhuang Sen nor the others, acting as if nothing had happened. Northwest One felt that Close Leon was powerless, they only felt that this was the calm before the storm. Regardless, the people of Starry Night City had completely redefined their impression of the name Zhuang Sen Leon, and what he represented. Previously, they had only seen Zhuang Sen Leon as a low-key count's son, even somewhat cowardly, unlike the other Leon sons who were honorable and valiant. Now, however, he really is the son of that old raven, Close Leon. Although Johnson was not happy with this assessment, most people felt that his wicked schemes were very much in the style of Close, and even his previous pretense of being low-key and inconspicuous was just like Close before he rose to prominence. Therefore, Zhuang Sen has recently received quite a few guests, but unfortunately none of them are worth mentioning. They might be able to have some fun when things are going well, but don't expect them to withstand the pressure when things are going badly. The Church of Revenge is still a better option. Zhuang Sen put down the stack of gift lists in his hand and sighed in a very inhuman way. I think you're thinking about that, nun. A serene voice came from the side as Leah Farrar sat opposite Johnson and elegantly picked up the black tea in front of her. Zhuang Sen shrugged and readily admitted, Sister Dantalian is indeed very good. She's gentle, has a great figure, and is exceptionally beautiful. Plus, she's so supportive of me. Leah Farrar watched as Johnson began listing Dantalian's virtues, and felt a surge of annoyance. She interrupted him directly, saying, all right, we can talk about women later. Let's get down to business now. It's clear she's very unhappy. Zhuang Sen understood. After all, the last plan was so perfect, yet the ending was unexpected. Because of the unfortunate appearance of Close Leon, only one gem Leon was killed. Okay, he was indeed the prime suspect, but to be honest, there was no evidence to prove he was the murderer. Originally, if they had eliminated all 22 at once, Leah Farao would have been appeased, since that represented 70% of Leon's sons, most likely all of them harboring ill will towards Zhuang Sen, and the murderer would most likely be among them. But now there was only one gem Leon, meaning the murderer was very likely still at large. In any case, Leah Farao does not accept this result. Zhuang Sen was also not entirely able to accept it. He could have wiped out his rivals in one fell swoop and waited happily for the new earl, but now not only had he failed to kill them all, he had become the target of everyone's hatred. He still had to keep killing. But Close is still here, so we can't make a move now, can we? Taking action again would be underestimating the kingdom's intelligence minister too much, it could easily backfire. Zhuang Sen didn't consider himself a genius, just someone with a bit of imagination. Then we can investigate first and see if we can find any flaws in the killer's record. Leah Farao still wouldn't give up, which made Johnson a little envious. Motherly love is truly great, but unfortunately, he never had a mother. Besides, Leah Farao was right, since there was nothing else to do, he might as well investigate. But we can't just run around blindly like headless flies, we need to set a goal first. Zhuang Sen pondered for a moment, then offered a name, Ange Leon. Okay, he admitted it was a personal grudge, and if this guy hadn't been Close Leon's guide, he might have been able to end things perfectly. But Leah Farao disagreed. Ange is a typical businesswoman. She wouldn't do something where the risk and reward don't match. We should choose the one with the highest potential reward, or the one that is most emotional and has the biggest grudge against Johnson. The one who best fits this criterion is Gem Leon, but since he's already a dead man at Johnson's hands, there's no need to consider that. Tim Leon. This is Leon, who is 11th in the line of succession. Although he has no grudge against Zhuang Sen, if Zhuang Sen dies, he can enter the top 10. Incidentally, the line of succession also affects the resources that Leon and others receive. For example, the top 10 receive one Shadow Raven Bloodline Awakening Potion every year, while the top 20 only receive one every 2 years. This is separate and not included in the annual Family Awakening ceremony. The same applies to other resources such as money and knowledge. There is a significant gap between the top 3 and the top 10, and also a significant gap between the top 10 and the top 20. Zhuang Sen thought for a moment and shook his head in denial. That guy's relationship with Zhuang Sen is almost like that of a stranger. Zhuang Sen probably won't believe him. Besides, he awakened his mother's second-level bloodline. Unless all the other third-level bloodlines die, it won't be his turn to take over. Leah Farao didn't give up, so, Jason Leon. He's 5th in the line of succession, and he also went with Gem Leon before. He's the guy who charged at Johnson and was then taken down by Dantalian, a typical reckless brute. His relationship with the previous Johnson was actually passable, though that's probably just the original owner's opinion, since the previous Johnson didn't hesitate at all when he made his move. It's possible, but does he have the brains and the ability? The original owner's death was peculiar, there were no visible injuries, and it looked like he was asleep, but in reality, all the blood in his body had been drained. The only unusual thing at the scene was the blood-red magic array that filled the room, but no one recognized it. Oh, not counting Zhuang Sen, who appeared suddenly. His appearance was also unusual, but at least it was unrelated to the original owner's death. Leah Farao also felt that this was asking too much of Jason Leon, and hesitated for a moment. Zhuang Sen stood up and stretched. It seems there aren't any particularly suitable candidates right now. We'll just have to check them one by one. Well then, I'll head out now, mother. Leah Farao paused for a moment, then nodded slightly. Be careful, Johnson. Zhuang Sen waved his hand and left the room. Go find Dantalian. Inside the room, Leah Farao looked at Lydia, the loyal guardian knight who had killed many enemies in the previous battle. Unfortunately, not being a bloodline member, she did not have a particularly outstanding performance and did not attract Johnson's attention at all. Perhaps she should take the initiative to talk to Zhuang Sen. Inside Starry Night City, at the Earl's mansion. Cross Leon entered the study, his shadow rising at his feet. He turned a vase beside the desk, and the wall, which had been standing quietly, suddenly caved in and then silently sank down, revealing a spiral staircase. Cross Leon stepped into the darkness, his footsteps drowning out the sound of the walls rising again, growing more and more distant until a cluster of fire appeared in the darkness. The bright red, blood-like patterns, illuminated by the firelight, intertwined to form an intricate magic circle on the smooth ground. A seemingly ancient stone table stood at the center of the magic circle, but it was piled high with exquisite utensils such as measuring cups and scales, which looked very incongruous. Klaus Leon approached the stone table, his shadow climbing onto it first, a few drops of bright red blood falling into the measuring cup, full of vitality. The most celebrated ability of the Shadow Raven bloodline is Shadow Space. Klaus Leon skillfully completed the task he wanted quickly, and the result both satisfied and surprised him. It has absolutely no Shadow Raven bloodline, but it's more suitable than the Shadow Raven bloodline. In a whisper, Klaus Leon raised his head covered in jet black feathers and sporting a hard beak. Johnson. Chapter 17, Trouble. Temple of Aranta. When Johnson arrived, the sun was already high in the sky, and the melodious hymns guided him towards Dantalian. The Church of the Furies held prayers 3 times a day, morning, noon, and evening, though none of them were mandatory. The clergy usually prayed regularly, and some believers who had free time would also come. However, it seems like the number of people has decreased. As Zhuang Sen entered the main hall and observed the praying crowd, he sensed something was amiss. Logically, given the Vengeance Church's recent display of power, there was no reason for the number of believers to have decreased, let alone surged. The midday prayer lasted only a short time, ending after one hymn. Zhuang Sen, why are you only arriving now? Having spotted Zhuang Sen earlier, Dantalian handed her work to Loris and quickly approached him. Her voluptuous body, encased in a simple nun's habit, rippled with each step, especially her breasts facing Zhuang Senator. Even the nun's habit, which could change size according to body shape, could not conceal these treasures, and they could only sway up and down with them. The deep valley seemed to swallow them, creating a folded triangle that only Zhuang Sen could see, forcibly outlining the blurry contours of her breasts. Good afternoon, Priestess Dantalian. Zhuang Sen gave an exaggerated bow to conceal his gaze. Having awakened her bloodline, Dantalian naturally received a promotion and is now a priestess, just like Loris. The hierarchy of the Church of Vengeance is quite simple. Ordinary people can only serve as nuns or senior nuns, while only those with the right bloodline can continue to become priests, bishops, and even patriarchs or popes. Dantalian smiled and straightened the fabric at her chest, resuming her posture from when she was directing the prayer. She cooperated by adopting a haughty stance, head held high and chest out. Good afternoon, Zhuang Sen, are you here to repent? To be honest, Dantalian's performance added a touch of aloofness and sanctity to her originally dignified and gentle demeanor. Especially when she was tall and looked down at Zhuang Sen with her eyes half closed, she exuded an incredibly attractive and domineering aura that made people want to conquer her. Zhuang Sen felt his heart racing. Dantalian looked at Zhuang Sen, who had suddenly fallen silent, and her face flushed slightly. Loris, who was standing to the side, looked at the two of them and couldn't help but sigh. She walked over and said, Dantalian, the believers are still here. Can we flirt in a more private place? The two instinctively looked away, but immediately looked back. When their eyes met, they felt a little shy. However, Zhuang Sen finally reacted and changed the subject before Loris could continue teasing him. Speaking of which, are there fewer people today? Hearing this, Loris lost her joking mood and casually complained, yeah, it's all those warmongers and hypocritical women's fault. Okay. Zhuang Sen initially thought it was just normal fluctuation, but he didn't expect there to be a real problem. However, Dantalian hadn't told him about it beforehand. Dantalian noticed Zhuang Sen's questioning gaze and pursed her lips slightly. She knew about this, but felt it wasn't good to trouble Zhuang Sen further, since it had nothing to do with him. It was a religious competition. Loris didn't think that much about it. They were all allies, so there was no need to hide such things. The War Church and the Healing Church are causing us trouble. Recently, not only have the number of believers decreased, but the number of commissions has also decreased. As mentioned before, the Church of Vengeance's main business is mercenaries, while the Church of War, as its name suggests, is inextricably linked to war, naturally creating a business conflict with the Church of Vengeance. Therefore, Zhuang Sen could understand the mention of the Church of War, but hadn't the Church of Compassion and the Church of Vengeance always kept to themselves? Dantalian answered Zhuang Sen's question, because of me, since I have to use my bloodline abilities every day anyway, I simply offer treatments at a low price. I guess the Healing Church considers this malicious competition. Like the Church of War, the Church of Healing, as its name suggests, primarily focuses on healing and saving lives. However, they rely mainly on various magical potions, not bloodline abilities. And the effects of magical potions are ultimately not as strong or as rapid as bloodline abilities. Therefore, they are naturally not competitive against Dantalian, the Holy Lamia. But this doesn't explain why the Church of Vengeance is at a disadvantage, unless the Church of Vengeance has been found to have some weakness, and the only recent change in the Church of Vengeance is that it has sided with Zhuang Sen. Yes, it seems those survivors haven't given up yet. Zhuang Sen remembered that the Church of War was connected to the Dead Gem, and the Church of Healing, as a subordinate to the healer, also had many dealings with Leon. He just didn't know who was involved, or how far these two churches planned to go. After all, they hadn't been so proactive in targeting Zhuang Sen before. It was probably because Zhuang Sen's resounding victories had made them uneasy. Without much hesitation, Zhuang Sen quickly spoke again. Is Bishop Rosa available now? Dantalian tilted her head slightly, placing one hand on her ample bosom, still hesitant to trouble Zhuang Sen. His Holiness the Bishop shouldn't have started his afternoon nap yet. Loris glared at her good-for-nothing best friend. Why are you worrying about the bishop right now? Do you think the bishop would refuse to see Lord Zhuang Sen? Besides, Lord Zhuang Sen is clearly planning to help. She abruptly interrupted Dantalian. Lord Johnson, the bishop will definitely be available. Let's go over there now. Dantalian, if you don't want to go back to training. Zhuang Sen looked at Dantalian, who glared at Loris and silently moved closer to Zhuang Sen. Living room. Bishop Rosa looked at Zhuang Sen and his two companions as they filed in and smiled curiously. Zhuang Sen, what brings you here today? For the past few days, Zhuang Sen had been spending all his time with Dantalian. Zhuang Sen stated his reason without changing his expression, but upon hearing that it was related to the Church of War and the Church of Healing, Bishop Rosa's joking mood vanished. Loris is right. By the way, their most effective attack now is to say that we will leak information to you, Zhuang Sen, and they will also deliberately design things to force clients to join you, Zhuang Sen, and so on. As the old lady spoke, a smile returned to her face, but when she saw the undisguised worry on Dantalian's face, it turned into helplessness. She could naturally see what Dantalian was thinking. She felt she had already received too much help from Zhuang Sen and couldn't trouble him any further, while also thinking that she couldn't use the church as leverage to bind Zhuang Sen. How foolish. They can't even see their own place, or the place of their beloved, and keep such a clear divide between themselves. It's no wonder the relationship can't progress. If you're truly meant to be, you should help each other grow and then continue to support each other. So many people dream of having that opportunity and ability, yet this idiot refuses to use it. It seems it's time to teach this idiot a lesson. But that's something for later. It's not appropriate to say that in front of Zhuang Sen. Zhuang Sen didn't notice that Bishop Rosa was thinking so much. His mind was focused on the important matter at hand. So that's how it is. So you plan to isolate me, the one who doesn't follow the rules. Looks like you haven't been really hurt yet. Bishop Rosa temporarily set aside her other thoughts and looked at Zhuang Sen. You already have a solution. Chapter 18, Warming Up. Of course, that's what I came here to discuss today. I remember that the Church of War actually makes the most money from arms dealing, right? Zhuang Sen's words were straightforward, but Bishop Rosa did not agree directly. Our church does not have a license to operate arms, and this does not seem to resolve their slander. Well, after all, it is not a real slander. There's no need to address their slander, we just need to force them to accept reality. Zhuang Sen didn't think there was a way to resolve this slander, because it was the truth. What he needed to do was to make others knowingly make deals with the Church of Revenge, even if it meant potentially leaking information, or even willingly become his lackeys. To use an imperfect analogy, it's like accepting the risks and persisting in the visit. At that point, it will be the Church of Vengeance that will ask the other churches, how come you have no connection with Lord Zhuang Sen? Bishop Rosa nodded, not pressing for details about how Zhuang Sen had managed to do such a thing. After all, Zhuang Sen was still far from becoming Earl of Leon. His place in the succession line remained 10th, unchanged despite Gem's death. Some saw this as Earl Cross's warning and punishment for Zhuang Sen's misbehavior, and one of the reasons they dared to remain neutral towards him. Bishop Rosa didn't care whether Johnson could solve the current troubles of the Church of Vengeance. When she chose to side with Johnson, she had already anticipated this situation and could accept it. A level 5 bloodline, with the rare divine attribute, the value of this bloodline is more than enough to justify everything the Aranta Temple has invested. And once Dantalian successfully completes its third awakening, all the losses they've suffered now can be recouped tenfold. This was only because the patriarch of the Church of Vengeance in the Fallen Star Kingdom was incompetent, and they were afraid that she would turn around and attack Dantalian. Otherwise, the Church of Rosa would have reported it directly and then waited for a large number of reinforcements to come and escort Dantalian to complete her fourth awakening. Zhuang Sen finally confirmed, in short, if we can influence the War Church's arms business, things should be much better for the Church, right? Bishop Rosa pondered for a moment. That depends on the extent of the impact, but it will certainly be very helpful. Neither of them mentioned the healing church. Lacking any healing bloodline abilities, relying entirely on potions, they were nothing more than a roadside nuisance. Without the Church of War backing them up, Bishop Rosa could have easily killed them. That's good. Dantalian and I are going out for a bit. If all goes well, we'll have good news today. Zhuang Sen stood up, having been observing and slacking off the whole time. Dantalian, who was focused on her inner turmoil, heard his words and was both pleased and conflicted. "But I have work this afternoon." Bishop Rosa interrupted her. "Let Loris do it, Dantalian. Don't upset Lord Johnson." Zhuang Sen listened to Bishop Rosa's words and was speechless. Why did it make him seem like a wicked nobleman who coerced a pure nun, and Bishop Rosa as a treacherous bishop who aided and abetted the evil? However, this feeling immediately dissipated as he forced himself to remain calm and took Dantalian's hand. Dantalian, who had just been struggling with her relationship with Zhuang Sen, suddenly lost all self-doubt, her mind filled only with pure desire. Her golden eyes, which had unknowingly turned into vertical pupils, were fixed on Zhuang Sen, her nostrils flaring as she inhaled his scent. Her plump, fleshy thighs intertwined slightly, suppressing the heat rising in her lower abdomen. The bloodline nature suppressed by the nun's unwavering will and sacred faith returned like lightning the moment Zhuang Sen took her hand. Bishop Rosa, noticing this, nodded in satisfaction. So what if Dantalian is useless? It's fine if Zhuang Sen takes the initiative, Dantalian can't escape Zhuang Sen's grasp anyway. And so, under the watchful gaze of the bishop, who was like a mother to her, Dantalian, who had entered predatory mode, was led out of the temple by the hand of Johnson. The nuns, warriors, and believers they encountered along the way, seeing this undisguised scene, all showed knowing smiles. To reiterate, nuns of the Church of the Furies are not prohibited from marrying, they simply cannot continue their nunning activities after marriage. It wasn't until they left the temple and got into Zhuang Sen's carriage that Dantalian finally got used to the pleasure of being held by Zhuang Sen's hand. Her lower abdomen stopped throbbing with heat, and her throat no longer kept making strange noises. She then spoke, "Lord Zhuang Sen, what are you going to do?" "It's time to do it." No, that kind of thing should at least be done after a formal marriage, after an engagement." Zhuang Sen looked at Dantalian, whose face was already red to the roots of her ears, and couldn't help but squeeze her soft little hand again. "To find our future master blacksmith, we'll need Dantalian to help us with a testimonial." Oh. Dantalian was a little disappointed. Zhuang Sen was a little puzzled. No matter how wildly imaginative he was, he couldn't have imagined that this shy and coy little cutie in front of him had actually wanted to skin him alive and devour him whole multiple times. However, he didn't pay much attention to it, as his focus was on his hands. Although Dantalian's body had grown considerably due to her awakened bloodline, her proportions remained the same. Her 10 fingers were still slender and beautiful, and because of the awakening, the thin calluses left from her hard work had all disappeared, leaving her fingers smooth and tender, like the finest jade. Zhuang Sen, on the other hand, loved it so much that he kept kneading and stroking it. Dantalian bit her lower lip, the heat emanating from her palm making her heart race. She suppressed her desire with shame and the will of a nun, but even so, she had no intention of pulling her hand back. Instead, she secretly looked forward to more, her beautiful eyes brimming with a moist luster. Zhuang Sen noticed the gaze, and his other hand, as if possessed, landed on Dantalian's calf, lifting the hem of her nun's habit to reveal a section of delicate black fabric, with her fair and tender flesh faintly visible beneath, incredibly alluring. Dantalian instinctively pulled her leg back. This was far more stimulating than being touched. The same was true for Zhuang Senator. He knew stockings existed, but he never expected Dantalian to wear black stockings under her nun's habit. It was just too much. Dantalian noticed Zhuang Sen's surprise and excitement, and couldn't help but feel happy too, happy that her carefully chosen outfit was appreciated, and happy for Zhuang Sen's reaction. In her excitement, she couldn't help but reach out and grasp Zhuang Sen's hand, but a strange feeling rose in her heart. So, Lord Zhuang Sen's hands are so small, so hot, and so soft. As Dantalian grew increasingly excited, she moved forward slightly, her full, honey-colored breasts bouncing in the air before brushing against Zhuang Sen's nose, awakening him with their sweet, milky scent. He looked at the excited Dantalian and struggled to suppress his desire to push his luck. One reason was that they were currently in a carriage, and this dilapidated carriage wasn't even soundproof. He could tolerate having sex in a carriage, but being watched like a spectacle was unacceptable. Another reason was Dantalian herself. Although indulging her nature would only benefit her as a monster girl, Zhuang Sen still respected the dignified, elegant, gentle, and restrained nun. He wasn't worried about being drained dry for 24 hours straight. To escape that situation, Zhuang Sen could only change the subject, though his hands wouldn't stop. "Dantalian, would you like to try drinking my blood?" Chapter 19, Drinking Blood. As mentioned before, Zhuang Sen's blood is a panacea for monster girls, capable of accelerating their bloodline development. However, Zhuang Sen hadn't had time to think about how to tell Dantalian about this, mainly because the inheritance was such a valuable resource, making it difficult to discuss. However, this still needs to be said, since developing the monster girl bloodline is always the top priority. Dantalian was startled by Zhuang Sen's sudden question, not understanding what he meant. What did he mean by whether she wanted to drink his blood? Or did Zhuang Sen mean something else by blood? Her watery gaze involuntarily slid downwards, but before she completely slid into the abyss, a rod-shaped limb first caught Dantalian's attention. Zhuang Sen raised his index finger and brought it to Dantalian's red lips, saying bluntly, "Dantalian, my blood should be able to increase your bloodline development progress. Would you like to try it?" Dantalian's thick eyelashes fluttered as she looked at the fingers Zhuang Sen offered her, a strange feeling creeping into her heart. Logically speaking, Zhuang Sen's words made no sense. She possessed divine blood, not some dark, vampiric species. How could she possibly develop her bloodline through blood-sucking? Was he just trying to toy with her? And this posture? After all, even if he wanted her to drink blood, why force her to bite his fingers? Couldn't he put it in a cup? So, should we refuse? Dantalian's throat bobbed slightly, and she gently parted her red lips to take Zhuang Sen's finger into her mouth. Her soft, warm lips caressed and pressed against Zhuang Sen's finger, and her wet, sticky saliva soaked his fingertip. Zhuang Sen's raised hand moved slightly, while the hand still on Dantalian's thigh tensed up slightly. Her low moans were filled with shyness. Dantalian's golden vertical pupils stared intently at Zhuang Sen, taking in the tension and surprise on his face, which melted into pride and satisfaction. Her white teeth came together, grinding against Zhuang Sen's fingertips, her slender and nimble pink tongue wrapping around his knuckles, pulling him deep into her mouth, grinding and grinding. Johnson admitted he had underestimated Lamia's racial instincts, but he genuinely hadn't wanted Dantalian to do that. While it was undeniably exhilarating, he was really losing control of his gun if it kept going like that. He could only speak again, Dantalian, blood. Dantalian's eyes sparkled with amusement, almost like a coquettish pout. But since Zhuang Sen had emphasized it, she might as well play along. Her clean, white teeth tightened their grip, and in an instant, the serpentine fangs pierced the angel's finger, grinding out bright red blood. As the bright red liquid entered her mouth, Dantalian, who had been staring at Zhuang Sen, suddenly widened her eyes. So sweet. So sour. So delicious. What was originally a teasing, grinding, and entanglement instantly turned into sucking and swallowing. The slender and flexible snake tongue tightly wrapped around Zhuang Sen's index finger as if hunting, and the sharp snake fangs cut through the thin fingertip, devouring the bright red elixir that overflowed from it. His already blushing face became even redder. Awesome. Dantalian felt as if she were floating on air, her body becoming lighter, her mind incredibly sensitive, even able to accurately sense the continuous development of her blood vessels, yet simultaneously incredibly dull, her mind solely focused on continuing to swallow Zhuang Sen's blood. Her body trembled slightly, an instinctive reaction to pleasure, her tightly pursed red lips emitting alluring moans, her plump legs instinctively clenching and rubbing together, the rising temperature seeping through her black stockings into Zhuang Sen's palms. There's definitely something wrong. They've definitely drugged them. Zhuang Sen felt the intense sucking sensation on his right index finger, and looking at Dantalian's slightly sunken cheeks and elongated lips from her intense sucking, he realized he could no longer control his gun. He couldn't even bother controlling it anymore. Dantalian's sucking was already causing a stinging pain in his index finger, clearly draining it of blood. Adding to that, his useless penis was also taking away a significant amount of blood, and he felt he was about to bleed to death. We have to stop. Dantalian, that's enough. Let's see how it goes first. Zhuang Sen's large hand roamed from her thigh up to Dantalian's waist. The sensation of her slender, tender flesh being grasped by his rough hand stimulated Dantalian, bringing a glimmer of light back to her dazed eyes. The moment reason regained its grip, Dantalian immediately lowered her head awkwardly, her red lips still holding Zhuang Sen's finger, not letting go. Fortunately, she only held it in her mouth and didn't continue sucking. Zhuang Sen looked at the system panel. Holy Lamia bloodline, 11% to 13%. Development progress is being synchronized. Bloodline of the unranked angels, 8% to 10%. The Encyclopedia of Angels without rank has been updated. Good news, keeping pace isn't just about passing down knowledge. Bad news, Zhuang Sen's second brother felt the gaze upon him. With her head down, Dantalian's gaze was unconsciously drawn to the bulge. The enormous object, much thicker and longer than a finger, pushed the supple fabric into a huge tent. A strange smell, somewhat similar to the saliva sticking to Zhuang Sen's fingers, emanated from it, spreading around Dantalian's nose. Her breathing was slightly heavy, but there was no unusual impulse. Instead, she was filled with shyness and joy. It wasn't that she didn't understand what was going on, but she just felt full. Zhuang Sen's blood filled the urges of his primal instincts, leaving only the pure nun's own shyness and inner turmoil, making her unable to react for a moment, just staring blankly. Wow, it's huge. But this must be very uncomfortable. Dantalian pursed her lips, which reminded Zhuang Sen to quickly pull his finger back. The transparent water thread was stretched out by his rough movement until it broke with a snap, one end retracting into Zhuang Sen's finger, and the other end sticking to Dantalian's lips and falling into the deep canyon. Dantalian suddenly laughed, her bright eyes half closed like a venomous snake before hunting, her pink tongue brushing against her lips, and she leaned forward, getting closer to Zhuang Sen. Lord Zhuang Sen, you must be exhausted. Her gentle voice carried a hint of allure, and the lingering blush extended into her collar, fully revealing herself to Zhuang Sen due to her posture. The heavy weight, no longer separated by a small distance as before, pressed directly against Zhuang Sen. It even completely blocked Zhuang Sen's view of his lower body, allowing him to only sense through touch that a hand was on his thigh, and that soft touch was moving upwards. Dantalian. Zhuang Sen easily determined that Dantalian's current state was not affected by blood pulse fluctuations, because her eyes now showed more shyness and pity than the predatory instinct of wanting to squeeze dry. Her soft, fair hands mimicked Zhuang Sen's movements, sliding up his waist. Her gentle voice became extremely low, although I can't, that, Lola said, hands. The simple sentences were stretched out into extremely long, fragmented phrases, and the nun's fair face beneath her black veil had turned crimson, as if dripping with blood. Zhuang Sen could understand this feeling, because at that moment, both of his heads felt almost the same way. Especially the small head that has already been choked. I remember it said in the book. Dantalian muttered very softly, but because they were so close, Zhuang Sen still heard her. However, he didn't have time to care about that, his attention had already shifted to his younger brother. Although the movements of that hand were very clumsy, far inferior to the skills Zhuang Sen had honed, the strange pleasure was completely different. After all, this was the first time Zhuang Sen had been caught red-handed, and the feeling was completely different. It was softer, cooler, and the movements were more careful. It awkwardly enveloped the front part, slowly moving up and down. Most importantly, there was no sense of urgency to finish on its own. After some time, Zhuang Sen arrived. Chapter 20, The Dwarf Girl. Zhuang Sen's carriage stopped at a manor. Unlike the luxurious, residential manor of Zhuang Sen's family, this was a typical production-oriented manor. Inside and outside the pointed wooden walls was farmland, with several buildings scattered around. Everywhere one could see serfs bending over to work and overseers carrying whips. A dozen or so guards patrolled the area with spears, and carriages could often be seen coming and going, some empty and some fully loaded. In short, it is thriving. Zhuang Sen got off the carriage first, then extended his hand to Dantalian. The pure nun squeezed her clean little hand, feeling that it was still a little sticky, but she still took Zhuang Sen's hand. After getting off the carriage, Dantalian looked around. Several carriages bearing the same black raven emblem made her thoughtful, and the gazes from all around confirmed her suspicions. This is Gem Leon's estate. Is Johnson here to show off? No, he said he came to find the master blacksmith, but he actually wanted to take advantage of Gem Leon's death and seize his inheritance. This isn't quite right, is it? Besides, it's not feasible at all. No matter what, it's not like the murderer would inherit it. Dantalian, who still had a high moral standard, thought this, but she didn't show it at all despite the various complicated gazes around her. Instead, she stood next to Zhuang Sen with a smile as always, inadvertently revealing the priest's scepter at her waist. Regardless of the circumstances, she would definitely stand by Zhuang Sen's side. The gazes around them shifted, their anger and fear intensifying. Zhuang Sen naturally noticed this covert confrontation and gave a mocking smile to those who were trying to kill with their eyes. Dantalian, look at them, don't they look like a pack of dogs without a master? Dantalian felt that what Johnson said was a bit inappropriate and advised, Johnson, dogs are very loyal. Zhuang Sen almost burst out laughing. He hadn't expected Dantalian to answer like that, and he couldn't help but chuckle. Yes, I shouldn't have insulted dogs. Dantalian smiled and nodded, then looked at the others. It wasn't that she was being harsh, but that was simply the reality. The other Black Crow carriages here already proved that they clearly belonged to different Leons, indicating that several Leons had come to compete for them. However, before they disembarked, these people had at least been overjoyed, if not weeping bitterly, and clearly showed no signs of resistance. Of course, there's really nothing to criticize about this. You can't expect a group of serfs and servants to be truly loyal to their master and follow him to the death. But Dantalian couldn't tolerate their politeness towards everyone else while being so cold and indifferent to Zhuang Sen, feigning loyalty. The Church of Vengeance despised such hypocrites. Even if they directly attacked Zhuang Sen, Dantalian might have held them in higher regard. Of course, those who deserve to be killed should still be killed. The cold killing intent of the bloodline cultivator instantly dispelled the cold stares around them. Those hiding behind the crowd could no longer remain concealed. Several men and women, some with black hair and others with black eyes, clearly nobles, stepped forward and began to mock. Zhuang Sen, how dare you, a fratricide, come to your brother's house? You are a cold-blooded and ruthless villain. Northwest wonder you are close to the Church of Revenge, a church that likes to attack people from the shadows and befriends inferior mortals. Zhuang Sen's gaze was originally on the blue-haired Angela Leon, but after hearing these words, he shifted his gaze to a man who bore a striking resemblance to Gem Leon. Tim Leon, Gem Leon's younger brother by both parents, is currently 11th in the line of succession. He's the brother who's always been favored by their mother and envied by Gem Leon. He's also awakened his bloodline, but only his mother's second-tier bloodline, the Firetail Hound. Despite his relatively high position in the line of succession, he'll likely never ascend to the throne unless all the third-tier bloodlines die out. Zhuang Sen was too lazy to pay attention to this loser and turned to Njie again. Njie, what business opportunity did you see this time? Share it with your brother. Tim Leon's face turned pale as he glared at Zhuang Sen, but seeing Dantalian standing behind Zhuang Sen, he held back. There was no way he could win. He was only a level 2 bloodline user, with the same number of awakenings, he couldn't possibly contend with a higher level bloodline. As for relying on numbers, well, who knows who actually had more people. Ange ignored poor Tim and Zhuang Sen's flirting, replying with a smile, there's no business opportunity left. I'm just here to collect the remaining payment that Brother Jim promised. Zhuang Sen nodded, then looked at the other silent Leon, but as soon as his gaze swept over them, they either looked up at the sky or at the ground, none of them seemed to want to talk to him. At 16, I experienced emotional abuse and bullying from my family. But Zhuang Sen couldn't do anything about this passive-aggressive behavior. After all, it was broad daylight, and he couldn't really take action. He could only proceed according to plan. He casually pointed to someone who looked like a manager and asked, I remember there's a girl named Nia in your manor, the blacksmith's daughter who can forge magic iron equipment. Where is she now? Before Zhuang Sen could even finish speaking, and before the trembling steward could reply, the gazes of the others in Leon changed. This time, Ange took the initiative to speak, her face all smiles, but her tone became somewhat impolite. Zhuang Sen, the Harper family are legitimate knightly vassals, not something you can take away just by saying a few words. Zhuang Sen wasn't surprised at all, because the most valuable part of this manor was the blacksmith knight family named Harper. They inherited a first-level bloodline called the Iron-Eating Rat, whose combat strength was rather average, but they were extremely skilled in forging and were among the few blacksmiths in the entire Leon territory who could forge magic iron equipment. So-called magic iron equipment refers to equipment forged using magical materials. It not only surpasses ordinary equipment in hardness and sharpness, but also often possesses special abilities. A complete set of magic iron armor and weapons can sometimes be worth several years' income from a baron's territory. It was because of this vassal that Gem Leon was able to raise over 200 armored soldiers on his own, otherwise, even selling his hook wouldn't have been enough. Of course, the Harper family could only forge the most basic white-grade magic iron equipment, otherwise, Gem Leon wouldn't have been able to raise over 200 men. Therefore, Zhuang Sen was not surprised by the other Leon members' wariness. He simply shrugged and said with a mocking smile, so what? You think you can offer a higher price than me? Apart from Ange, Leon's face darkened, and he cursed inwardly, damn mama's boy. The Farao family is very wealthy. Although Liao Farao can no longer freely access her family's assets, she can still easily crush these younger generations, even with her own private assets. So what's mine is mine too. That's why I'll crush these poor bastards. Zhuang Sen raised his head confidently and waved his hand at the manager, go and find him quickly, or else. The steward jumped up and ran to the manor's blacksmith shop. He dared not offend Zhuang Senator. In fact, he dared not offend any of Leon's men, but if he weighed the options, Zhuang Sen, who even dared to kill his former master, was the one he dared not offend the most. Offending others might only result in being dismissed or whipped, but offending Zhuang Sen could mean being sent to the deepest hell. Watching the manager slip away, Zhuang Sen looked at Anjie, who had a calm expression. It seems that Anjie is very confident in her bargaining chips. Anjie snorted, her previous friendly demeanor gone. After all, they had already fallen out, and she genuinely looked down on Zhuang Senator. Indeed, even though Zhuang Sen had demonstrated his combat prowess and intelligence, she still felt he was inadequate. In her view, Zhuang Sen must have bribed the Revenge Church with money, and where did this guy who couldn't do business get the money? It was all from his mother. Bah. Mama's boy. And to make matters worse, he didn't follow the rules and committed murder. For Anjie, who was determined to develop the economy, she admitted that Zhuang Sen was very strong, but she just couldn't stand him. Dantalian looked at Ange's cold face, her eyes narrowing slightly, but she was quickly disturbed by a light scratch from her palm. Soon, Harper and his family arrived, a total of 3 people, the robust but aging knight Harper, his wife, and a petite but voluptuous girl. In Zhuang Sen's eyes, the little girl had a chibi-style red-hatted dwarf on her head. Chapter 21, Awakening, 4,620 words. Nia Harper. Bloodline, dwarf. Development progress, not yet awakened. Development rewards, beginner, random demi-human bloodline *1, dwarf race encyclopedia unlocked. This was the real reason why Johnson came here. As for how he knew, it was because he had seen little Nia go out before. Unfortunately, she was the daughter of Gem Lion's retainer, so Johnson did not immediately kidnap her. Now that Gem is dead, he naturally wants to come and poach his men. It's just that Gem's funeral was a few days ago, so it wasn't a good time to make a move. The Harper family, as retainers, couldn't possibly switch sides at that time, so he came today. The same applies to people like Anjia. With the main figures arriving, the Leons naturally looked over as well. Old Harper, being a nobleman, didn't shrink back like the others. He politely bowed to each person and introduced himself, Rome Harper, at your service. What are your orders, sirs? Tim Leon was the first to speak. Uncle Ram, I want to sign a vassal contract with you. Don't worry, the treatment you agreed on with Brother Gem will not change, and I will even give you double the commission. And I guarantee to provide Nia with 3 bottles of iron-eating rat awakening potion every year. The commission wasn't the point, nor even the awakening potion, the point was the address of Uncle and Brother Gem, purely an emotional appeal. And it was quite effective, because Gem Leon treated Ram Harper very well, and their relationship was actually quite good. Ram Harper also clearly favored this approach. Although he was a noble knight, his primary profession was blacksmithing, and he preferred a stable and familiar job. However, feeling the gazes coming from all directions, he swallowed the agreement he was about to utter and gave a helpless smile. Tim Leon looked grim, but he was powerless to do anything. There were 4 or 5 men present who could easily beat him up, and there was also a madman who might even dare to kill him. He dared not put on airs of nobility here, that would only bring him shame. This is why Ram Harper conceded so easily. Tim is not Gem after all, he's only a second-tier bloodline, and the chances of him inheriting the Leon territory are too low. If he can't inherit the earldom, then a second-tier bloodline is at most a viscount, and whether he can afford the promised reward is questionable. In comparison, a third-tier bloodline is obviously the better choice, preferably the Shadow Raven bloodline. As for pledging allegiance to no one and returning to the identity of a free knight, Ram Harper is just honest, not stupid. Seeing Tim's humiliation, everyone's smiles became more genuine, and they all offered their own terms, demanding salary several times higher than before. Some even promised fiefdoms and titles, their confidence seemingly unfounded. Perhaps they simply knew they had no chance and were deliberately causing trouble. Faced with these conflicting promises, Ram Harper was even more perplexed. He heard no promises of security or preferential treatment, only exploitation and hard labor. How far would he have to work to deserve such high pay? A fiefdom. He wasn't of the bloodline for fighting or farming, what would he need such a large territory for blacksmithing? Could he even defend it? The honest man was completely dumbfounded. At this moment, Ange stepped forward, her clear, melodious voice like a nightingale's, yet like a heavy drumbeat, directly drowning out the rest of Leon's buzzing. Sir Harper, how about hearing my offer? Regardless of what Leon and the others were thinking, they all shut their mouths upon hearing Ange's voice. This was because Ange had awakened the Shadow Raven bloodline, because Ange was one of the wealthiest people in their generation, and even more so because she had just made a big splash in front of Cross a few days ago, yes, the time she led Cross around, causing Zhuang Sen's plan to fail. Ram Harper, of course, could not refuse, of course, Lady Ange. There are too many Leon characters to list, so I can only call them by their names. Ange raised her head, her smooth chin resting on the sunlight, and said confidently, Sir Harper, I won't beat around the bush. I know you've always wanted to forge better magic iron equipment. I guarantee to provide you with at least 1 ton of level 3 magic materials every month, at least half of which will be ore. In terms of salary, in addition to maintaining your current treatment, you can receive 10% of the income from every piece of magic iron equipment sold. In return, you need to provide me with at least 10 battle axes, 5 long swords, and 2 sets of magic iron armor, including gauntlets, boots, helmets, and breastplates, every month. Furthermore, if you successfully forge even better magic iron equipment, we can discuss the treatment further. Ram Harper was smitten. Anjia's offer included not only opportunities for advancement and a generous salary, but also sales commissions and clear, moderately demanding work requirements. It was practically his dream job. He tried hard to restrain himself, lest he directly agree and embarrass the other lords of Leon. After 3 seconds, he spoke, "Marie, Nia, have you come to see?" Nia. All eyes turned to Harper Knight's daughter, the adorable, rosy-cheeked Nia Harper. Then they saw Johnson, who was half squatting in front of the little one, performing a magic trick of light and shadow using his bloodline abilities. "How's it going? Does it look good? Wow, brother, Zhuang Sen is so amazing." Zhuang Sen's smug voice instantly raised the blood pressure of a group of people, while Nia's innocent answer further heightened their vigilance. Ram Harper approached anxiously, but could only manage a forced smile and say, "Lord Johnson, my daughter was ignorant, please forgive her." Zhuang Sen extinguished the light orb in his hand and was about to reassure his future second-in-command blacksmith when Njie's voice rang in his ears, furious, "Hey! Zhuang Sen, you don't even spare little girls like this. Or do you lack the courage to compete fairly and only resort to underhanded schemes?" Zhuang Sen reluctantly got up, and before leaving, he pinched Nia's rosy cheeks, causing Nia, who had been looking puzzled, to puff out her cheeks. Ange was even angrier, but Zhuang Sen spoke first this time. "First of all, Miss Nia is the same age as you, Ange. Although the difference in your figures is as great as the difference in your height with Dantalian, you can't judge a book by its cover." Ange's words caught in her throat. Zhuang Sen continued, "Besides, you guys are having such a lively discussion, it's not appropriate for me to interrupt. After all, we should be polite." Ange, who had just interrupted everyone, blushed, of course, out of anger. "Since you're so polite, Zhuang Sen, then please don't touch a lady so casually, especially one of my retainers." Even though she was furious, Ange still mixed her own agenda into her words, trying to achieve the established fact directly. Zhuang Sen slowly reached into his robes and said, No, Sir Harper hasn't sworn an oath to you yet, and I haven't stated my conditions either." Ange was so angry she almost laughed. What kind of conditions could Zhuang Sen offer? "Copying mine. But you're not of the Shadow Raven bloodline. Even if you raise the price, the Harper family will still prefer the Leon lineage to the Farouz hybrid eagle from the Holy Light territory. Most people now believe that Johnson has awakened the sacred eagle bloodline of the Falo family. So, what's your offer?" Anjia was ready to watch the show. She didn't believe that Zhuang Sen, this mama's boy who relied entirely on despicable schemes, could offer a more tempting deal than him. Zhuang Sen's hand, which had been inside his robes, reappeared, now holding a glass bottle filled with a yellowish-brown, viscous liquid that trembled as Zhuang Sen gently shook it, looking more like some kind of sweet jelly. And suddenly had a bad feeling. This kind of medicine seemed to be. Zhuang Sen flashed a bright smile. "My offer is that I can help Miss Nia awaken her bloodline." Anjia's heart skipped a beat, then she gave him a look as if he were an idiot. "Were you not listening to us at all?" Polite Zhuang Sen. "It's just an awakening potion, and you only gave me one." Throughout, Zhuang Sen maintained a caring gaze until Ange finished speaking before adding, "I wasn't talking about the iron-eating rat, you impolite little sister Ange. Miss Nia possesses a level 3 bloodline. I think Knight Harper should know why." Ram Harper looked up blankly. He had no idea. His family had been at the first level of iron-eating rat for 5 generations. His wife was an ordinary person without any extraordinary bloodline. Could she actually be a noblewoman with a 3rd-level bloodline? That didn't make sense either. Couldn't a great noble with a 3rd-level bloodline afford to raise a daughter? Or is Nia not his daughter? But whether his daughter, who has a 3rd-level bloodline, is his or not seems unimportant. Zhuang Sen shook his head, speechless at the illiterate people present. Just as he was about to explain, Njie's voice rang out again, "No, it's also possible that your ancestors had this bloodline, but no one has awakened it, so it hasn't been passed down. Intermarriage among noble bloodlines is perfectly normal. Some less ethical families even train their women to seduce men and produce offspring, thus stealing their bloodline, and many noble women are quite willing to do so. Although the Harper Knights are a first-class bloodline, 5 generations is not a short period, so such a situation is indeed possible. However, it's usually okay if it's just a little bit off, but the difference between level 1 and level 3 is too big, and even if you awaken, you might not be able to keep it." Ram Harper's expression changed again, not because he lacked composure, but because this matter was far too important. Zhuang Sen withdrew his surprised gaze from Ange and added, "Don't worry, Miss Nia's bloodline is not from our kingdom, at least not in the records I have. A completely new bloodline." Those present suffered another devastating blow, and their gazes toward Zhuang Sen became incredibly complex. It's important to understand that every extraordinary bloodline possesses its own unique characteristics. Even the iron-devouring rat, with only a level 1 bloodline, has its own special strengths in forging and metalworking. Therefore, every new extraordinary bloodline represents the potential for innovation, and even signifies an improvement in a nation's overall strength, potentially filling a weakness, especially a level 3 bloodline. This is a high-level bloodline that guarantees at least a viscountship and strives for an earlship. Anjia's arrogance almost vanished, leaving only her last bit of stubbornness. Hey, who knows if what you're saying is true or false? Awakening can't be tested immediately, and bloodline level can't be confirmed either. Zhuang Sen understood Anjia's taunts. After all, she had almost died at his hands, so it wasn't surprising that she was exhibiting symptoms of stress-induced breathing. How about we make a bet? Let's bet whether this potion can awaken Miss Nia's level 3 bloodline. Zhuang Sen looked at Hagi and Ange, shaking the dwarf awakening potion in his hand. If you win, I'll give you all my shares in the Falau Merchant Guild. If you lose, well, you'll give me half of your guild's shares. How about that? Ange shook her head without hesitation. I refuse. She wouldn't take a gamble where there was no benefit to winning or losing. Although the Falau Chamber of Commerce was the largest in the area, precisely because of that, even if she took Zhuang Sen's small share, she wouldn't have much decision-making power. At most, she'd get an extra share of dividends. On the contrary, if her own Chamber of Commerce were to lose half its shares, it would be hard to say whether it would belong to Zhuang Sen or Anjia in the end. That despicable Zhuang Sen, does he think she's an idiot? Anjia gritted her teeth and looked at Zhuang Sen, who had a regretful expression on his face, as if she were chewing on his skin. Although it was a pity that he couldn't fool Hockey, Johnson didn't want to drag it out any longer. He turned around and stood in front of Nia Harper again, looking at her seriously and saying, Miss Nia, would you like to accept my invitation? Perhaps due to her dwarven bloodline, Nia was remarkably petite. At 15 years old, the same age as Ange, she was only 1.3 meters tall, with fair, delicate skin like a baby's, even possessing a touch of baby fat. Her rosy cheeks made one want to take a bite. Her simple white dress had few embellishments, or rather, the embellishments paled in comparison to the enormous breasts on her small frame. Although she is far smaller than Dantalian, who dominates the entire city, she has an exceptionally breathtaking presence in this size, as if all the essence of her being, except for her height, has been concentrated here. At this moment, the legally made loli with a baby face and large breasts faced Zhuang Sen's serious expression, and a shy look appeared on her face. Her personality was naturally gentle, or rather, this was the normal attitude of a 15-year-old girl when facing a serious conversation, rather than being as timid as some harpy girl. Dantalian also half-squatted down, gently patting Nia's head with the aura of a kind older sister. Don't worry, Miss Harper, everything will be all right. Even if there is an accident, I will help you get better. As the soft, warm light shone down, Nia visibly relaxed, and an innocent smile returned to her face. No, I'm not doubting Brother Zhuang Sen, it's just that this is very expensive, isn't it? Let father decide. Naive isn't stupid, and Nia isn't truly an ignorant child, she was merely yielding to Zhuang Sen earlier. Therefore, she clearly understands the value of the level 3 bloodline awakening potion, and she's also aware of her family's situation. She doesn't want to cause her entire family to go into debt because of her. Nia's smile seemed to glow, healing everyone present. Zhuang Sen immediately pinched the little guy's cheek and added, then this bottle will be free, consider it a gift for our first meeting. In any case, if the Harper family wants to develop their bloodline and continue to awaken it, they can only come to Johnson. In fact, Ram Harper has been silent for a long time, clearly deep in thought. As for the others, including Ange, they have basically given up on vying for the Harper family's loyalty. They are staying here more to see what kind of bloodline Nia really has. Nia blinked her big eyes, caught her mother's gaze, and finally reached out to take the awakening potion from Zhuang Sen, saying very politely, thank you, Brother Zhuang Sr. Zhuang Sen glanced at Anjia, and unsurprisingly received a glare in return. Sigh, harpy girl. Nia pulled out the stopper, and a fragrant aroma immediately filled the air. The scent reminded Dantalian of what had happened not long ago, and her gaze towards Zhuang Sen softened even more. The others stopped their thoughts and focused their attention on Nia. Being the center of attention for the first time, Nia blushed again, but she still held the glass bottle steadily and drank the potion. As the potion transformed into a warm current and entered her body, Nia's anxious heart calmed down. She could clearly feel her body changing. Her limbs became strong and powerful, as if she could shatter iron armor with a single punch. Her mind became clear and agile. The forging skills and metal knowledge she had learned before became incredibly clear, and she gained many new insights. But what's even more noticeable are the various new abilities she's gained: great strength, forging mastery, mineral identification. The girl is addicted to the thrill of rapidly becoming stronger. To others, Nia, after drinking the awakening potion, suddenly shrank. Her original height of 1.3 meters dwindled to 1.2 meters, and the reduction was proportional. Therefore, her rosy cheeks remained unchanged, but her previously soft arms now showed obvious muscle growth, not the kind of explosive mass of flesh, but rather a well-defined, streamlined shape. the difference was still quite noticeable. In this world, such rapid and constant physical changes usually have only one possible explanation: bloodline awakening. It's truly awakened. One bottle, just one bottle of awakening potion, and awakening was achieved. Chapter 22, The Marriage Alliance. Although Leon and his companions had all awakened, they had all been consuming awakening potions since they were 10 years old, drinking at least 4 or 5 bottles before achieving their awakening, which had cost them a great deal of resources. Now, seeing someone awaken instantly after drinking just one bottle, they felt a pang of envy. This made Ram Harper make up his mind. Before Zhuang Sen could ask any more questions, he took the initiative to walk up to Zhuang Sen and kneel down on one knee. "Ram Harper is willing to serve you, young Master Zhuang Sr." Zhuang Sen does not yet have a title, so this is the only way to address him. No one else could say anything. After all, this was a level 3 bloodline. No, even if it wasn't a level 3 bloodline, just having a completely new bloodline was enough. This was at least much better than being a steel-devouring rat for the rest of one's life. Zhuang Sen was not surprised. He just glanced at Ange with a smug look and smiled with satisfaction under her red-hot gaze. "I accept your loyalty, Sir Ram. As for the treatment and obligations, let's follow the advice of my dear sister Ange." Anjia glared at Zhuang Sen, grinding her teeth incessantly. Dantalian watched this scene and thought that Zhuang Sen was indeed still young and had a childish temper. Ram Harper was naturally very grateful. He had been prepared to be welded to the blacksmith shop. What Johnson had done was absolutely worth the reward, and even far from enough. He mustered his courage and spoke again. "Master, please allow me to overstep my bounds. I have another request that I hope you will grant." Zhuang Sen was surprised. Based on his understanding, Ram Harper was not a greedy person. "Tell me, is it because you think the workload is too heavy?" After all, Ange was a shrewd businesswoman and might have pushed the working hours to the maximum. However, Ram shook his head. "No, I want you to take Nia as your wife." Knight Harper suddenly sensed a murderous aura. After glancing at Dantalian, who had somehow shifted her gaze over, he quickly added, "I mean, as one of your wives, Nia is of marriageable age. If you don't mind, please accept her. You can simply choose one of your children to inherit the Harper family name." Ram Harper's thoughts weren't hard to guess. As a first-level bloodline Knight family, even if someone in his family produced a third-level bloodline, they might not be able to protect it. As a middle-aged man, he was well aware of the destructive power of jealousy. But if he became relatives with the Earl's family and added the Black Raven to his family crest, the danger posed by this jealousy would be greatly reduced. Furthermore, he also needed to consider future development. Even the strongest level 3 bloodline required corresponding development knowledge and awakening potions to transform potential into power. This precious knowledge was not easily acquired, especially when the person who possessed it was merely a level 3 bloodline user. If he didn't want to remain a level 3 bloodline user with only a second awakening for the rest of his life, it was necessary to cultivate a good relationship with Zhuang Sen. So, what is a more convenient, faster, and closer way than marriage? No. Rather, if you're not even willing to arrange a marriage, how can I believe you'd be willing to be my ally? Ram Harper had used all his political wisdom to come up with such a clever plan and opportunity. Even considering his daughter's happiness, Nia didn't seem to dislike Johnson, and the two were about the same age, which was an excellent condition for a marriage alliance. At the same time, as a level 3 bloodline user, Nia's bloodline level is the same as Zhuang Sen's. So even if she is not the first among Zhuang Sen's wives, she will never be bullied or coveted. It can be said to be a perfect marriage. Furthermore, Zhuang Sen is obviously a lecher. What normal person would have a girlish face the moment they meet someone? He's not some elder. If it weren't for the barrage of information he'd received earlier, Rum would have angrily accused Zhuang Sen of indecent assault. But now, this is called fate decreed that the two will become husband and wife, a love bestowed by the great goddess. Praise the goddess. Looking at Ram Harper's excited and determined face, Johnson realized for the first time what it meant to shoot yourself in the foot, because he really couldn't refuse Ram Harper's request now. After all, his request was already very generous, giving away a daughter for free, only asking that one child be chosen to inherit the family name. This was practically giving Johnson a pretext to claim a takeover. So, as I said before, if you won't even agree to a marriage alliance, how can I believe you'd be willing to be my ally? But the problem is, he hasn't even won over Dantalian yet. Bah, even if he did, he wouldn't want to lay a hand on a 15-year-old girl. He's not actually 16. Dantalian looked at Zhuang Senator. Although he was still smiling, Dantalian could tell that he was probably very flustered, just like how he usually stared at her chest with a serious face, but what he was actually thinking. Dantalian smiled slightly, the bitterness in her heart dissipating somewhat. She had long anticipated this situation. Given Zhuang Sen's excellence, this kind of thing was bound to happen sooner or later. One of the great obligations of noble bloodlines was to leave behind enough offspring to ensure the continuation of the family bloodline. Moreover, intermarriage between nobles had almost become a basic social practice. With Zhuang Sen's excellence, when he grew older and reached his prime reproductive years, the number of people coming to offer women would probably fill his manor. In that case, it would be better to take in a few good children to train. Lamia's true nature stirred, and the snake woman, ostensibly driven by jealousy, tasted bitterness as she reached out and enveloped Zhuang Sen's right hand. Zhuang Sen. Zhuang Sen met Dantalian's gaze, which remained as gentle as ever, as if advising Zhuang Sen to accept. But this gentleness only strengthened Zhuang Sen's resolve. He admitted that he wanted to have a harem, especially since having a harem was considered normal in this world, but that didn't mean he had to be so hasty. He didn't need to, and didn't want to, wrong his women. So he spoke first to Ram Harper, saying, "Sir Ram, I will consider your suggestion, but I think we should also consider Miss Nia's own wishes. And as Ange said before, I also need to prove that I am not lying. Miss Nia is indeed a third-level bloodline. How about we wait for her to complete her second awakening?" Ram Harper hesitated, even harboring a slight resentment. Being rejected for a marriage proposal was incredibly humiliating. It was tantamount to insulting his bloodline as unworthy. Of course, a first-level bloodline was indeed unworthy, but wasn't Nia a third-level bloodline? At this moment, Dantalian suddenly spoke up. "How about this? Let Miss Nia first learn from Zhuang Sen how to develop her bloodline, which can also help them develop feelings for each other, and then hold a formal wedding when the time is right." Dantalian's proposal dispelled all of Ram Harper's dissatisfaction and hesitation. Instead, he worried that Johnson would disagree. After all, it was precious bloodline knowledge. Zhuang Sen looked at Dantalian in surprise, and she leaned close to his ear affectionately. "Even though it's a snake, I'm not that jealous." This was the first time Dantalian had ever interacted so intimately with Johnson in public. What else can Zhuang Sen say? "Cute, I want to do it." It was only after spending so much time together that Zhuang Sen's composure had greatly improved, otherwise, Ange would have already started mocking him. Even so, Zhuang Sen still turned to look at Nia to divert her attention. Nia had just finished awakening and opened her big, round eyes. "Brother Zhuang Sen." The cute little girl's head tilt dispelled Zhuang Sen's evil thoughts. Bliss. Unfortunately, during this enjoyment, someone always interrupts. "Wow, that's so perverted." Zhuang Sen turned to look at Ange and Leon with a blank expression, and asked in confusion, "Why are you still here?" Ange's mocking expression froze, a question mark seemingly appearing above her head. "You used my plan to recruit the knight I wanted, and now you're asking me why I'm still here. If I weren't outmatched by you adulterous couple, I..." Anjia took a deep breath, suppressing her explosive temper, forced a smile, and said in a sweet tone, "Brother Zhuang Sen, I want to talk to you about the sale of magic iron equipment." Vomit. Zhuang Sen's simple movements easily pierced through Anjia's mental defenses, which she had built with all her might. She clenched her small fist and punched Zhuang Sen in the chest, but before she could get halfway there, another fair hand blocked her in front of her, easily deflecting the attack, which she hadn't even used her full strength for. Dantalian looked down at Ange with the murderous intent of a giant snake staring at a fallen raven. Dantrian. Zhuang Sen put his arm around Dantalian's arm, dispelling her murderous aura, and patted Ange's head with his other hand. "You're actually cuter like this, but let's discuss sales next time." Ange snorted and ran away without looking back, while the rest of Leon also took their leave, leaving only Tim Leon. Facing Zhuang Sen's questioning gaze, Tim Leon said expressionlessly, "This is my home, Brother Zhuang Sr." "Oh, yes." Stan Johnson scratched his head and said to the embarrassed Ram Harper, "Then, Sir Ram, I'll be waiting for you at Glory Manor." Ram Harper quickly bowed and pushed the bewildered Nia next to Johnson. "Lord Johnson, please take Nia with you. I'm busy packing things and don't have time to take care of her." "Ah yes, a nobleman has to pack his own luggage. Could you come up with a better reason?" Tim Leon thought to himself, but when he noticed Johnson's gaze, he immediately smiled. Zhuang Sen, who was holding Dantalian's hand with one hand, hesitated for a moment before taking Nia's hand as well. "Okay, then we'll be going now." Ram Harper held his wife's hand with great satisfaction, watching his only daughter board the carriage emblazoned with black crows. Chapter 23, The Cunning Little Dwarf, with picture of Nia. "So, what does Brother Zhuang Sen think? Does he want me to be his wife?" Dantalian's eyes sharpened. Zhuang Sen was dumbfounded. Wasn't this little girl quite cute before? How come she's suddenly so good at stirring things up? And at times like this, a smart kid should learn to tacitly ignore such agreements and then slowly test things out on their own. Who would directly challenge the final boss right from the start? These kids these days are really Nia looked at Zhuang Sen with a grin, finding it quite strange. It was the first time she'd ever seen a nobleman so embarrassed by such a question. Although she hadn't yet had a marriage or romantic partner, she was already at the stage of attending noble social events. As the daughter of a knight, and without awakened bloodlines, she was basically ignored. But precisely because of this, she could see many nobles' genuine emotions. Almost no one was as, well, shy as Zhuang Sen. Yes, shy. Looking at Zhuang Sen, Nia finally found a suitable adjective in her mind, and her mood brightened. Although she understood the chaotic and unrestrained emotional ecosystem among the nobility, it didn't mean she wanted to join in. Someone like Zhuang Sen was exactly what she desired. As for rejecting marriage alliances, having awakened a level 3 bloodline under their tutelage, and with all subsequent knowledge still held by them, are they going to make money by blacksmithing instead of through marriage? If blacksmithing were that profitable, the Harper family would have been barons long ago. Well, ultimately, it's because Nia doesn't reject Zhuang Senator young, handsome, rich, gentle, knowledgeable, mysterious, powerful. He's got all the advantages combined. What more could Nia ask for? The only question is probably whether Zhuang Sen actually likes her. After all, a young girl still wants mutual affection. That would be perfect. While Nia stared intently at Zhuang Sen was looking at Dantalian. The nun sat behind Nia, one hand on her shoulder and the other stroking her cheek, her alluring eyes half closed, her expression a half smile. Feeling guilty, extremely guilty. Dantalian looked at Zhuang Sen with amusement and said slowly, Zhuang Sen, a distinguished nobleman cannot ignore the issue of ladies. Zhuang Sen and Nia were both taken aback. The latter suddenly realized that what Zhuang Sen had been looking at all along was actually Dantalian behind him. So, does that mean brother Zhuang Sen actually likes sister Dantalian, and the person he's shy about is her, not Nia? The little guy looked a bit dejected. Zhuang Sen was taken aback by Dantalian's words. Although she had previously displayed an attitude of tolerance and even indulgence, this was somewhat contrary to Zhuang Sen's worldview. He had only ever seen men with XXN levels in his past life like this. Dantalian waited a few seconds and, seeing that the two little ones were still looking blankly, her expression turned somewhat helpless. Then she suddenly lowered her right hand, which had been touching her face, and made a fist in the air, gently raising her pinky finger and wiggling it twice. These two simple movements had a significant effect, not only waking Zhuang Sen into Zhuang Sen, but also activating Dantalian's own memories. She felt a sticky sensation on her hands, and her eyes became even more moist. The impulse brought on by her bloodline, which had subsided for a moment, surged back, far stronger and more intense than before. It was like being full and well rested, with even more energy. Zhuang Sen keenly noticed Dantalian's change. After all, that look in her eyes, as if she wanted to devour him completely, was hard to ignore. He couldn't figure out why, but he roughly understood Dantalian's meaning. It seemed she really didn't mind him taking Nia, but why? A time for virgins to daydream. Fortunately, Zhuang Sen didn't have this indecisive problem elsewhere, and he readily responded to Nia, saying, to be honest, I like her, but right now it's more like I'm looking at a cute little sister. After all, we've only just met, and feelings like this need time to develop. Nia, who had been feeling down, immediately perked up. Lord Zhuang Sen, really, cultivating feelings is something you do after marriage, isn't it? Huh. Zhuang Sen tilted his head forward, a question mark almost appearing above his head. Dantalian finally laughed and pinched Nia's cheek with her left hand. Miss Nia, you should be called Zhuang Sen now. As she spoke, she waved her right hand at Zhuang Sen again, her eyes fixed on his face, so moist that Zhuang Sen felt as if he were being licked. Wait, sis. Why are you getting all excited? Zhuang Sen didn't understand, but he was deeply shocked. He finally realized the profound generation gap between himself and the people of this other world, and even had an impulse to directly pin down the two female demons. However, reason controlled him. First, if he acted now, he wouldn't know who would pin whom down. Second, Nia had only mentioned cultivating feelings after marriage, not that she could immediately accept group sex, right? But now that things have come to this point, Zhuang Sen no longer needs to consider Dantalian's feelings, and there's no need for any pretense. I hope you won't regret it, Nia. Although I won't allow it even if you do regret it, let me make this clear, I have very strict requirements for my wife. Nia became a little nervous. For example, the little guy has already started to fantasize. The more indulgent the nobles are, the more conservative and harsh they are, especially towards those of lower status. On the contrary, Dantalian, who knew Johnson better, had already curled the corners of her mouth and was ready to watch the show. Zhuang Sen's expression tightened with a serious expression. I know that nobles often lead dissolute private lives, but I will not allow my family to do so. Although this may sound unconvincing, I hope my wives will not have other men or women. You can discuss it with me, but you must obey my decision. Nia's tense face gradually relaxed as Zhuang Sen spoke, eventually becoming a mixture of smiles, surprise, and helplessness. She maintained this expression until Zhuang Sen finished speaking before she softly asked, Zhuang Sen, all you've said is demand chastity, mutual assistance, and obedience. That's all. Do you know how hard it is to find a woman like that, even if she only meets one of these criteria? She would be hard to find even in a monogamous world like in the past, let alone in a feudal medieval aristocracy. Do you think I don't know how decadent your private lives are? Wait a minute, it seems he really doesn't know. After all, this isn't his original world. Dantalian finally couldn't help but burst out laughing. Zhuang Sen, you've been reading too many chivalric novels. Nia sighed and shook her head. These aren't strict requirements, they're just basic requirements for married life. Those decadent guys are specially trained to expand and acquire bloodlines. Who would send that kind of woman out in a proper marriage? Are they afraid of making enemies? Dantalian laughed so hard she almost fell over, her huge breasts trembling. Actually, there are also those who specifically choose that kind of woman, such as declining families whose bloodline is dwindling and who urgently need to increase their seed source. Nia's face turned cold, and she grumbled, my old man wanted to do that before. After all, I'm his only child, but unfortunately his status is too low and his iron-swallowing red bloodline ability isn't outstanding, so he hasn't found a suitable one yet. Zhuang Sen was so confused he could hardly contain himself. Seriously, do you nobles play fancy games or not? Okay, it's not that hard to understand. It becomes clear when you consider the importance of bloodlines. In this world, noble bloodlines are a genuine source of power, and nobles naturally control them to prevent their outflow. But at the same time, they also want to steal other people's bloodlines. So what do? The answer is to cultivate a group of bloodline thieves, those sophisticated noble women and ladies whose goal is to preserve their lineage, preferably with those of high-ranking bloodlines, to enhance their family's prestige. Of course, one must also be wary of being reborn through someone else's seed and repeating the old Habsburg practices, in this bloodline world, where bloodline knowledge is monopolized and the connections between bloodlines are much stronger than in the previous life. For ordinary nobles, the true responsibility and obligation lay in preventing the outflow of bloodlines and increasing their own direct lineage. In other words, aside from professional bloodline thieves, the focus of most noble women was on expanding their husbands' bloodlines, not their own. That was no longer their responsibility. Unless there were exceptional circumstances, such as the seemingly harmonious marriage of Lia Farao and Cross Leon, even then, Lia bore Cross a child and never sought other men. So instead of worrying about them finding other men, you should worry about whether you can withstand the exploitation. Having figured all this out, Zhuang Sen naturally understood the problem. You dare call yourself feudal? Zhuang Sen pinched Nia's cheek angrily and pulled her into his arms. Very well, you're doomed from now on. Get ready. Zhuang Sen had expected to receive a smug smile, but after a long while he heard no sound. He could only see a small, round face that was as red as the rising sun. Clearly, no matter how nicely she talks, Miss Nia is still a 15-year-old novice. She's even cuter now. Chapter 24, The Bloodline of the Tall and Short People. The adorable and delicious-looking child is so easy to tease. The king of witty remarks starts making funny faces as soon as the main event begins, which even made Zhuang Sen laugh. Finally, let's get down to business. Zhuang Sen played with Nia's small hand and casually asked, Nia, did you feel anything was wrong when you awakened? Nia's face was still flushed, and the warm, rich scent emanating from Zhuang Sen made her even more shy, so much so that she didn't immediately realize what was wrong. Wait, nothing's wrong. This left Zhuang Sen at a loss. Is there really nothing wrong? Like your abilities or something? Leaving aside the true form of bloodlines, after all, dwarves and humans don't look that different, the number of awakened abilities is definitely problematic. In this world, normal bloodline awakening doesn't allow you to gain all abilities at once. At most, you'll gain 1 or 2 at the start, and the rest will have to be acquired by increasing your bloodline development level, and there's no guarantee you'll get any new abilities. This is common knowledge for people of noble blood. On the contrary, Zhuang Sen's awakening gave him all his current abilities at once, and the difference between it and a normal awakening is so great that it cannot be ignored. Miss Nia finally realized what was happening, her face flushing even more, and she said shyly in a low voice, No, there is indeed something wrong. Dantalian chuckled and leaned closer to Zhuang Sen, reaching out to touch Nia's cheek, teasingly saying, Why don't you come out for a bit first? Nia hesitated for a moment, then snuggled back into Zhuang Sen's arms. It's okay, you have to get used to it, oh dear. The pert, tender buttocks, which had been pushed back too far, suddenly lifted up, but the burning, hard feeling lingered for a long time, turning the little guy's face into a bright red apple, as red as if it were about to bleed. Under Dantalian's mocking gaze, Zhuang Sen released Nia and pretended nothing had happened. Since you know something is wrong, you should know what to do next without me telling you, right? Nia, who had already turned back into Dantalian's arms, lowered her head, not daring to look at Zhuang Sen. Well, I won't reveal it. The scheming noblewoman has transformed back into a shy young girl. Zhuang Sen felt a sense of satisfaction, but he didn't know what to say next. Just then, Dantalian's voice suddenly rang out, like a savior. So, Zhuang Sen, you plan to take Nia in from the beginning, right? After all, you can't let her leak secrets. No, it's the voice of the devil. Who says keeping secrets means taking someone in as a wife? Can't we just take a child from a retainer's house as a hostage? Can't we bring them home to pass on the knowledge of the bloodline? Ultimately, with such a strong enough bond of interest, there's no way Nia would leak the secret. But meeting Nia's sparkling eyes as she looked up, Zhuang Sen could only nod. Well, actually, this isn't our first meeting today, Miss Nia. Do you remember that time you went to the market to buy a forging book? Nia's mouth opened slightly as forgotten memories flashed back, settling on the face of a boy leaning against a door, lost in thought. His soft, joyful eyes and warm, gentle smile. Well, the rest was all Nia's fantasy, but undeniably, it did increase Nia's fondness for Zhuang Sen. It was indeed the voice of salvation. Johnson and Dantalian exchanged a glance, praising each other for their tacit understanding in manipulating a young girl's feelings. Too evil, too cunning. It's time to get down to business. Zhuang Sen bent down slightly, more symbolically than practically covering the tent, and said with a serious expression, Nia, there's more to keep secret than just that. Think about it, is it possible to change your current situation? Nia nodded. Having escaped Zhuang Sen's clutches, she was in much better shape. The various abilities she had instinctively understood when she awakened became clearer as she actively recalled them. A moment later, she went from being a 1.2-meter tall dwarf back to being a 1.25-meter tall dwarf. I feel there's no need to change back, Dantalian said with a hint of envy. She also wanted to maintain her true bloodline form so she could unleash her full power, and it would also help with developing her bloodline. Unfortunately, that was far too shocking and couldn't be revealed before completing her third awakening, otherwise it would cause unpredictable dangers. Those without bloodline do not expect to reveal their true bloodline. Nia felt the same way and reverted to her dwarf form. Although she was 5 centimeters taller in human form, it greatly limited her strength. While the knowledge granted by forging mastery hadn't disappeared, her instinctive forging intuition had been significantly weakened. If she could easily forge decent magic iron equipment in dwarf form, she would need to concentrate on forging in human form, not to mention the weakening of her strength and physique, and the limitation on the number of abilities. As expected, the true form of bloodline is still the best. Nia looked at Zhuang Sen and thought to herself, Brother Zhuang Sen is the best too. Dantalian began to murmur again, speaking of which, Johnson, why don't you let Nia try that ability too? Which ability are you referring to? Is it feeding, or inheritance? Zhuang Sen felt that today was enough. If it continued, he wouldn't be able to control himself and might do something that wouldn't pass censorship. So instead of continuing along with Dantalian's words, he pinched Nia's cheek and said, all right, that's enough for today. It's hard to digest anything more. We'll talk about the rest later. Dantalian was quite disappointed. She had wanted to see if the dwarves would also be bewitched by Johnson's blood. But then again, the little one had already received too much information today. She should take a break. Anyway, she couldn't escape. On the other side, Zhuang Sen opened his system panel and began to check the gains that Nia had brought him. Dwarf bloodline development, beginner completed, obtained tall dwarf bloodline *1, dwarf race encyclopedia unlocked. This was the message Zhuang Sen received after Nia's awakening was completed. As for the details. Tall and dwarf, the tallest subspecies of dwarfs, leaders of warriors. Genus and species, pygmy race / demi-human race / earth race. Bloodline limit, level 4. Bloodline abilities, forging mastery, mineral identification, super strength, rock skin, stone slinging. Convertible bloodline types, dwarf, subhuman, earthling. This feature can be applied to any bloodline, adding that bloodline to it. Note, target qualifications will affect the success rate of adding and the way bloodlines are displayed. The difference between this bloodline and that of the angels without rank isn't particularly significant, it just means there are many more bloodline abilities. A more concrete experience is needed to determine this, which of course can't be done on the carriage. However, we can try other things. Zhuang Sen selected the tall dwarf bloodline and looked at Dantalian and Nia, who were talking. Numbers of 0% and 99% appeared above their heads respectively, indicating their success rate in adding this bloodline. The Holy Lamia, who had no relation to demi-humans, dwarves, or earth beings, was completely unusable, while the perfectly suited dwarf Nia was almost at maximum success. What if he were to give Dantalian a holy dwarf bloodline in the future? Wouldn't that naturally transform her into a dwarf? Zhuang Sen imagined Dantalian as a dwarf, but, well, he couldn't quite picture it. After all, how could someone with that kind of figure be shrunk down to the size of a loli without ruining her size? Then Zhuang Sen opened the encyclopedia page, and there were more than a dozen encyclopedia entries for the dwarf race, from the most common dwarf to the subspecies of tall dwarf, gray dwarf, frost dwarf, etc. They are clearly also level 3 bloodlines, so why can the rankless angel only unlock itself? Could it be that the rankless angel is an orphan without subspecies? That doesn't make sense either, isn't it the prototype of all angels? Chapter 25, Testing the Waters. Glorious Manor, Reception Room. Lady Lia and Earl Kloss sat facing each other at a square table. The rising aroma of black tea stood between them, mirroring the tense atmosphere between them. Lia, dressed in a heavy and formal gown, didn't even glance at Cross, staring at the air in front of her. "Count, is there something you need?" Count Cross's expression remained unchanged, though his face was gloomy, as if he were a cunning villain. "Come and see you and Zhuang Senator, wasn't he seriously ill not long ago?" Lady Lia's eyes grew colder, her grief overwhelming her, and she was filled with indignation. "Since you know about this, why do you still treat my son so cruelly? Just because of that worthless gem?" This question questions why, despite Gem's death, Johnson's place in the succession line hasn't increased, remaining 10th. Of course, to outsiders, this seems reasonable. After all, he murdered his brother and was caught red-handed. Not being punished is already quite lenient. But Lady Lia isn't an outsider, at least she has to pretend otherwise. Count Cross's gloomy face flickered slightly, and his tone hardened. "He killed his brother with his own hands in front of so many people. If he weren't your son, if he weren't my son, he would already be a corpse." This was an undeniable truth, but it did not convince Lady Lydia. She wiped away her tears and said sarcastically, "Oh, yes, the crime of fratricide, how terrible. Your dear brothers, sisters, and father must be proud of how much you value your family, my brave Cross." When Klaus Leon was the son of the Earl, he was 36th in line to the throne, and those ahead of him, well, let's just say that all of Johnson's uncles, aunts, and cousins could be counted on 2 hands. Count Cross remained unmoved. He never denied his own glorious achievements, but he wasn't there to discuss that with Lia. He was there to investigate the changes in Johnson. He should have been dead already, not just recovered from a serious illness. With his abilities, it was impossible for the Church of the Nemesis to stand by him so recklessly. And his blood. Count Cross was very curious as to why Johnson had changed so much. In his opinion, there seemed to be only one force that could do such a thing and had a reason to do so. So he spoke again, his authoritative and heavy tone completely unwavering, just like his profound mind. "Lia, I'm not here to argue with you. I'm just here to check on my son. Where is Zhuang Sen?" "He's not home, he went." Lady Lia looked at Cross's cold and gloomy face, a surge of resentment rising within her. "He went to see someone who cared for him more than you, Count Cross, who was also the one who healed him, if you want to know who it is." Cross's dark eyes flickered as he recalled the intelligence. When Zhuang Sen was seriously ill, he invited many doctors and clergy to treat him, but in the end, the one who stayed was a nun from the Church of the Nemesis, and it was the very nun who was rumored to have awakened a 4th-level holy bloodline with Zhuang Sen's help. It's definitely related to the Church of Nemesis, but how did they manage that? Zhuang Sen wasn't their first target, everyone else died on the spot. Seeing Count Cross fall silent, Lady Lydia's heart sank as well, but she, who was already on the verge of madness, still couldn't help but plead. Cross, I believe you know that Johnson's serious illness is no accident. I beg you, find the murderer. If you can find him, I promise to make Johnson never do these crazy things again. He just wants to find the villain who murdered him." Count Cross shook his head. "You know the rules, Lia, especially now. If I'm going to find the murderer for Johnson, then I should also take Johnson's head for Gem." In fact, Count Cross was not a law-abiding person, but since he was the murderer of Zhuang Sen, he couldn't very well hand himself over. Lady Lia's pleading expression froze, then gradually returned to normal, and she said, "I understand, Cross. Well then, let's leave it at that. I have other things to attend to, so I won't see you out." The already cooled black tea was picked up, and the smooth celadon cup was gripped so tightly that it almost broke. Count Cross seemed oblivious to the obvious hint to dismiss him, and said to himself, "It's all right, I'll just wait for Zhuang Senator, he should be back tonight. You're always clinging to him like a banshee." He believed that Lady Lia must have information about Johnson's changes, because Johnson would tell her almost everything, which wasn't a good habit. You couldn't trust women too much, not even your mother. Women were too emotional. With just a few words of provocation, they would reveal everything you wanted to know, even if they had sworn not to. But Lady Leah had no intention of letting Cross stay the night. All she wanted now was revenge. Not to watch a man who was clearly capable of doing so but refused to do it, like a disgusting snot stuck to her floor. "No, Cross, I have no time to entertain you." She refused bluntly and without any attempt to hide her feelings. "You can go and comfort Jem's inferior mother. Although I think she regrets that you didn't help her dear Tim eliminate another rival instead of her son's death, she would be happy to serve you so that her inferior family could receive some favors from the Earl, just as she thought when she climbed into your bed." The sharp, sarcastic remarks made Count Klaus frown, which was why he had never liked this woman and had barely seen her after giving birth to Zhuang Sen, a mere formality. But today, he could tolerate it. The heavy footsteps eased the increasingly cold atmosphere in the room slightly. Then the door was pushed open, and Lydia, fully armored, appeared in the doorway. However, Lady Lydia and Earl Cross looked past her and at Johnson behind her. "Mother." Zhuang Sen first greeted Lady Leah, then looked at Earl Cross in surprise, "And father, I didn't expect you to come today." Count Cross was also surprised, but more excited. A smile even appeared on his gloomy face. "Zhuang Sen, you're back. I was just talking to your mother about you. I heard you were seriously ill before. Are you better now?" "Yes, thanks to my mother and the nuns of the Vengeance Church." The pointless small talk continued for a while. Count Cross acted as if he had never seen Johnson kill his beloved Gem, and Johnson seemed to have no intention of killing this old Mandang and taking over as Count immediately. Until Klaus got to the point. "Johnson, how did you awaken the Holy Eagle bloodline?" Zhuang Sen looked dejected and sighed. "I have to thank that serious illness. I felt like my blood was boiling, like I was being cooked, but goddess, I survived and found that I had already awakened." This was a reason that Johnson and Lady Leah had prepared long ago, and it was the only reason they could come up with. It wouldn't be difficult to find out whether the Fallot family had sent the awakening potion, especially for Count Cross. Without the awakening potion, awakening was normally impossible. Although there are records of some early bloodline members achieving natural awakening, that was something like a myth. There was no other way but to attribute it to the most illogical serious illness. Fortunately, there was no need to fabricate the subsequent conspiracies and intrigues. The answer was simply revenge and competition. But what Zhuang Sen didn't expect was that the reason they made up actually matched one of Cross's guesses. As expected, after the Shadow Raven bloodline was absorbed, the previously conflicting Holy Eagle bloodline was released. "I never thought there was such a use, it's worth remembering." Count Cross thought this to himself, but on the surface he remained calm and even rebuked him with a hint of displeasure. "Johnson, as a nobleman, you cannot believe in any goddess like a fool. The church can be used, but not trusted, otherwise it will shake your power." Although these words were meant to cover up something, they were also Earl Cross's true feelings, and they sounded quite like a wise and instructive message, if he hadn't been preparing to leave right after speaking. But there's no other way. After all, if they don't leave now, it will seem a bit too deliberate. Now it can be said that after hitting Zhuang Sen with a stick, they're giving him a carrot. But he didn't give up on testing the waters, he just wanted to try a different approach. After Count Cross left, Johnson lowered his guard and turned to Lady Leah. "Mother." A fragrant breeze enveloped him. Zhuang Sen stared blankly at Leah, who had thrown herself into his arms, feeling the dampness against his chest. After a moment's hesitation, he hugged her tightly. At the entrance, Nia, standing next to Lydia, watched the scene with curiosity. Chapter 26, The New Plan. In the suddenly quiet living room, the elegantly dressed noblewoman nestled into the arms of the handsome young man. Her smooth, jade-like arms wrapped around his strong waist, creating wrinkles in her fine knight's uniform. The noblewoman sobbed softly, as if lamenting something, making the whole scene appear as if she were complaining about her lover's estrangement, a scene that seemed quite ambiguous. Fortunately, besides the two main characters, the only people present were the loyal female knight Lydia and Nia, who knew that this was just a mother's lament. Lady Leah, who was holding Johnson, was a little embarrassed. She didn't know why she had suddenly done something so outrageous. After all, she had never done anything like this, even when facing her own son, the real Johnson Leon. Just as Count Cross said, she had always kept her son under control. It's all Close's fault. It's all his fault. If he weren't so heartless and shameless, why would she lose control of her emotions because of Zhuang Sen's intervention? And if she hadn't lost control of her emotions, why would she have become agitated by Zhuang Sen's sudden maturity, and acted in such an undignified manner? This is simply a mother's natural and reasonable action after witnessing her son's growth and accepting his protection. There is nothing wrong with it. That's what Zhuang Sen thought too. There was no way around it. Due to the influence of the bloodline of the unranked angel, Zhuang Sen was now practically rejuvenated, looking exactly like the original owner of the body. He had noticed a change in Lady Lia's attitude these past few days, with her spacing out more frequently, but this time was just that, a minor incident. He sighed inwardly once again. A mother's love is truly great, what a pity. After some time, Lydia led Nia to her seat and served her tea and refreshments. Lady Lydia's sobs gradually subsided, and she released Zhuang Sen with some regret. "I'm sorry, dear." She spoke with a calm expression, pushing Zhuang Sen in front of the square table. The blush on her face seemed to be simply due to crying, with no other thoughts in mind. Zhuang Sen breathed a sigh of relief. He had never comforted his mother before, and now he was finally relieved. He picked up his black tea and took a sip. "Phew, mother, is this all you're going to serve Count Cross?" Lady Lia, now back to normal, gave a soft snort. "It's good enough that he's served tea, he's a man you can't rely on." As she spoke, she looked at Nia, who was holding a teacup and seemed at a loss, and then gave Zhuang Sen a cold look as he began to devour the white bread. "Zhuang Sen, aren't you going to introduce your guest to me? I don't recall ever teaching you such manners." Having skipped lunch, Zhuang Sen swallowed his bread and gave Nia a smile. "No, mother, this is not my guest, but my wife." "What?" Lady Lia used all the etiquette she had learned in her life to suppress the urge to spit out the tea, but she still couldn't suppress the look of astonishment in her eyes as she stared at little Nia. Miss Nia's expression was equally astonished, her mouth gaped open in surprise, forming an "oh" shape as she stared blankly at Zhuang Sen. "Don't misunderstand, this doesn't mean Miss Nia suddenly changed her mind or anything, it's just that Zhuang Sen's behavior was far too sudden. Theoretically speaking, a formal marriage for a nobleman, especially for an underage nobleman, is a rather complicated process. First, the guardians of both parties must confirm the marriage agreement and find a respected person of equal status to act as a witness. Then, the marriage agreement must be made public to all the nobles. The usual practice is to hold an engagement banquet, where the couple will decide what they will contribute to the marriage, namely the bride price and dowry. At the same time, a series of various influences will also arise, and these will be negotiated and exchanged at the banquet. It can be said that the least important thing at the engagement banquet is the thoughts of the parties involved and the date of the wedding. Only after all these steps are completed can the two parties officially begin dating. At this time, they can only address each other as fiancé/fiancée until they are officially married, at which point they can truly be called husband/wife. Therefore, it is understandable how shocked Lady Lia and Miss Nia, as long-established nobles, must have been when they heard Johnson say this. In fact, Lydia, the female knight who was not noticed by many, also looked surprised at this moment. "Zhuang Sen, you'd better not have done anything inappropriate to this young lady." Lady Lia paused, realizing that the person in front of her wasn't her own son. Fortunately, no one noticed. Although Zhuang Sen was puzzled, he wasn't one to engage in riddles and simply recounted his unexpected experiences and gains that day. "So, at most I just touched her face, that's about it." Well, even Zhuang Sen felt like he was being a bit inhuman. Lady Lia was quite helpless. She remembered that Johnson's goal these past few days had been to gather information on the rest of Leon, right? But she didn't have any intention of reprimanding Johnson. Looking at the young and innocent Nia, she felt somewhat relieved. Indeed, young people still like young people. That none seemed to understand this as well. Zhuang Sen looked speechlessly at the two women, one big and one small, who had suddenly become harmonious, and gently tapped the table. "All right, let's get down to business. Mother, I have a new plan." Lady Lia became serious. "What plan?" "It's a very simple plan. I intend to secretly take control of the War Church and the Healing Church, and then let them use the pretext of dealing with Zhuang Sen and the Vengeance Church to wipe them out all at once again. It sounds simple. There are only 4 churches in the entire religious sphere of Leon. Apart from the one mentioned above, there is only the Goddess of Gold who specializes in commerce. If we can really get the Church of War and the Church of Healing to defect, then we can indeed have another massacre in Leon. But what are you going to do? Aren't these 2 churches joining forces against your ally, the Church of Vengeance?" Lady Lia asked, raising the question from the others present, but then looked at Nia, or perhaps. Nia blinked, looking thoughtfully at Zhuang Sen. No one in the noble circles of Leon territory was unaware of the inheritance struggle within the Earl's family, especially after Zhuang Sen nearly wiped out his siblings. Naturally, Nia wasn't surprised by Zhuang Sen's plan, and had even begun considering how to help him. But no matter how she thought about it, all she knew was blacksmithing. She couldn't possibly wait until she awakened for the 3rd time, could she? That would take forever. Zhuang Sen explained, "This is where Nia's help comes in. She is the only blacksmith master with a level 3 bloodline in the entire Leon territory. With her, we can monopolize the entire Leon territory's arms market. At that time, unless the War Church wants to go bankrupt, it will have to kneel down and lick my toes. Of course, before that, they will have to make a reasonable struggle. Nia looked bewildered. Me. Me. Yes, you, don't worry, I'll help you, darling. Zhuang Sen got into character very quickly and treated his wife very well. Seeing Zhuang Sen's affectionate smile, Nia, who had been quite outgoing in the carriage, shyly shrank back and stole a glance at Lady Lia. Lady Lia remained calm. She believed that Johnson wouldn't exaggerate, and his words made sense, except the Healing Church, they have nothing to do with military equipment. They were just extras anyway. I plan to try this out. Zhuang Sen took out the divine seed, which was the initial development reward for the bloodline of the unranked angel, and could be used to grow plants with divine attributes. Lady Lia looked at the white seed in Zhuang Sen's hand, her eyes lighting up slightly. Is this a seed with the bloodline of a demonic plant? Zhuang Sen nodded. Yes, and it's of the holy attribute, so there's a high probability that it can be used to make healing and purifying potions. If we can cultivate this on a large scale, the Healing Church will have no choice. So I have to go see the Floor family tomorrow. They must have had enough of the Healing Church's monopoly. Lady Lia was relieved. Very good, just tell me what you need. Zhuang Sen didn't mince words. I need enough forging materials and space, as well as channels for selling weapons. As he spoke, he looked at Nia, whose lips were slightly pouting. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Miss Nia immediately went into shy mode, but under Zhuang Sen's burning gaze, she had nowhere to escape and could only mutter in a very low voice, does the Floor family also have people like Nia? Zhuang Sen felt like he had suffered 1,000 points of mental damage. This is the first time in both his past and present lives that someone has ever been jealous of him. If Lady Lia and Lydia hadn't been there, Johnson would have loved to hug Nia and give her a good rub, saying, "You're so cute." But all he could say for now was, "That's not true. People as cute as Nia are very rare." Lady Lia watched this scene with mixed feelings, especially when she noticed that Zhuang Sen wanted to get up several times but stopped because of his hesitation. Her gaze towards Nia also became complicated. At this point, a good mother should leave to give her children enough space. Lady Lia understood this, of course, but she still didn't get up, just silently watching the two of them, as if in a daze. Zhuang Sen naturally noticed the gaze, but he still attributed it to Lady Lia's longing for her son. After all, it's said that parents want to see their children get married, and it's normal for her to be reminded of her son's feelings now that he has a wife. Nia, however, was different. She was already a bit reserved because of meeting the parents, and was no longer as cheerful and scheming as before. Now, under the gaze, her face turned red, and she blurted out in a panic, I'm not as pretty as Sister Dantalian. When we were in the carriage, you looked at Sister Dantalian more. Zhuang Sen said without batting an eye, Dantalian, and you have different styles. You are definitely cuter. Do you want me to prove it to you today? The naive Miss Nia was no match for the evil Zhuang Senator. She was subdued with just one sentence and quickly stood up, saying, I need to rest. Zhuang Sen also stood up. Perfect, let me take you to your room. Ugh, the little one seemed to be thinking about something, her face turning bright red, but she didn't utter a word of refusal. Finally, Lady Lydia couldn't stand it anymore and stepped forward. Lydia, take Miss Nia to rest. Johnson, where has your manners gone? Zhuang Sen reluctantly raised his hands in surrender. All right, then I'll go practice my bloodline abilities first. Thank you, Lydia. The female knight bowed respectfully and left with Nia. Zhuang Sen followed him out and walked in the opposite direction. Lady Lia watched this scene, her eyes flickering as she looked back at Zhuang Sen. Chapter 27, Bloodline Switching, 3052 words. As Zhuang Sen walked through the radiant manor, which was shrouded in the night, the cool moonlight bathed him, gradually calming his mind and allowing him to temporarily shift his focus away from Nia and Dantalian. Now is not the time. Don't be fooled by Nia's calm demeanor, she just revealed that she wasn't prepared. Since it's already in his hands, Zhuang Sen isn't in a hurry to cook it, especially with so many enemies around. Let's prioritize the important matters. He was going to the ritual room to try out his newly acquired tall and short bloodline and personally test the effects of the bloodline switch. Just reading the system's introduction made it seem a bit too abstract. In the reception room, Lady Lia sat with her smooth, jade-like hands casually resting on her ample breasts. The feeling of embracing Zhuang Sen earlier flashed through her mind once more. It wasn't a hard, fiery pressure, but rather a supple gentleness, like that of a truly frail young man, leaving Lady Lia with a melancholy feeling. Although she herself didn't know what she was feeling melancholy about, even though everything had been explained very clearly. She helped Zhuang Sen become Earl Leon, and Zhuang Sen helped her take revenge. For this, Zhuang Sen even told her about his special ability that would definitely attract countless people's covetousness, helping others awaken their bloodlines, and he himself could also obtain a bloodline. It's only because she's a vengeful ghost who has nothing left to care about that she wouldn't care about such a magical power. Lady Lia sighed, her full red lips slightly pursed, gazing at the bright moonlight outside the door. She thought, Zhuang Sen helped little Nia awaken her bloodline today, so he must have gained a new bloodline too, right? But one person can't awaken two bloodlines. This has been proven long ago. No matter how many bloodlines might exist in the body before awakening, once one is awakened, the others will be suppressed to less than 1%, at most they can be inherited by offspring. Even Zhuang Sen couldn't possibly defy such a proven truth, right? Wouldn't he be in great danger right now? Lady Lia stood up, as if she had found an important excuse, and strode out of the room toward the ceremonial chamber. During the ceremony, Zhuang Sen used the bloodline of the tall and short people on himself. Target identified, qualification testing underway. Compatibility 100%, bloodline addition in progress. Bloodline detected, unranked angel. Blood is being extracted. Bloodline extraction successful, unranked angel, 5%. Zhuang Sen looked at the little angel icon that had returned to the system panel, along with the 5% development progress mark below it, and felt a pang of regret. But this was a necessary price to pay. It was good enough that it didn't completely overwrite the bloodline. Although if it had been an overwrite, Zhuang Sen wouldn't have tested it like this at all. However, he quickly forgot about the pain in his body, because a hard, warm current was growing within him. If awakening the bloodline of the rankless angel was like soaking in a hot spring, with the perfectly warm water gently healing his body, then the awakening process of the bloodline of the tall and short people was like being given cupping therapy. A hard, warm current, like pebbles, coursed through his body, pressing and pounding against his limbs and bones. He could clearly feel his body becoming incredibly hard, and a tremendous power was constantly being generated, as if he had become one with the earth. However, the price was a huge drain on his energy. His original height of over 1.7 meters shrank rapidly during this enhancement, and by the time the feeling disappeared, he had become a 1.31 meter tall little boy. Looking at his own fair and rosy face in the mirror, with even a touch of baby fat, Zhuang Sen thought that while he might not be exactly the same as Miss Nia, they were at least a match made in heaven. Wait, no, he was 1.31 meters tall, a full 11 centimeters taller than Miss Nia. No wonder they're tall and short. And many more. Zhuang Sen lowered his head solemnly, loosened his now incredibly loose belt, and then let out a sigh of relief. He now admitted that the tall dwarf was indeed a giant among dwarves. Let's try out some new skills. With the bloodline changed, the various bloodline abilities that originally belonged to the rankless angels have naturally been replaced by the abilities of the tall and short people. It takes time to get used to these, and it's also a good opportunity to learn about Nia's abilities in advance. The first thing to consider was naturally the various abilities related to forging, but since there were no materials available, Zhuang Sen temporarily ignored them and turned his attention to combat, then reached out and grabbed a handful from the ground. Believe it or not, this movement is much faster after you get shorter, it takes less than a second. The moment his hand touched the ground, Zhuang Sen activated his new ability, Stone Hammer Technique. His right hand plunged into the floor as if into a warm pool of water. When he pulled his hand back, he held a crude stone hammer. It was extremely crude, the hammerhead was even somewhat deformed, and the handle was off-center, but it could still crack open someone's skull, and it could be made almost infinitely. Unfortunately, it couldn't last long after leaving Zhuang Sen's hands, and the dwarf's hammer was too small for a person of normal size. Zhuang Sen put down the hammer, preparing to test other abilities, such as rock skin, but suddenly a sound came from the doorway. Lady Lia pushed open the door to the ceremonial room and looked inside. Johnson, you. She suddenly lost her voice, her emerald green eyes widened to their maximum, fixed intently on Zhuang Sen, and her face, which was slightly pale from grief, flushed with excitement. Zhuang Sen, is that you? She looked at the men in the room. Zhuang Sen, whose height was disproportionate to hers, her breathing quickened, and she ran, towards him, pulling him directly into her arms. Because of the size difference, Zhuang Sen suffered another brutal chest-killing incident. Although Lady Lia, whose figure was still within the normal range for women, wasn't as imposing as Dantalian, Zhuang Sen wasn't that tall man at this moment. Therefore, he felt an attack far more oppressive than the one he had experienced with Sister Dantalian, especially with his shrunken face subjected to even greater pressure. The soft, white flesh, even more tender than Sister Dantalian's, seemed to be crushing him completely, relentlessly pressing against his face. Even the heavy clothing couldn't alleviate Zhuang Sen's sensations, especially those too hard and excited nipples. Wait, mother. Johnson tried to stop Lady Lia, but he chose the wrong way. Upon hearing the word mother, Lady Leah's body trembled at first, then her embrace tightened, as if she wanted to completely meld Johnson into her body. Her soft, snowy breasts no longer just pressed against him, but began to take the opportunity to invade Johnson's mouth. The heavy, expensive dress was even damaged during this intense contact, especially the already heavy chest area. The highly resilient silk was gradually torn apart by the friction, and milky color gradually showed through the black silk fabric. The strong milky aroma with a hint of salt was completely poured into Zhuang Sen's mouth. Zhuang Sen tried to struggle. With the strength of a level 4 bloodline awakened at the first awakening, shaking off Lady Leah, an ordinary, pampered noblewoman, would be no problem at all. But to avoid causing her any harm, he'd better keep holding back. Yes, that's the reason, there's no other reason. Oh, Johnson, my dear, I knew you would come back. Lady Leah held Zhuang Sen tightly, her emerald green eyes now a deep green lake. She murmured, gently nuzzling Zhuang Sen's hair with her chin, inhaling the faint scent of earth, and recalling a scene from her memory. Young Johnson was playing around on the manor, getting himself covered in mud, and she scolded him sternly, ordering him to clean himself, change his clothes, and return for a lecture. Yes, she would never have acted so intimately with her son before, she was simply trying to control him, hoping to mold him into a fine, resilient, and strong man. It wasn't until she lost him that she realized she only wanted him to stay by her side forever, even if it wasn't him. But now, he's back. Yes, he's back. Although we don't know the reason, or why he's so young, he's back. Absolutely, exactly the same, without any difference. Goddess protects. Gods protect. I will never let anything happen to you again, I will never let you leave me again, Zhuang Sen, my son. Zhuang Sen's previously good mood suddenly turned somber. He sighed almost imperceptibly, then said in a muffled voice, Mrs. Leah, I can't breathe. Lady Leah's body stiffened visibly for a moment, then she fell silent. In the dimly lit ceremonial room, only two equally low breaths could be heard for a moment. A moment later, Zhuang Sen broke free from Madame Leah's looser embrace, rubbed his slightly flushed face, and smiled, Sorry, Madame Leah, I still need to test my new ability. Ah, oh. Lady Leah responded monotonously, as if startled, then stood up. I'm sorry, Johnson. You don't need to apologize. This is normal. Although I haven't experienced this myself, I have still learned about maternal love. Zhuang Sen's voice was a little muffled, but it quickly returned to normal as the gray-blue rock shell covering his entire body became visible. Good night, mother. Lady Leah's heart skipped a beat as she looked at Zhuang Sen, who had transformed from a fair-skinned boy into a rock dwarf. Ripples spread across her two green lakes, but eventually returned to calm. Good night, Zhuang Sr. The elegant noblewoman left the room as she had arrived, carefully closing the door behind her. After the footsteps disappeared, Zhuang Sen exhaled heavily, then removed the rocky skin and rubbed his face again. Then he flattened his palm, and a fist-sized stone ball appeared in his palm, hovering, ready to be launched at any moment. But the ritual room was not suitable for testing its power, so Zhuang Sen weighed the solid stone ball in his hand and cancelled the ability. Next one. A new sound came from inside the door. Outside, Lady Leah gazed at the bright moonlight and slowly walked into the dark corridor. Chapter 28, Taking the Initiative. Nia got up very early. To be precise, she hadn't slept at all last night. Yesterday's experience was too shocking, especially in the quiet of the night, lying on her soft bed, thinking about what she had said today. The innocent young Nia blushed and felt hot-headed. Not to mention the misunderstanding during the final rest period. Poor Miss Nia was worried that Zhuang Sen would suddenly barge in, and at the same time wondered why Zhuang Sen had not returned yet. She tossed and turned, and in the end, she couldn't fall asleep at all. Instead, she started studying her various new abilities. Just like Zhuang Sen. In other words, those with the bloodline are full of energy after awakening, and not sleeping for a day is nothing to them, otherwise, we would have seen listless little dwarfs today. Nia put down the towel, looked at herself carefully in the mirror, and only after confirming that there were no flaws such as dark circles under her eyes did she push open the door and prepare to go find Zhuang Sen, otherwise, she wouldn't know what to do here. Moreover, she was also looking forward to the monopoly on weaponry that Zhuang Sen mentioned. As the daughter of a blacksmith family and possessing dwarven blood, Nia was naturally very interested in forging. She also hoped to demonstrate her abilities and help Johnson, rather than constantly accepting help, as that wasn't a sustainable solution. The reason Lady Leah could so firmly confront Earl Cross was precisely because she held an indispensable position in his eyes. Go Nia. The door opened, and Miss Nia's confident expression suddenly froze as she looked at the figure in front of the door with a puzzled expression. The figure, only a head taller than her, wore a mask and looked very strange. She subconsciously prepared her abilities. Zhuang Sen happily removed his mask. "It's me, Nia, are you surprised?" Miss Nia's expression froze. Switching bloodlines reduces the development rate, and Zhuang Sen still needs the tall and dwarf bloodline today, so he certainly won't switch back to the rankless angel and waste development points. However, this seems a bit bizarre to Nia. She has never heard of anyone being able to switch bloodlines, but the facts are right in front of her, and she has no choice but to believe it. "Lord Zhuang Sen. Didn't I tell you to just call me Zhuang Sen?" Zhuang Sen put his mask back on. "Don't tell anyone else about this, you know how much attention this will attract." Nia nodded vigorously. Only then did she realize Zhuang Sen's identity and understand the immense trust he placed in her for appearing before her in this manner. I suppose Sister Dantalian hasn't met him yet either. Nia felt a subtle, secret joy. She walked up to Zhuang Sen and lowered her voice. "Brother Zhuang Sen, is something the matter?" "No, it's just that we agreed to teach you how to develop your bloodline." Zhuang Sen naturally took Nia's small hand. "You also have a feeling, right? The best way to develop us is through forging. In fact, it's just following one's nature. Unlike Lamia, who thinks about exploiting Zhuang Sen all day long, the dwarf bloodline's natural impulse is to forge iron. They are truly born with the divine body of a blacksmith." Nia tried to ignore the burning sensation in her right hand and remain calm, but this inevitably distracted her, causing her to blurt out, "Is that all?" After saying that, Nia became uneasy, because what she said sounded like she was blaming Zhuang Sen, or even worse, accusing him of deception. After all, uncontrollably following one's nature could lead to bloodline mutation. "Don't worry, I didn't help you awaken those inferior ones. No matter how you release your impulses, it won't affect your bloodline. If you don't believe me, let's forge some iron together today." Nia's common sense was challenged once again. The innocent girl clenched her right hand slightly, but then suddenly realized, "Weren't you going to see the Floor family today?" Zhuang Sen chuckled. "How could anything over there be more important than my wife? Sweet talk and glib tongue." Nia's lips curled into an uncontrollable smile. "Isn't this a bit inappropriate? What about Lady Leah?" "I don't care. Anyway, I couldn't make a move before that old geezer Cross left, so taking a day or two longer won't matter." Zhuang Sen was telling the truth. Count Cross had warned him just yesterday, and if he made a move now, he'd be courting death. But anyway, monopolizing the military and winning over the other churches would take time, and Count Cross, as the kingdom's intelligence minister, couldn't stay in the territory forever. It was a good time to develop and consolidate his power. In any case, no one else dared to make a move now. Nia's mood brightened. Zhuang Sen suddenly paused and said seriously, "By the way, Nia, don't tell Dantalian about the blood pulse. It's not the right time yet." "Why?" Although she asked the question with faint doubt, Nia couldn't suppress a smile. She finally had a secret between herself and Zhuang Sen. Don't doubt a woman's intuition. Just from traveling together in the carriage, Nia discovered a hidden secret between Dantalian and Johnson. Although this is normal, and she was there later, it doesn't mean she'll be happy. However, Zhuang Sen has now told her two secrets in one go, and she is the first person to know both of them. One of them is even unique to her. Not to mention that Zhuang Sen has given up his original plan for her. This kind of attention makes her very happy and finally relieved. However, Nia still needed to tell Zhuang Sen not to worry too much about it later. She didn't believe time was unimportant. She didn't want to be a burden to Zhuang Sen either, but perhaps she could enjoy herself a little today. Zhuang Sen sensed the change in atmosphere and felt relieved. He had been quite worried about how to truly win over Nia. Marriage before love didn't mean nothing needed to be done. Fortunately, it seemed those strange romance stories he'd read in his past life were still useful. In this gradually cheerful, yet somewhat ambiguous atmosphere, the two arrived at their destination, the blacksmith shop in Glorious Manor. The original blacksmith had moved to another estate after Johnson Leon became Johnson, and the blacksmith shop had been idle. Now it was ready to be put to use. After a night of preparation, Johnson and his men no longer needed to deal with any miscellaneous items. Want to have a contest and see who can produce the best item? Zhuang Sen took off his mask, picked up the hammer, and looked at Nia with a smile. Nia chuckled, picked up the hammer, and said confidently, "Even if we have the same bloodline, I learned forging from my father, so I definitely won't lose." "Then let's try it." Zhuang Sen casually picked up a sword blank. "If you lose, I'll punish you." His eyes flickered, and he tried to press his advantage, saying, "I'll punish you by making you kiss me." Miss Nia's face was flushed, whether from the high temperature of the furnace or something else, it was hard to tell, but her tone remained confident. "What if I win?" Having decided to attack, Zhuang Sen certainly wouldn't back down. Then I'll punish you by giving you a kiss. What kind of punishment is this? As Miss Nia said this, she casually picked up a sword blank. Soon, the sound of bellows filled the air, followed by the clanging and banging of the hammers, blending together harmoniously into a cheerful melody. Chapter 29, Trial. Okay, I admit defeat, I'll accept the punishment. Zhuang Sen placed his chipped piece back on the workbench and anxiously rubbed his hands together. Nia, who had just been cheering and jumping for joy, seemed to have been put on pause, and immediately lowered her head. Her 10 fingers twisted the hilt of the sword so tightly that she almost braided the poor piece of wood into a pretzel. The dwarf's immense strength was terrifying. Zhuang Sen took a step forward and put his hand on Nia's shoulder. Her fair and tender face slowly magnified in his eyes, and a wonderful scent, like the scent of dry bluestone warmed by the sun, wafted into his nostrils, making his heart flutter. Nia's breathing became noticeably rapid, and her body stiffened, but this was just instinctive tension, not a sign of rejection. In fact, she had already quietly closed her eyes. The warm midday sun shone down, bathing the two faces that were gradually drawing closer in a brilliant golden light. Young master. The madam urgently needs your attention. The earl seems to be making some moves. The female knight, who had rushed over eagerly, faithfully carried out her orders. She didn't enter the blacksmith's shop but instead announced the arrival from afar. However, her spirited voice still broke the pleasant atmosphere, causing Zhuang Sen to raise his head helplessly. I'll be right there, Lydia. After saying that, he looked at Nia, who had already opened her eyes, and hesitated whether to continue what he had just done, but the atmosphere was really getting out of hand, and he had to switch back to the bloodline of the rankless angel as soon as possible. Zhuang Sen hesitated, then felt a cool sensation on his cheek. His eyes widened as he looked at Nia, who was lowering her tiptoes. The little dwarf shyly glanced at the sky. Well, it makes no difference anyway. Towards the end, his voice became so soft it was barely audible. Zhuang Sen tried hard to suppress his expression but couldn't help but smile broadly. He affectionately pinched Nia's cheek. No, the difference is huge, so I'll still have to accept punishment when I get back. Miss Nia blushed and, unable to control her strength, accidentally broke the hilt of the sword in her hand. A moment later, Zhuang Sen switched back to the angel of no rank bloodline. Having already switched once, the bloodline didn't need to wait for the awakening process again, and the switch was easy. The cost was that the 1.01% development level of the tall and dwarf people he had just forged was reduced to 0. Let's go, Lydia, what happened? The female knight looked at Zhuang Sen, whose face was full of barely suppressed smiles, and took a step behind him. It's a messenger from the earl, young master. After the lady finished reading the letter, she sent me to find you, saying it was related to the inheritance. What new tricks is old Deng up to now? Zhuang Sen shook his head speechlessly. All right, let's go then. Is the carriage ready? Ready, young master. Thank you, Lydia. The female knight silently looked up, watching Zhuang Sen stride forward. After hesitating for a moment, she couldn't help but remind him, young master, your attire. Zhuang Sen had only planned to while away the time at the blacksmith shop today, to see how much his bloodline development could be improved by working on iron all day, so naturally he hadn't prepared clothes for his normal body type at the blacksmith shop. However, after his passionate interaction with Miss Nia, Zhuang Sen forgot about this, so he switched back to his unranked angel bloodline. Although Zhuang Sen had grown from 1.31 meters to 1.75 meters tall, his clothes were still the 1.31 meter version. Naturally, these clothes, or rather the fabric, did not serve their intended purpose. Zhuang Sen, unusually annoyed, shouted, Lydia. You don't need to say it. Lydia couldn't help but smile slightly as she took a step to catch up with Zhuang Sen, who was striding ahead with his long legs, but she always kept a step behind. Escorted by Lydia, Johnson was able to return to his room with some dignity, change into new clothes, and then went to Lady Lydia's room. He naturally pushed open the door and entered. Mother, what is it? The sound stopped as the door opened, and Zhuang Sen looked at the noblewoman in the room with some surprise. A black veil adorned her blonde hair, partially concealing her regal bearing and adding an alluring air of mystery, perfectly embodying the image of a dignified and elegant noblewoman. A long, equally black silk gown clung tightly to her body, perfectly highlighting her voluptuous figure, especially her soft, papaya-shaped breasts and wide, pert, heart-shaped buttocks. Although covered by the black fabric, revealing no skin, their shapes were clearly visible with each breath of Lady Lia. The two full mounds of flesh, seemingly about to burst free from the fabric's constraints, even swayed gently with her breath, as if deliberately attracting attention. The skirt of the lower half was obviously designed to be thin and sheer, and Lady Lia's pair of straight, round, and voluptuous legs were faintly visible under the hazy tulle. Expensive and precious black spider silk stockings were wrapped on them, deeply encasing the beautiful flesh of her thighs. At the bottom of the skirt, her jade feet with purple nail polish were wearing a pair of black leather high heels, and the blue veins on her fair arches were even clearly visible. In this way, under Zhuang Sen's burning gaze, Lady Lydia smoothed the wrinkles in her dress with her elbow-length black silk gloves and calmly instructed, "Lydia, go and get the coat." The female knight stepped past Zhuang Sen and entered the room, draping a thick, knee-length coat printed with black crows and golden eagles over Lady Lydia's body. This covered her overly alluring and blood-pumping figure, leaving only her elegant and noble aura and her exquisite and mature face, half hidden by a black veil. This was the first time Zhuang Sen had seen Madame Leah dressed like this. Although Madame Leah usually wore a black dress, it was always quite loose and thick, and did not accentuate her figure, let alone black stockings and high heels. Zhuang Sen had a vague idea of what was going on, and sat down opposite Lady Leah. Lady Leah gracefully picked up her black tea, her full, red lips touching the rim of the celadon cup. She sipped the slightly reddish tea, the droplets wetting her lips and making them appear even more moist and alluring. "I wonder what it tastes like." Zhuang Sen shook his head, dismissing the strange thought that had inexplicably appeared. It must be because of Nia's sudden attack earlier, which had affected his thinking. This was his adoptive mother, what was he thinking? He sat up straight and asked seriously, "Mother, what is it?" Lady Leah put down her teacup and slowly said, "Cross sent an invitation to a banquet tonight, saying that he will announce something about the succession dispute at the banquet. I wonder what he's planning. Is the old man planning to designate a successor?" Zhuang Sen speculated, but then thought it unlikely, because it was pointless. Count Cross, as the kingdom's Minister of Intelligence, would be lucky to spend a quarter of the year in Lyon. Appointing a successor would only make that unfortunate child a target of public criticism, either dissolving in water or falling from his horse. Unless he truly went to great lengths to pave the way for that person, or even took him directly by his side. Forget it, I'll stop guessing. We'll find out tonight anyway. There's no time to investigate now. Besides, the chances of getting information from the Minister of Intelligence within the kingdom's territory by relying on Johnson and Lady Leah are too low. Okay, I understand. But you could have just had Lydia inform me about this. Why did you have to call me back? Although Zhuang Sen had also had a good look at the sights and hadn't lost out, he still felt a little uneasy thinking about Lydia's earlier reminder. Lady Leah said quietly, "Do you think you did very well in your etiquette class?" Zhuang Sen had only been in this world for a short time, and he had already spent a lot of time learning how to be Zhuang Sen Lian, while also taking care of his revenge. So it wasn't a matter of whether he got good grades in etiquette class, he simply hadn't attended any classes at all. He doesn't need those complicated aristocratic etiquettes anymore. Chapter 30, Training. But now that it's going to be used, banquets are not everyday occasions. Not knowing etiquette will make you a laughingstock, that's not a big deal, but if it causes doubt about your status, then it's not worth it. Zhuang Sen, who was still thinking about going back to be affectionate with Nia, could only nod dejectedly. "All right, mother, let's begin, time is of the essence." Lady Leah was very satisfied with Zhuang Sen's answer, and her eyes softened slightly. "First of all, go and change your clothes for me." "Huh? Why? Isn't this my usual style?" "That's why you can't wear it to the banquet. Lydia, go to wardrobe number 3 and get that dress." Zhuang Sen stared blankly as Lydia walked into the depths of the room and quickly brought out a brightly colored dress. It was a set consisting of an orange-yellow tight-fitting top and bright red tight-fitting trousers. Both were made of high-quality silk and would definitely not be uncomfortable to wear, but damn, it was a tight-fitting outfit. What kind of perverted men would wear tight clothes? And it even has a yellow and red color scheme. No, I really can't wear this. I need to find another one. The female knight stood there in confusion. She remembered that her young master used to really like this style. And she actually thought it was quite nice. Is it really not possible? Lady Leah asked a question, and Zhuang Sen roughly realized that this might be the original owner's preference. However, he really couldn't accept it, so he could only shake his head. "I don't like this anymore, mother. Let's change it." "All right." Lady Leah didn't insist, but her smile faded a little. "Let's choose the clothes later. Let's practice some basic etiquette first." As she spoke, Lady Leah stood up and came to Zhuang Sen, extending her right hand, which was wrapped in black lace. "You can kiss a woman's hand regardless of her status, but only if she invites you. That is, in a situation like this where the woman extends her hand first, you should support her fingertips from below and then kiss the back of her hand. Remember, don't stick out your tongue." Zhuang Sen reached out and lowered his head. Beneath the delicate touch of the black lace, a faint fragrance wafted, intoxicating the senses. A second or two is enough, any longer would be impolite. Lady Lia's voice woke Zhuang. Senator Zhuang Sen straightened up and released her fingers. Just as he was about to stand up, a hand pressed down on his shoulder. Lady Lia leaned forward, getting close to the inside of Zhuang Sen's coat. Her large, soft breasts, like ripe peaches, were almost pressed directly against the top of Zhuang Sen's head. You bent your knees at the wrong angle just now. You should have bent them down a little more, and straightened your back. Don't look like you're trying to crawl under my skirt. Zhuang Sen felt his nose filled with a soft, fragrant scent, and his previous slight dissatisfaction vanished instantly, replaced by utter bewilderment. Lady Lia had never acted so intimately with him before. What was going on today? Although he didn't lose out, and could even be said to have made a huge profit, he still asked tactfully, "Mother, was it really necessary for you to come in person?" Mrs. Lia calmly replied, "What, you're complaining about your mother? Who knows if your teachers have been bribed? There's no time to investigate now. So, this is a rehearsal to showcase the mother-son relationship, right? Like a last-minute etiquette practice. But would a mother and son be this close? I don't have a mother, don't lie to me. Or is it simply that the original owner's relationship with Lady Lia was special? The answer is that Zhuang Sen's ideas are completely wrong. Lady Lia used to be a strict mother, employing a professional etiquette coach. As for why she's doing this now, she doesn't know. Perhaps it's because she saw Nia and Johnson, perhaps it's because of Dantalian and Johnson, perhaps. Anyway, they're not really mother and son, right? After a while, Lady Lia released Zhuang Sen's waist, and the breasts that had been squeezed into flat round shapes by Zhuang Sen's back returned to their original shape. A pop sound seemed to be heard in the air, which made Zhuang Sen, who had been tormented by the two red beans for a long time, feel relieved. Is everything all right? Lady Lia nodded reluctantly. It's barely acceptable, just the most basic level. But can you dance? How about singing, dancing, rapping, and basketball? Zhuang Sen felt a mischievous glint in his eyes, then honestly shook his head. Do we really have to dance? Sure, but if this banquet is truly related to the air, then people from the church will definitely be invited. Priestess Dantalian will certainly be there. So, would you rather watch her dance with someone else, or watch someone else dance with you? Also, Nia is your first wife. You're not planning to keep her at home working as a blacksmith, are you? Moreover. Alright, mother, stop talking, I'll practice. Lady Lia smiled gracefully and gently opened her hands. Zhuang Sen awkwardly reached out and grasped hers. The familiar touch of the black lace gloves and soft hands came back to him, but this time it was not just a brief touch, but a full handshake. Come, follow my movements. Lady Lia stared blankly at the face so close to hers, so familiar yet so completely different, for a moment. Zhuang Sen, however, didn't notice, because his gaze was fixed on another violently shaking object. The soft, peach-like breasts, so delicate they seemed to tremble with every breath, were utterly defenseless against the intense movements of the dance. A violent wave of her breasts surged, as if they would leap from her long skirt and lash out at Zhuang Sen's face at any moment. In this situation, Zhuang Sen's mistake was perfectly understandable. Zhuang Sen, where did your attention go? Lady Lia, whose foot had been stepped on, scolded Zhuang Sen in a tone that was more like pampering than annoyance. She remembered the past, when Zhuang Sen practiced with a professional dance teacher and she hated such clumsy mistakes. I'm sorry, mother, it's just. No more, let's try again. Lady Lia resumed her movements, the immense impact silencing Zhuang Sen and forcing him to obediently begin practicing the dance until the sun began to set. Zhuang Sen, thanks to his bloodline's physical attributes, finally mastered two standard dances and began to perform them with considerable skill. However, Lady Lia, with only an ordinary physique, was already drenched in sweat, her heavy coat long since removed, revealing Zhuang Sen's increasingly revealing and transparent figure, soaked with sweat. The already perfectly outlined breasts and large buttocks were now almost visible through the black fabric, revealing the fair flesh beneath. The rubbing of the fabric caused the raised nipples to stand out, pressing the already restrictive fabric even deeper. Some of the fabric was so wet that it sank into the deep valley, making the fabric in these two areas taut and leaving marks on the beautiful flesh. Zhuang Sen took a deep breath, but the air was filled with a rich, delicate fragrance, which interrupted what he was about to say. Lady Lia herself realized something was amiss and stood up from the round stool. All right, it's almost time. Go take a bath and change your clothes. Let Nia help you choose. I don't trust you to choose for yourself. Anyway, you have to inform her about the banquet. Zhuang Sen nodded, but his gaze fell on the round stool, where a heart-shaped water stain was visible on the mahogany surface. Chapter 31, At the Banquet. As night fell, the city of Starry Night was shrouded in darkness, but Count Leon's manor remained brightly lit. A steady stream of carriages pulled through the open, wrought iron oak gates and stopped at the stables, adorned with a dazzling array of flags. Distinguished guests alighted and, led by impeccably dressed servants, entered the bustling manor hall. Thick carpets woven from red velvet and silk stretched from the innermost part of the hall to the entrance. Long tables made of expensive wood were placed on either side, laden with roast suckling pig, steaks, honey bread, and various other delicacies. Beautiful male and female servants stood in the corners of the room, holding silver trays of beer and wine, attentively attending to the needs of each distinguished guest. What a grand scene! Have all the nobles come? With Nia's small hand in his left and Lady Leah's arm around his right, and Lydia standing behind him, Johnson let out a somewhat uncouth remark. But he was now Johnson Leon, the rising star of Leon territory, so it became a reasonable compliment, and even Lady Leah didn't correct him. Nia Harper, a true country bumpkin aristocrat, nodded in agreement. This is the first time I've ever seen such a lavish banquet. Didn't old Lord Count hold banquets before? Were they different from this one? My family, being of lowly noble birth, is not on the Earl's invitation list, Nia said frankly, showing no sign of dejection. That's because Jem was afraid someone would try to poach you, so he deliberately didn't give you invitations. A blue-haired, flat-chested girl walked out from the crowd. She wore a light blue dress with brown leather boots and looked very pure and innocent, full of girlish charm. She lifted her skirt and gave a curtsy. Good night, Brother Zhuang Sen, Madam Leah, and sister-in-law Nia. Zhuang Sen placed his right hand in front of him and bowed slightly. Yian, Sister Anjia, has the Earl arrived yet? Anjia widened her eyes, as if she were completely innocent. How would I know? Father wouldn't inform me of his itinerary. I thought he liked having you lead the way. Maybe it's because he's anxious to find you, Brother Zhuang. Senator, remember not to scare me like that next time. Ha ha. Ha ha. The brother and sister exchanged friendly smiles, their tense demeanor effectively shutting out the other nobles who tried to curry favor. However, news that Johnson Leon had a wife spread rapidly. In fact, the news had already begun circulating yesterday. It was simply being confirmed now, which was the main reason Johnson had brought Nia along. Nia naturally overheard their not-so-secret conversation, and her small hand, held by Zhuang Sen, tightened its grip on his fingers. She was grateful to have met Zhuang Sen, who treated her so formally. Even though she also possessed a level 3 bloodline, her bloodline was entirely dependent on Zhuang Sen's, making her practically a vassal. Zhuang Sen had no reason to value her so much, yet he did it anyway, which naturally moved and pleased her greatly. Zhuang Sen, of course, also heard those conversations. However, unlike Nia, who was focused on being recognized, he found it hard to ignore Nia's sarcastic remarks. So, while considering whether he was being too hasty, he also made a note of those gossiping people. Dare to talk back to my wife? You'd better wait and see. Despite their inner turmoil, both Johnson and Nia maintained polite smiles and appeared very proper on the surface. After exchanging pleasantries with Ange, Zhuang Sen glanced at everyone present and, unfortunately, didn't find any new monster girls. He then focused his attention back on Dantalian, whom he had already spotted earlier. As Lady Lydia had previously stated, church members were also invited to the banquet. Is Count Cross really going to decide on an heir? Johnson, is Earl Cross really going to decide on an heir? That's exactly what I was going to ask you, Your Excellency. Zhuang Sen said helplessly, and then the group sighed together. It seems we can only wait for Count Cross to announce it himself. Bishop Rosa put on a smile again. Anyway, it won't be long. You young people can chat. Seeing the bishop abandon his post and run away after only a few words, Dantalian didn't know whether to be happy or embarrassed. Looking at Zhuang Sen, she felt her palms sticky and hot, and she felt a little, wanting to do it again. The others didn't know what had happened, but they felt that Dantalian and Zhuang Sen were indeed very close. However, Zhuang Sen himself deeply felt the burning intensity in Dantalian's gaze and was momentarily tempted to make a move. But a moment later, the two looked away from each other. Dantalian, oh Dantalian, what are you thinking? What will Lord Johnson think of you? What will Nia think of you? Zhuang Sen, what are you thinking? What will Nia think of you? What will Lady Leah think of you? You only dare to use your hands. After yesterday's 2 round trips by carriage, Zhuang Sen felt that he had completed his strategy to win over Dantalian and could try to be a little bolder. However, his conscience was still a little aching, especially when Nia looked over. Nia looked at Zhuang Sen, who had suddenly turned around, gave him a pure smile, waved to him, and whispered in his ear, "Darling. Good luck." Zhuang Sen's eyes widened, and he was about to say something when a commotion interrupted him. Count Cross had entered the arena. Just as Johnson's entrance drew a lot of attention, Count Cross's appearance also stole that attention. Even Johnson stopped what he was doing, ready to see what tricks old Deng was up to, and then listen to half an hour of nonsense. Damn, no wonder he's a minister. Zhuang Sen, whose desires had been extinguished by the nonsense, yawned. Half an hour later, the conversation finally got back on track. Count Cross solemnly said, "Today, I have invited you all here to witness a trial that I will be holding. I will grant each of my children an estate and give them a year to decide which estate will be the next Earl of Leon. Furthermore, this trial is to select the most capable lords who are best suited to manage their territories. Therefore, apart from the manor I bestow upon you, you may only bring the prescribed supplies and manpower to begin with, and you may not rely on any external forces. I will personally oversee you." After Count Cross finished speaking, the lively banquet suddenly quieted down. There's no other reason than that this matter is too important, and everyone needs to carefully consider how to handle it. Don't be fooled by Count Cross's seemingly casual words, they completely broke with convention and disrupted everyone's plans. Does the ability to manage a manor determine the heir? Are we not allowed to use external forces? Was it even personally supervised by the kingdom's Minister of Intelligence? Many people's attention turned to Angela Leon, the notorious, shrewd businesswoman. But some people are still watching Zhuang Sen. After all, his mother is Liao Farao. Even if they can't help him for no reason, they can at least act as a go-between. At this moment, Earl Cross spoke again. "Zhuang Sen, I bestow upon you Thorn Manor. You may bring no more than 20 people and supplies of no more than 500 gold coins to the manor. Anjia, I bestow upon you the Baya Manor, you may take it with you." After Count Cross finished speaking, he looked at Zhuang Sen more often, but the meaning of his gaze had completely changed, from flattery and expectation to regret and mockery. The reason is simple: Thorn Manor is the worst of all the bestowed manors, and the worst of all, possibly the worst manor in the entire territory of Leon. This almost blatant discrimination is like a blatant signal that Earl Cross does not think highly of Johnson. The reason seems readily available: Johnson killed Gem Leon right in front of him, and this act did not appear to have been tolerated or let off by Count Cross. Even Zhuang Sen felt a bit troubled. No, not because of the manor, but because was this old man going to stay in the territory for a whole year? How was he going to kill all the other Leons? Otherwise, we can develop his bloodline first, and then take care of this old man. Chapter 32, Strong Support. After much deliberation, Zhuang Sen decided to abandon this tempting idea. Firstly, to kill Count Cross, at least 3 or 4 bloodline users who have awakened 3 times would be needed to guarantee absolute success. After all, while the Shadow Raven bloodline might not be strong in direct combat, their ability to escape is absolutely first-rate. And even if Zhuang Sen could persuade Bishop Rosa to commit such a treasonous act, he would still be completely lacking in strength to do so. Secondly, Johnson also wanted a stable territory, not one where old Deng's death would trigger a civil war. Even if he won, the territory would likely be devastated. This wasn't something that could be resolved simply by killing Earl Cross. The surrounding lords and even the king would certainly not mind coming over to divide the spoils after Cross's sudden death. Let's think about how to reasonably eliminate the other Leons. Zhuang Sen smiled and looked at Leon and the others. His polite expression awakened their wisdom and made them realize a problem. It seemed that Cross hadn't said that economic development was the only way. Just as a territory cannot develop solely through economic trade without preparing an army. Of course, such a thing cannot be brought up in the open, and even if Count Cross wanted to use this as an excuse to do something, there was no way to stop him. But if he really wanted to eliminate it, he could just say it outright, just like, no external assistance is allowed. With his intelligence capabilities, no one would be stupid enough to get angry. But he didn't say it, and not saying it means it's okay. However, we need to be discreet enough, and not be as careless as last time. The plan to utilize the Church of War and the Church of Healing can still be implemented, and maybe we can even go further. Zhuang Sen remained silent in thought, appearing to outsiders as if he had suffered a blow. Lady Lia, holding Zhuang Sen's arm, looked coldly at Earl Cross, her expression one of extreme dissatisfaction, making those around them quite tense. The Fallot family's economic influence over the Leon territory was enormous, no joke. Dantalian bit her lip and looked at Bishop Rosa, who nodded and took the initiative to speak. "Count Cross, I think it's all right for me to open a church at Thorn Manor." Count Cross paused slightly, his suspicions about the Church of Vengeance deepening. The reason he orchestrated this trial wasn't to select an heir, but for his own plans, including testing Zhuang Senator. That's why he deliberately gave Zhuang Sen the worst manor, hoping this unfair start would force Zhuang Sen to seek help from someone behind the scenes. He didn't believe Zhuang Sen could escape his plot on his own. At present, the Church of Revenge seems to be the most suspicious. It's really strange that they are still supporting Zhuang Sen even though their situation is not good. Even if it's for the sake of bloodline knowledge, wouldn't threatening methods be the most efficient approach at this point? For example, Zhuang Sen, you don't want to be surpassed by your brothers and sisters, do you? His thoughts raced, but Earl Cross showed no sign of his unease, smiling politely as he said, "Of course, Bishop Rosa, but the small chapel in the manor probably doesn't need a person with divine blood, does it? Besides, it no longer belongs to me, so I won't be paying any donations to the chapel." The witty and humorous reply could not hide the underlying rejection, but Bishop Rosa nodded as if she did not notice. "Thank you, Earl Cross, Dantalian, it is time for you to spread the glory of the goddess independently." "Ah, yes." Dantalian originally intended to ask Bishop Rosa for permission to join Johnson's team alone, but unexpectedly, she ended up being asked to go to Thorn Manor to build a church, which was even better. After all, a church needs at least a few nuns and a few guards, right? Moreover, she wouldn't have to be attacked for being a nun, which is clearly an external force that could easily be rejected given her status. But Bishop Rosa is a level 3 bloodline user who has awakened 3 times, so what can she do even if she does this? Come and bite me. Although she didn't say it directly, Bishop Rosa's aged face clearly conveyed this meaning, and those whose gaze swept over her all lowered their heads. Of course, some people didn't lower their heads, such as the Bishop of the Church of War, but he didn't object either, because the Church of War also had supporters like Leon, and was happy to have an opportunity for them to intervene. Count Cross naturally wouldn't continue to veto it, he was hoping the Church of Vengeance would intervene. And so this clause was approved. Nothing further happened, and the banquet gradually returned to normal, transforming into a diplomatic setting amidst melodious music. In the corner, Johnson sat on a long bench covered with heavy silk velvet cushions. Lady Lydia sat to his right, her posture upright and her demeanor graceful, while Dantalian occupied his left side, gentle, serene, and holily loving. Nia was squeezed into Johnson's lap, but she seemed quite happy. Bishop Rosa sat to the side, watching with a broad smile, while Lydia and Loris acted as guards, using their eyes to shoo away anyone else who tried to approach. "Lord Johnson, it seems Count Cross is not entirely satisfied with your previous actions. What are your plans next?" Hearing Bishop Rosa's teasing question, Zhuang Sen curled his lip. "Anyway, he's never liked me, so of course we'll proceed according to plan. Besides, we were going to do business anyway, weren't we? The arms trade has always been a highly profitable industry, regardless of the era. With Nia and the Harper family, even if Thorn Manor is barren, they can simply convert it into a workshop. They might not be able to take first place, but at least they won't fall to the bottom. It seems unlikely that the Floor family will succeed unless they also have a member with the potential to become a monster girl. Otherwise, they definitely won't choose to cooperate with Zhuang Sen under these circumstances. Even if they offer the sacred seed, they will at most just pay money to buy the seed. Zhuang Sen is unlikely to sell." Lady Lia smiled and interjected, "We also have to thank Bishop Rosa for her generous assistance in lending out Priestess Dantalian. This has truly solved a huge problem." Zhuang Sen asked, puzzled, "What do you mean?" Lady Lia glanced at Bishop Rosa, who was only smiling, and then explained, "The land of Thorn Manor is not actually barren, otherwise there would be no manor there. But its location is too remote, there are no trade routes, and it is difficult to recruit manpower. However, if there is a priest there who has healing abilities, then many people will go there on their own initiative. Simply put, population +3. It may seem insignificant, but it is actually very important. After all, no matter how ingenious Zhuang Sen's ideas are, they are just empty talk without manpower to realize them. Moreover, I didn't just make up an excuse. Dantalian really should go off to preach independently, and our church really does need to increase its number of believers." Bishop Rosa looked at Zhuang Sen with a trusting tone. "Our church has been in decline for the past few years. We finally made some progress because of Dantalian, but then we were targeted by the Church of War and the Church of Healing. We can only ask for your help, Lord Zhuang Sr." "Of course, Bishop Rosa." Zhuang Sen's affirmative answer meant that winning over the Church of War and the Church of Healing did not mean he wanted to kick out the Church of Vengeance, a loyal ally. That was not his style. "But what can I do to help?" It was impossible to order the people to believe in the Church of Revenge. Not to mention other churches, even the King and the Church of Revenge would not want Johnson to do so, unless they wanted to become the target of everyone's hatred. Bishop Rosa's smile held a hint of cunning and embarrassment, for example, claiming that you possessed so much lost knowledge of bloodlines only because you were inspired by the goddess. Chapter 33, Killing 3 Birds with 1 Stone. Revelation and miracles were certainly familiar to Zhuang Sen, and he was even more familiar with forging miracles, such as the firstborn son of God and the Yellow River Stone Man. However, it was still a bit unexpected for Zhuang Sen that a dignified bishop would personally say that miracles were forged. This is a world with truly extraordinary powers, who knows, there might even be gods. Even if there wasn't one, Johnson didn't understand why Bishop Rosa wanted to do this. Attracting the powerful and wealthy with miracles. That's impossible. Extraordinary bloodlines are not exclusive to the church. The powerful and wealthy are well aware of the truth about bloodline knowledge. They would not join the Church of the Nemesis just because of such a miracle, and Zhuang Sen does not have that kind of appeal. Attracting ordinary people. That's somewhat feasible, but only slightly. Ordinary people certainly have fantasies of one day awakening their bloodline and transcending social classes, but fantasies are just fantasies because they are too unreal and lack strong appeal. The effect is only better than nothing. Even if Zhuang Sen reveals his ability to switch bloodlines, it won't matter, because he only has one free bloodline right now. This doesn't seem like a beneficial move for the Church of Vengeance, it's more like Bishop Rosa is making a loss to curry favor. So he asked directly, this doesn't seem to be working either. Bishop Rosa was somewhat surprised by Zhuang Sen's question. She glanced at Lady Lia and smiled, why don't you let Miss Falo explain it to you? Lady Lia was sipping her black tea when she heard Bishop Rosa's words. She gracefully raised her head and said, Bishop Rosa's proposal is indeed excellent. It's like shooting down 3 swans with 1 arrow. Johnson, don't focus too much on the surface. Zhuang Sen stared speechlessly at Lady Lia, who had transformed into a riddle teller, but his thoughts began to stir with the riddles, and he vaguely grasped a glimmer of inspiration. Don't focus on the surface. His expression gradually turned strange, and he speculated uncertainly, could it be that Bishop Rosa simply wants me to share my knowledge of bloodlines? The revelation is not important, what is important is that Johnson's bloodline knowledge is related to the Furies, which of course is related to the Church of the Furies. A hint of helplessness surfaced on Lady Lia's elegant demeanor. She truly couldn't understand why Zhuang Sen, who was clearly very intelligent, sometimes couldn't see things clearly, but there was no time to continue going in circles. Glancing at Dantalian's towering peak that seemed to engulf Johnson's entire left arm, Lady Lydia put it more bluntly, Bishop Rosa's point is that if you discover any more lost bloodlines in the future, you can falsely claim them in the name of the goddess of revenge. In this way, those who have benefited from your kindness, whether they believe it or not, will naturally be indebted to the Church of Revenge. As for whether you want to share your knowledge, we'll see when the time comes. Zhuang Sen nodded, now he understood. But isn't this still forging a miracle? I never expected Bishop Rosa to be so kind and gentle. However, Lady Lia hadn't finished speaking. She continued, furthermore, making such a public statement will bind you even more closely to the Church of Vengeance. Other churches will likely become wary or even hostile towards you. But it's not without its advantages. At least it will allow you to accept followers of the Church of Vengeance legitimately, without relying on external forces, if Cross allows it. Zhuang Sen nodded in agreement. He understood this as well, it meant simply acquiring the title of a favored one of God, thus gaining the legal right to rely on the Church's power. However, this world didn't have a monotheistic religion like Christianity, so doing so would naturally attract hostility from other religions, making the pros and cons quite clear. So, what's the last of the 3 birds with 1 stone? Looking at Zhuang Sen's clear eyes as he gave up thinking, Lady Lia was momentarily moved. She reached out her delicate white finger and poked his forehead. Finally, as someone who has received divine inspiration from the goddess, it is only natural for him to be served by the priestess. It will not affect the priestess's divine status, nor force her to leave the church and return to the mortal world. After speaking, Lady Lia's gaze slid to Johnson's left arm, which was being held tightly in Dantalian's embrace. All she could see were 2 soft, trembling mounds of flesh, causing her to involuntarily gasp. She hadn't actually wanted to point this out, in her view, Dantalian was too old and unworthy of her Johnson. Only after much hesitation, driven by some inexplicable feeling deep within her, had she reluctantly spoken the words, and even regretted it afterward. However, seeing the intimate way Zhuang Sen and Dantalian were getting along, the strange feeling in her heart seemed to grow a little stronger. Although she was just his adoptive mother, Zhuang Sen still felt a little embarrassed by the look that seemed to say, "Son, Mom is very disappointed in you." However, he didn't have both hands free right now, so he couldn't even scratch his head. He could only change the subject verbally, "No problem, Bishop Rosa. I'll do anything you need me to do." Seeing Zhuang Sen's embarrassed appearance, Loris couldn't resist teasing him and said sarcastically, so eager to be served by the priestess, "Lord Zhuang Sen." She was obviously referring to Dantalian. Upon hearing this, the carnivorous Holy Lamia shrank half her face behind Zhuang Sen, and the half of her face that was exposed was also flushed. Zhuang Sen, however, had recovered by this time and immediately retorted, "That's right, Priestess Loris, so are you going to be the first one?" Dantalian was not the only priestess at the Temple of Aranta. Loris, not expecting her plan to backfire, spat and went back to her post. She had no inclination to share a man with her sisters, nor did she share Dantalian's fondness for children. Bishop Rosa, who had been watching the show with amusement, finally spoke slowly. Since you've agreed, Zhuang Sen, I'll start the publicity from now on. You just need to do as Ms. Falo said. Zhuang Sen nodded, but still couldn't suppress his curiosity, and asked tactfully, Bishop Rosa, are you sure what you're doing is all right? Bishop Rosa's smile deepened, and she gestured to her chest. I guess you're asking me, Lord Johnson, whether it's acceptable for a bishop to forge a miracle. Zhuang Sen nodded awkwardly. Bishop Rosa smiled and said, there's no need to be embarrassed. I was just in a hurry. But please don't misunderstand, Lord Zhuang Sen. I didn't forge a miracle. I was just asking if you were willing to proclaim it. All things are created by God, and you are no exception, Lord Zhuang Sen. The knowledge you possess naturally belongs to the goddess. Moreover, the person you initially chose was a devout servant of the goddess, which shows that this is indeed the goddess's will. Furthermore, I am doing good in the name of the goddess in order to seek greater good and revenge. If this is not a miracle, then the goddess must have made a mistake. Zhuang Sen's lips twitched slightly. Bishop Rosa's words, translated, were, because the world must have been created by God, everything is a miracle. I say this because I am doing good, so if the goddess says it's wrong, then the goddess must be wrong. This is not just heresy, this is blasphemy. Especially the last sentence. The first half can be said to be the self-brainwashing of fanatics, which is a good thing for religion, but the last sentence is simply digging up the roots of religion. Zhuang Sen looked at Dantalian, and the gentle priestess also freed one hand to make a prayer gesture in front of her, whispering, if a goddess does not do good, then she is not my goddess, from the first line of chapter 3 of the Record of Sacred Revenge. So, it's something your family wrote in the Bible. What kind of church is this? Chapter 34, The Dwarven Legacy. The doctrines of the Church of Vengeance greatly shocked Zhuang Sen, but this was a good thing, as he trusted the Church of Vengeance even more. Good people are always more trustworthy, whether they are good or bad. And now that we've said that, it's about time. Zhuang Sen glanced again at the hall, where the number of guests had dwindled considerably, and shook his head slightly. Many of them, who had been showering him with gifts just days before, were now pretending not to see him. The reason was obvious. Count Cross's deliberately unfair distribution of gifts had given them a whiff of Zhuang Sen's impending downfall. Fortunately, Zhuang Sen hadn't relied on these opportunists anyway. His trump card was always the monster girls he had personally found and raised. He lowered his head and ruffled Nia's short brown hair, eager to use inheritance again. The dwarf's heritage shouldn't be the same as Lamia's, right? Although it's all good, thanks to that illusion, his relationship with Dantalian progressed so rapidly, and now there's not even a last obstacle left. It's a pity that Dantalian still has to prepare for opening the church, otherwise maybe tonight, cough cough, Zhuang Sen suppressed the daydreams brought on by the inheritance, and compensatorily took Nia's hand. It seems there's nothing to do here, let's go back first. Bishop Rosa, then we'll take our leave. Johnson, even though you are bloodline holders, you should still prepare some guards, as the wilderness is very dangerous. I understand, Your Excellency. Zhuang Sen understood what Bishop Rosa meant. The wilderness of this world was not only home to ordinary wild beasts. Soon, Johnson and his group returned to Glorious Manor. Lady Lydia, who had only the physical condition of an ordinary person, went to rest with Lydia's help, leaving Johnson and Nia, who were still full of energy, alone. The night was dark, the moon was hidden behind a veil of darkness, dim and hazy, but Nia was still in a good mood. For the first time, someone liked her so much, for the first time, she liked someone. These two joys overlapped and merged, bringing even greater joy. The naive girl had already been won over by Zhuang Sen's strategy, but she was still too inexperienced. Unlike Lamia's bloodline, the dwarf's bloodline did not carry the instinct to hunt for lovers. So she could only continue to harbor rosy fantasies and look at Zhuang Sen with her bright green eyes. Hey! Zhuang Sen picked up the adorable little dwarf, who looked incredibly cute, and carried her in a princess carry. Nia, are you ready to become stronger? Although it wasn't the punishment she had imagined, Nia was still happy, ready. Shall we continue forging? Zhuang Sen shook his head and carried Nia toward the ceremony room. No, this time it's a different, faster way. The effect varies depending on each person's talent and patience. Generally speaking, the longer you persist, the better the effect. Looking forward to it, Nia hugged Zhuang Sen's neck tightly. With the real effect of the bloodline awakening as proof, Nia now completely trusted Zhuang Sen's words and was determined to hold on for a long time later. Damn. Nia, who had just been fully committed and made up her mind, suddenly turned red with anger when she felt the warmth on her lips and the hot breath on her face. If this were in an animation, steam would probably be coming out of its head, right? Zhuang Sen looked at the increasingly adorable little Nia and reluctantly raised his head. Oh. Lord Zhuang Sen. The kind little dwarf quietly denounced Zhuang Sen's ambush, but because he also liked him, he ended up simply calling out Zhuang Sen's name, as if he wanted it to happen again. Unfortunately, time didn't allow it, otherwise Zhuang Sen would have loved to do it again. Nia, you attacked first, I was just retaliating. Nia pouted, her big green eyes glistening with tears, which crossed Zhuang Sen's bottom line. Again. Her soft lips were once again attacked by his large mouth, his sweet saliva, like the first spring water of the new year, greedily drawn in, making Zhuang Sen even more intoxicated. Nia felt a heat pressing against her lips, the scorching temperature relentlessly encroaching, making her whole body involuntarily hot as well. This should have been very uncomfortable, but Nia didn't find it unpleasant, because the source of the heat was Zhuang Sen, and because of the cautiousness in his fiery demands. After a long while, Zhuang Sen finally raised his head, looked at Nia whose lips were a little swollen, and asked with some shame, Nia, are you all right? Nia, however, retorted, it's all right. We're bloodline beings, this is nothing. Besides, Zhuang Sen, you've been holding back for a long time, haven't you? Sister Dantalian is indeed very alluring. Now I feel even more guilty. However, Zhuang Sen still shamelessly said, Nia is Nia, and Dantalian is Dantalian. You are the same. But his gaze was completely different when Lord Zhuang Sen looked at him. Nia thought to herself that while she strongly supported Johnson and Dantalian, it didn't mean she wasn't jealous at all. However, she wouldn't say it aloud, there was no need. That's right. Seeing that Nia was clearly in low spirits, Zhuang Sen had no choice but to get down to business, since it was time for the ceremony. All right, Nia, we're here. Nia smiled again, do I need to make any preparations? No, just remember what I just said. Zhuang Sen used, inheritance. The black screen that had already appeared once struck again, and then another grand hall appeared before Zhuang Sen. The bright bronze floor stretched endlessly, with countless deep pits dug out of it, flowing with molten iron as red as lava. Exquisitely carved iron pillars stood on both sides, reaching straight into the sky, pushing the ceiling beyond Zhuang Sen's line of sight, forming a steel and fire hall that seemed to be the residence of a lava giant. However, there were no giants in the hall, only countless dwarf girls with bare upper bodies, revealing beautifully sculpted muscles and well-developed pectoral muscles. Like Lamia, they had different skin colors and body types, clearly including all dwarf subspecies, and all of their faces were blurry. At the deepest part of the main hall, an incredibly tall steel furnace, engraved with countless runes, stood tall. Black smoke constantly spewed from its top, while molten iron flowed endlessly from its bottom, pouring into every river channel. How magnificent! Nia exclaimed in surprise, pulling Zhuang Sen's hand and pointing towards the steel furnace. Look, Zhuang Sen, there are still people forging over there. Zhuang Sen was very surprised. He remembered that back in Lamia, Dantalian hadn't seen him at first. Was it because he now also had dwarven blood? But he was currently using the bloodline of a rankless angel. He should have known better than to save that little bit of development points and switch to the dwarven bloodline. Maybe he could have gotten the inheritance for free. A variety of thoughts flashed through his mind, and Zhuang Sen looked toward the furnace, but he did not see the blacksmith that Nia had mentioned. Is it only dwarfs who can see it? Zhuang Sen thought for a moment, then patted the excited Nia's head. All right, calm down, let's figure out what to do next. Nia had completely cast aside her earlier disappointment, leaving only excitement and admiration for Zhuang Senator. Upon hearing Zhuang Sen's words, she immediately began to think seriously, and she received a response right away. Keep going until you reach the furnace. Chapter 35, The United Dwarves. These conditions were exactly as Zhuang Sen had expected, just like they were for Dantalian back then. He took Nia's small hand, which he hadn't let go of since. Again, are you ready? You might see something very strange later. Although dwarves are unlikely to be as lecherous as Lamia, Zhuang Sen still gave Nia a heads up, lest the little dwarf, who had finally gotten rid of his jealousy, witness his wife committing another crime in front of him, turning his cute and adorable lowly wife into a Yandere, which would be a huge loss. However, judging from the style of this hall, Zhuang Sen felt that it was more likely to be a scene where the dwarf woman dismembered him, a minor who had been abducted, even though he was now considered a minor. As Zhuang Sen was lost in thought, Nia happily hummed in agreement, feeling fearless wherever she went with him. She was determined to persevere, at least, longer than Dantalian. Having reached an agreement, the two began to walk forward. At first, nothing changed, until Zhuang Sen and his group crossed the first bubbling river of iron. The dwarves, who had been still, suddenly came to life, as if someone had pressed play. The hall, which had previously only contained the sound of molten iron flowing, was now filled with loud voices and the sound of hammers striking iron shovels. Rugged and unrestrained, but not rude. Zhuang Sen looked at Nia, and the girl turned her head at the same time. Her bright green eyes were filled with excitement as she exclaimed, "Zhuang Sen. I think I've learned a new forging technique." Zhuang Sen nodded solemnly and half-squatted down. "As expected of Nia, here's a reward for you." Before Nia could speak, Zhuang Sen kissed her again. Nia was somewhat at a loss, mainly because, unlike the previous 2 times, this time it was in front of countless compatriots, which made her feel shy. But they are husband and wife after all, so it shouldn't be a problem, right? Having tasted the sweetness, Zhuang Sen wasn't the only one who had gotten a taste for it. The girl shyly opened her red lips, welcoming Zhuang Sen's intrusion. For a moment, the lips parted. The silver threads gradually lengthened as Zhuang Sen looked up, as if trying to hold on. The moment the threads snapped, Nia even felt a slight disappointment. But this was quickly dispelled by the large hand that caressed her face, and a smile returned. Since it was within the realm of inheritance, Zhuang Sen didn't unleash his power as recklessly as before. But were those dwarves watching him? Zhuang Sen frowned and looked around, but the blurry facial features made it impossible for him to make out anything. Illusion. Oh well, it's just a hallucination anyway. Zhuang Sen stood up and took Nia's hand. "Can we continue?" "Completely fine." Nia puffed out her rather large chest and took the first step with her 2 cute little short legs to prove it. They crossed yet another river of molten iron. In an instant, the dwarf woman's song suddenly stopped, but the sound of hammers striking grew closer. For some reason, the dwarves had come to their side. To Zhuang Sen's astonishment, a dwarf with an exaggeratedly large chest stopped banging and called out loudly, "Hey! Little guy, whose child are you?" The voice was surprisingly normal, the kind of alluring mature woman's voice, but coming from the mouth of a 1.2-meter-tall lowly, it couldn't be called normal. Nia, of course, didn't know how to answer such an unexpected question and instinctively looked at Zhuang Senator. Before Zhuang Sen could respond, the dwarf woman suddenly exclaimed happily, "Little one, is this your husband? That's wonderful. Let us sisters borrow him for a bit." These suggestive words left Zhuang Sen and Nia completely bewildered. They instinctively took defensive stances, and then Zhuang Sen was pinned to the ground. There is no way to fight back. Let him go. Without thinking, Nia rushed toward the dwarf who was pulling down Zhuang Sen's pants, but suddenly a hand reached out from the side and lifted her up. What? Nia stared in surprise at the other dwarf who had just approached and lifted her up, not understanding why. They hadn't attacked her, but they didn't seem like allies either. The new dwarf shook his head and said helplessly, "These little guys nowadays, they don't say anything when they take things, but they start guarding their food after someone else uses it for a bit. They're really not cute." In this lecture that sounded like an adult scolding a child for being picky about food, the dwarf woman put Nia aside, then came to Zhuang Sen's side, grabbed Zhuang Sen's left hand with one hand and put it to her mouth, while reaching down to her crotch with the other. On the other side, the first dwarf girl to make a move finally pulled down Zhuang Sen's pants, freeing him from his restraints. "Wow, that's huge." The dwarf woman grasped Zhuang Sen, who was not yet fully awake, and skillfully opened her lips to take his head in her mouth. The moist mouth instantly woke Zhuang Sen, and she thrust into the dwarf's esophagus. Ugh! 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 Sisters! You're so strong. Come quick. The dwarf woman mumbled incoherently as she sucked on the treasure in her mouth. Zhuang Sen felt as if he had become a glass of milk, being forcefully sucked through a straw, as if someone were trying to draw out his very soul. Or perhaps he had become an ice pop, being placed in a furnace, with waves of heat spreading from the top of his body, making him feel as if he were about to melt completely. Why is it so hot inside the dwarf woman's mouth? And the suction is so strong, the peristaltic movement of the esophageal walls. These are definitely not normal people. Oh, they weren't normal people to begin with. The intense pleasure left Zhuang Sen somewhat dazed. He tried to distract himself, wanting to check on Nia's condition, but as soon as he turned his head, a pair of massive pectoral muscles slammed onto his face. In a fleeting glimpse, he only saw more and more dwarves rushing towards him. At this moment, countless soft yet strong, fair and shapely hands were already roaming over his body. These dwarf women teased each other, impatiently stripping themselves and Zhuang Sen naked, rubbing their bulging pectoral muscles against every inch of Zhuang Sen's body, and clamping his hands and feet between their shapely thighs, constantly stimulating their own genitals. Some even pressed their buttocks directly onto Zhuang Sen's face, their slightly fiery, faint fragrance filling his nostrils. Under the stimulation that spread throughout his body, Zhuang Sen became increasingly excited. He could only turn his anger into strength and began to fiercely attack the first dwarf girl, making her whimper incessantly. Before long, she was defeated and retreated, leaving a puddle of water on the ground. Wow, I didn't expect this little guy to be so bad with his hands, but he has such good taste in men. The dwarf woman panted, licking the milky white pre-ejaculate from the corner of her mouth. But he's such a coward, isn't he? Such a good man and he hasn't even had sex with him yet. Are you still a virgin? It really does look like that. Huh. She's so resilient, was she raised on torture? Wait a minute, wouldn't that mean we've stolen her unopened husband? A silence fell over them as the dwarf women exchanged bewildered glances. They could generously borrow the men of their fellow countrymen, but taking the first time was a different matter entirely. Fortunately, they haven't actually reproduced yet, so there's still time to salvage the situation. Several dwarf girls who hadn't yet had their turn approached Nia. The girl was already blushing, but upon seeing the newcomers, she clenched her small fists tightly. What else do you want to do? Damn it, if Zhuang Sen hadn't told her to stay longer, and if he hadn't seemed quite comfortable, she would have quit long ago. Facing the wary Nia, a dwarf woman said with a smile, "Don't be so nervous. We didn't know you could hold back from sleeping with your men. We're saving your first time for you." Another dwarf woman chimed in, That's right. Actually, it's a bit better this way. People of our size can't handle dryness very well. If you can't satisfy your men the first time, how will you hold your head high at home?" Nia's little head was filled with huge questions. She blinked, and it took her a while to realize that, if she understood correctly, these dwarves wanted her to do. The little dwarf's gaze involuntarily fell on the smooth, round, even slightly reflective skin of the licked Zhuang Sen, and then his face turned pale. This size, I'll die. She's only 1.2 meters tall. Oh, it's all right. We may not be good at working in dry conditions, but we have great endurance. Yeah, your girlfriends will help you. Hurry up, everyone's waiting for you to open it. As the two dwarf women spoke, they each lifted Nia up on one side and dragged her toward Zhuang Senator, but after taking only one step, Nia, who felt that Zhuang Sen had grown even larger, suddenly felt her mind go blank. Then the magnificent hall disappeared and turned into Zhuang Sen's ceremonial room. The feeling of being soft as if sinking into cream suddenly vanished, and Zhuang Sen, dizzy, raised his head and met Nia's tentative gaze. A moment of silence followed. Zhuang Sen was incredibly embarrassed. Anyone would feel awkward if they were just being affectionate with their wife and then suddenly be pinned down and licked and touched by a group of women. Let alone in front of an innocent and pure-hearted girl like Nia, Zhuang Sen couldn't even imagine the mental impact this had on her. But as a husband, he couldn't shirk his responsibility at this moment, so Zhuang Sen forced himself to say, Nia. The moment the sound rang out, Nia leaped to her feet, dashed out the door, and fled, leaving behind only her incoherent apology carried on the wind. I'm so sorry, Zhuang Sen, I can't hold on any longer. Zhuang Sen's initial sadness and guilt suddenly became difficult to contain. How come other women don't break down when they rape their husbands, but when it's your turn to have sex with them, you can't handle it? Chapter 36, The Dwarf's Gift. The next day, early in the morning, Zhuang Sen changed back into his knight's uniform, feeling much more comfortable. Although he hadn't worn a tight-fitting suit to yesterday's banquet, the heavy aristocratic attire was still quite uncomfortable. Okay, let's take stock of our harvest. As the morning light shone through, Zhuang Sen opened the system panel. Dwarven bloodline, 5% to 15%. The encyclopedia data has been updated. Bloodline development progress has been synchronized. Bloodline of the unranked angels, 5% to 15%. Overnight, the decline in development caused by the previous bloodline switch was made up for, and even exceeded. However, besides the gains, there were also many new questions. Why were the Lamia silent and mechanical when Dantalian received the Lamia's inheritance, while the dwarves in Nia's dwarf inheritance yesterday were all lifelike and even had different personalities? It couldn't be a difference in bloodline level. The dwarf bloodline is only level 3, it can't be better than the level 5 Holy Lamia bloodline, right? The difference is probably that Zhuang Sen has the bloodline of a high dwarf, which is why he went from being an observer to a participant and affected the inheritance illusion. Zhuang Sen shook his head. This was definitely something that couldn't be figured out in a short time. He could only continue testing it through inheritance later. Right now, he needed to solve another mystery first. What was wrong with those dwarves? Zhuang Sen opened the dwarf encyclopedia and found a newly unlocked text among a bunch of question marks. Dwarf girls are a very united and conservative race. They live in clans, sharing all resources. Because dwarf girls are kind by nature, they will not attack men. However, as monster girls, they also have physical desires. Therefore, when a dwarf girl marries, her husband also becomes part of the shared resources. Zhuang Sen's head was almost twisted at a 90-degree angle. He felt that he couldn't understand the Chinese characters in front of him at all. Was this still Chinese characters? What did clan-sharing husband mean? If this is considered not actively attacking men, then what level of activity would it take for someone to actively attack them? Zhuang Sen could only be thankful that Nia was the only dwarf girl in this world, otherwise he would basically have nothing else to do all day. Wait a minute, Nia's indulgence of him isn't just influenced by the kind nature of her dwarf bloodline, is it? Is this a good thing or a bad thing? Zhuang Sen wiped his face and closed the system panel. Whether it was good or bad, it was going to be a great thing, so he might as well just do it. Inside the blacksmith shop in Glorious Manor, Nia is forging iron. Last night, she tossed and turned, unable to sleep, and finally got up to forge some blacksmith's gear. Not only had her bloodline development improved, but she had also acquired a brand new armor forging method called plate armor, which seemed far superior to the currently popular scale armor and chainmail. She wanted to forge a set as soon as possible to see its effects. If it's really that good, then it should be a great help to Zhuang Senator, and better armor would also provide better protection for Zhuang Sen. Thinking of someone, Nia's round face, already flushed from the furnace, turned even redder, and her hammering became even faster. The continuous pounding of the hammer sounded like a fast-paced, cheerful country tune. The dwarf girl is like this. An ordinary person might not be able to last an hour fighting like this, but the dwarf girl can go on like this for a whole day. Zhuang Sen followed the sound of hammering to the blacksmith shop and immediately saw Nia, drenched in sweat, her clothes soaked through, revealing glimpses of her fair skin. Feeling a pang of sympathy, he quickly went over to her. Nia, take a rest. We're about to set off, Night Harper and the others are already here. Nia tilted her head back to let Zhuang Sen wipe her sweat, her round eyes narrowing into slits, looking incredibly cute. Zhuang Sen's already gentle movements became even more careful, as if he were wiping away some fragile, priceless treasure. Nia sensed Zhuang Sen's concern and smiled even more brightly, but her hands didn't stop moving. She just said happily, "Don't worry, Zhuang Sen, it'll be done soon." With this, those rubbish produced by the Church of War are not worth mentioning at all. Even with her eyes half closed, the dwarf girl could still perform the forging perfectly. Zhuang Sen finally wiped his legal little girl's face clean and looked at what she was tapping. Zhuang Sen was quite curious about what this product was that could make Nia so confident and even make such a bold statement. Looking at the breastplate armor on the iron saddle, Zhuang Sen fell into a brief silence, then asked, "Is this plate armor?" "Oh right, so you also obtained its forging method yesterday, Zhuang Sen." Nia continued to tap rapidly and answered Zhuang Sen's question loudly. Zhuang Sen shook his head. "No, I only recognize it." "So, you obtained the plate armor forging method from the inheritance yesterday?" "Yes, it was you, Zhuang Sen, who headbutt that weird dwarf." Nia's voice suddenly lowered as she recalled yesterday's scene, which reminded her of her final escape. If she had persevered, perhaps she could have gained more and better knowledge, and also improved her bloodline development. Anyway, she was going to do that with Zhuang Sen sooner or later anyway. However, that size, well, I wonder if it would be better if Zhuang Sen were in dwarf form. It probably would, since his height has changed so much, his body should change too. There must be. Miss Nia, who was worried about her life's most important event and knew she would probably only ever be a dwarf, was also very nervous. Zhuang Sen wasn't so anxious, he was just wondering if this counted as payment for his prostitution. After all, Dantalian didn't gain any extra knowledge from the Lamia legacy. Oh well, if it is, it is. Anyway, it's not like we're selling hooks, and it's just an illusion. Zhuang Sen convinced himself that seeing Nia still focused on forging, he didn't disturb her anymore. He would just occasionally take a towel to wipe her sweat and then touch her face and waist as a reward. After a few minutes, Nia finally put down the hammer. "All right, the shaping is complete." A set of plate armor is made up of a large number of metal plates, which are connected by belts and rivets. It cannot be completed in one go, at least not Nia can do that right now. Zhuang Sen looked at the metal plate on the iron saddle. The steel plate, about 3 millimeters thick, had been hammered into a clever arc, forming a shape similar to a chicken breast. This could effectively buffer attacks and deflect arrows, making it much more defensive than chainmail and scale armor. On another note, the dwarf woman is indeed a born blacksmith, capable of forging such a fine breastplate all by herself in a single night. It's just that Zhuang Sen is a little reluctant to do so. He originally intended to recruit cattle and horses, but now that they've become his incredibly adorable wife, he's a bit less inclined to exploit her, although this hardly counts as exploitation for the dwarf woman. Forging iron makes them happy. However, on the other hand, it's a waste to let Nia focus her energy on such ordinary weaponry. Perhaps we could consider recruiting more blacksmiths, which would require adjusting the manpower that was originally prepared. Chapter 37, Confession. How is it, Zhuang Sen? Is the quality all right? Nia looked up at Zhuang Sen, her face full of anticipation. Although she was confident in the plate armor she had forged, both as a dwarf woman and as the daughter of a blacksmith family, she was still very nervous about Zhuang Sen's opinion. Zhuang Sen shifted his gaze from the breastplate to Nia's face, which was beaming with pride. He wanted to tease her a little, but then decided against it and instead patted her head with a smile. "Well done, Nia, we're sure to win this time. I knew you were the best." Zhuang Sen wasn't just trying to appease Nia. Plate armor had an overwhelming advantage over scale armor and chainmail, especially in terms of appearance. Compared to messy chainmail that would turn black over time, a clean, well-finished set of plate armor would definitely make noble lords spend a fortune. Moreover, it could be used to forge magic iron plate armor, which would only be more effective. Hearing Zhuang Sen's praise, Nia, who had been so boastful before, became shy. However, she was clearly much more comfortable than before, at least she wasn't blushing anymore. After all, she had done all sorts of things and seen all sorts of scenes last night, so this little thing was nothing. Zhuang Sen pinched the little one's grinning face, then changed his tone. "Nia, I forgot to mention last night, but I actually have other development methods." Upon hearing the keywords "last night" and "developing bloodlines," Nia's body stiffened slightly. Want to do it again. It's not a legacy, you can only use it once per awakening stage." Zhuang Sen picked up the little cutie who had put down the hammer, and the latter relaxed a little and skillfully hugged Zhuang Sen's neck. "So cute, let me give you a kiss." Having successfully turned Nia's face red again, Zhuang Sen carried the little one to the small hut next to the blacksmith shop. This was a place for the blacksmith to rest and temporarily store supplies. Although it was simple, it had everything a family should have. After Nia took over the blacksmith shop, everything was replaced with brand new equipment. Although it won't be needed again soon, it's still usable for now. After placing Nia on the bed, Zhuang Sen found a clean silver cup, pulled out the dagger he always carried, and slashed his palm. "Zhuang Sen, you." Nia sat up worriedly, but before she could get out of bed, an enticing aroma wafted over, making her swallow hard. "Zhuang Sen, what's this?" "The other way to enhance bloodline that I mentioned earlier is actually to drink my blood." Zhuang Sen looked at the cup and saw that it was almost half full of blood, so he used heal to stop the wound on his palm. Then he picked up the silver cup, sat down next to Nia, put one arm around her waist, and brought the silver cup to her lips with the other. "It may taste a little bad, but this is much more convenient than finding treasures or potions suitable for dwarves." Nia glanced at the bright red blood, which smelled incredibly tempting and tasted better than anything she had ever eaten or seen. She struggled to resist the urge to drink it all in one gulp and looked at Zhuang Sen with utmost seriousness. "Zhuang Sen, this won't do you any harm, will it?" Nia longs to become stronger. As a low-ranking noble, she understands the importance of power. As Zhuang Sen's wife, she also wants to be able to help him as much as possible. However, she cannot do this at the expense of Zhuang Sen's interests. She is not the kind of uneducated fool who only knows herself. Even if Zhuang Sen seemed willing, it wouldn't matter, because she now genuinely felt affection for him, not just for personal gain. She was just a young girl who understood the rules of aristocratic circles. She had some cunning, but she was mostly innocent and kind. It was impossible for her not to be moved by Zhuang Sen's earnest feelings over the past 2 days. Therefore, she really didn't want Zhuang Sen to hurt himself. Zhuang Sen looked at the girl with her head tilted back. There was no hint of a joke on Xiao Yuan's face, and he was also somewhat moved. Just like when Dantalian stood up for him, making the Church of Vengeance take sides completely, and even personally fighting against the other bloodlines, this feeling of being loved made the smile on Zhuang Sen's face distort. He wanted to cry, but he also wanted to laugh. Finally, he pinched Nia's slender waist, breaking the girl's serious expression, and said affectionately, "Silly girl, I have healing abilities. This little bit of blood is nothing compared to you. Besides, I know my limits. You see, I didn't fill your cup to the brim." Zhuang Sen was still a little shy, and his words were subconsciously evasive, completely different from his usual boldness in casually talking to strangers. However, he wasn't lying. Losing 300 cubic centimeters of blood every day was no problem for him, and even if it was more, it would just be a matter of replenishing his blood. Nia didn't feel bad at all, because she had been just as shy before, so she chuckled to herself and even dared to tease. "By the way, Zhuang Sen, has Dantalian also had it?" Zhuang Sen saw Nia's round face brighten instantly and smiled too. He fed her the wine glass, watched her obediently drink it, then leaned down and whispered in her small ear, "Nia is the first person to say that to me. Oh, I love you." Nia's face flushed instantly. Her hands, holding the wine glass, exerted force briefly, squeezing the delicate silver glass flat. If she hadn't restrained herself at the last moment, she would have almost spat out the sweet blood she had just tasted. Seriously. This is so unfair. After quickly finishing the blood, the girl buried her head in After hesitating for a moment, she finally chose Zhuang Sen's embrace in front of the brand new, untouched bed. This is just because I didn't want to clean it up later, don't misunderstand. Watching the girl's swaying pink buttocks, Zhuang Sen imagined her sobs and then wrapped his arms around her waist. The silver wine cup, trampled and abandoned, fell to the ground, making a sound of accusation, but the two murderers showed no remorse whatsoever, simply embracing each other, enjoying each other's scent and the thrill of their love. Dwarven Bloodline, 15% to 18%. New illustration content has been unlocked. Bloodline progress synchronized and completed. Bloodline of the Unranked Angels, 15% to 18%. New illustration content has been unlocked. Hearing the system's voice, Zhuang Sen didn't open the check. Instead, he looked down at Nia, who had secretly turned around and was peeking at him. Silly girl, you even dare to look at things from a deathly angle. Zhuang Sen pinched the fleshy buttocks beside him, they were incredibly elastic and full of youthful collagen. No, it itches. Nia twisted her waist and leaned her head against Zhuang Sen's lower abdomen again. Zhuang Sen stopped what he was doing and pulled Nia's legs, which were hanging over the edge of the bed, onto the bed. Her fair and delicate feet, freed from her boots, curled up slightly, making them look even more adorable. Although Zhuang Sen didn't have a particular fondness for jade feet, preferring breasts and buttocks, he had to admit that these crystal-clear, fair and delicate feet were indeed a treasure trove. Moreover, it had absolutely no odor, and received rave reviews. Zhuang Sen. Okay. Zhuang Sen shifted his gaze from the jade-like feet, which seemed to be turning red as well, and returned it to Nia. The moment he lowered his head, Nia suddenly sat up and kissed him on the cheek. As the moist, soft scent touched Zhuang Sen's face, a soft whisper pierced his heart, I love you too, darling. Chapter 38, Thorn Manor. Horses trampled the grass, wheels rolled over the mud, and on the narrow country road, villagers, frightened, hid in the woods on both sides of the road, cautiously casting their varied glances at the approaching large procession from behind the tall trees. They looked with awe at the guards patrolling beside the carriages, clad in chainmail and carrying long swords and warhammers, wondering what was inside the crates of the 3 cargo wagons that required such an elite force for protection. They were even more curious about who was seated in the first, exceptionally luxurious carriage. This was none other than Zhuang Sen, who was on his way to take up his new post at Thorn Manor. He strictly adhered to Count Cross's rule that he could only bring 20 people and 500 gold coins worth of supplies. He only brought 12 vengeful female warriors rented from the Temple of Aranta, 4 ordinary blacksmiths willing to be hired, and 1 loyal and reliable female accountant who had worked for Lady Lia for a long time. That made up 17 people in total. The remaining 3 were, of course, his lovely Nia, and his parents-in-law, Sir Ram Harper and Mrs. Mary Harper. Of the 500 gold coins worth of supplies, aside from some basic tools, the rest were all ores. His recruitment of the Harper family was no secret, so buying ores was normal. However, Zhuang Sen believed that those people certainly didn't know what a dwarf blacksmith could do. Zhuang Sen thought to himself and pinched Nia's cheek in his arms. The latter was completely used to Zhuang Sen's groping, her face not even blushing. She just wiggled her little bottom like a cat trying to find a comfortable little nest. She quickly found a comfortable angle, raised her head, and said lazily and cutely, Zhuang Sen, why did you refuse Lady Lydia's request to send Lydia over? Due to the rules set by Count Cross, Lady Lydia couldn't come with Johnson, so she initially wanted Lydia to go with Johnson, but Johnson refused. Because she needs Lydia's protection more than I do, and Lydia can't protect us anyway. Zhuang Sen actually wanted to use Lydia, but rather than having another trustworthy junior officer under his command, Zhuang Sen preferred to have someone trustworthy to protect his adoptive mother. Nia hesitated for a moment, then grinned mischievously, Hey, Zhuang Sen, what do you think of Lydia? That's good. Although she's not a bloodline inheritor, her martial arts skills are solid, making her quite strong among ordinary people. What's even more valuable is her loyalty and obedience. Nia nuzzled against Zhuang Sen's chest, speechless. That's not what I meant. I was asking if you have any feelings for Lydia, she's a beauty too, isn't she? Zhuang Sen lowered his head and poked his young wife's cheek, what have you been thinking about all day? You don't have any weird fetishes, do you? Since the last dwarf inheritance, Zhuang Sen felt that Nia had become more generous. He wondered if it was because she was confident of winning after being confessed to, and now she often played matchmaker for Zhuang Sen. Nia puffed out her cheeks. She didn't have any strange fetishes, she just thought what the dwarf sisters in the previous illusion made a lot of sense. With their small bodies, they couldn't possibly satisfy Zhuang Sen alone. So, they could only find more women for Zhuang Sen to use. That was better than letting him go out and find those lowly prostitutes. The sharing of dwarf girls is limited to their clanmates. Don't change the subject, tell me already. Nia grabbed Zhuang Sen's arm and pulled him into her ample bosom. I'll let you in on a secret, Zhuang Sen. Lydia's, well, it's actually quite big too. No, you've only been at the manor for a short time, how come you're already so familiar with Lydia? Or do women really have a special talent for socializing? But Johnson didn't really have any particular thoughts about Lydia, the loyal female knight. Right now I'm only thinking about a certain dwarf and a nun, I don't have the energy to spare for anything else. That being said, Johnson did want to help Lydia become a bloodline user so she could better protect their home. Unfortunately, he hadn't yet found a suitable bloodline for her. Her compatibility with tall and short people was only 30%, making the success rate too low to gamble on. My lord, Thorn Manor is just ahead. Ram Harper's voice came from outside the carriage. As a nobleman whose status was only one rank lower than that of Johnson, he naturally became the leader of the other guards and blacksmiths. Inside the carriage, Nia immediately sat up straight upon hearing her father's voice, making Zhuang Sen want to laugh. After patting the little girl's cheek, Zhuang Sen opened the carriage window and peered ahead. The seemingly endless forest finally came to an end, revealing a clearing and 2 low hills. Several flocks of sheep huddled together on the grass at the foot of the hills, while the ragged shepherd's surprised gaze quickly darted down. Beyond the grassland and the sheep lay farmland surrounding the hills, where farmers toiled, their heads lifting at the sound of horses' hooves and wheels, only to quickly lower them again to avoid offending their distinguished guests. And nestled between the 2 hills, a large estate, enclosed by a thick wooden fence, with a sturdy gate and a towering watchtower, awaited its master. This is Thorn Manor, theoretically covering a total area of 100 hectares, 9/10 of which are wheat fields, with the remainder used for growing vegetables like cabbage and lettuce. It's a very ordinary agricultural manor, and a very unprofitable one at that, because the land is not fertile, and the yields of wheat and vegetables are mediocre. Moreover, its location is remote, bordering the territory of Leon, where bandits could spawn at any time, and even without bandits, one must be wary of ferocious wild beasts. Naturally, no merchants would want to come to such a remote place with no special products. Essentially, this wasn't a place set up to make money, but rather a self-sustaining boundary marker to prevent neighboring nobles from stealing resources or even encroaching on their land when no one was around. After all, maps of this era weren't as detailed as satellite maps, making them difficult to use as conclusive evidence. Setting up border outposts, it was much cheaper and easier to just leave some farmers here. So as long as they didn't lose money, it didn't matter, any profit was welcome. The convoy arrived at the manor, or rather, the wooden castle, but the gates were tightly shut. This is strange. Zhuang Sen is flying the Black Raven's banner, and Count Cross's orders must have been delivered by the Ravens long ago. He shouldn't be treating them as enemies. Besides, his group doesn't seem like they have any ill intentions. It can only be said that someone deliberately stirred up trouble. Zhuang Sen stepped out of the carriage and looked at the tense guards behind the wooden wall. Just as he was about to ask a question, a very greasy and unpleasant voice rang out first, "Get out of the way. Get out of the way. You idiots. Can't you see that's the Shadow Raven flag? Open the door now." The door opened amidst shouts, and a short, stout man with sweat dripping from his forehead like oil greeted them with a smile. Chapter 39, A Swift Seizure of Power. Neil Leon, 40 years old, a distant member of the Leon family, is the current governor of Thorn Manor. In terms of seniority, Johnson should call him uncle. He and Klaus Leon are of the same generation, but since he had no chance of competing for the earldom, he survived, although he was still exiled to this place. It's because he's incapable of doing anything else. However, after seeing it with his own eyes, Zhuang Sen felt that the information was somewhat inaccurate. This person was at least very capable in terms of hypocrisy and flattery. "Ah, my dear nephew, you've finally come." Neil opened his arms enthusiastically, as if to give Zhuang Sen a warm hug. But looking at his fat body and his forehead that was constantly overflowing with enthusiasm, Zhuang Sen chose to ignore him and prepared to kick him if the guy pounced on him. If such a seasoned veteran were truly enthusiastic, he would never neglect personal hygiene. This was purely a deliberate attempt to disgust him. If I'm not mistaken, he was also the one who signaled the guards to close the door. The reason isn't hard to guess. He was originally the local tyrant of Thorn Manor, and now that a lord has suddenly been parachuted in, he's definitely not happy and naturally wants to flex his muscles. This is actually a good thing, as it saves him from having to find an excuse to seize power. Johnson doesn't want a local leader who can hinder him. Neil looked at Zhuang Sen, who ignored him, and remained outwardly calm, but inwardly he was cursing coldly. This brat has offended that ruthless guy Klaus, and he still dares to be so arrogant. Does he think he can fight against him with just a few people? Thinking this to himself, Neil still lowered his arms, having no intention of forcibly taking him. He knew that Zhuang Sen had already awakened his bloodline, and forcing his way in would only make him lose face. However, this did not mean he had given up. He was just a bloodline awakener. No matter how strong he was, a glass of red wine laced with poison, a dagger thrust out while he was asleep, or even a crossbow bolt fired in a surprise attack could end their lives. He wouldn't allow anyone to compete with him for his interests, especially a stupid brat whom Cross despised. Despite harboring deep malice, Neil maintained a warm smile on the surface, even letting out a hearty laugh. Haha, it seems you're a little bothered, nephew, but I bet you're going to say next, don't bother with these idiots. They're just too worried about safety. After all, we don't have any bloodline members here, and none of us are as daring as you, nephew. Don't associate with these. Neil finally sensed something was wrong. More sweat broke out on his face, and he immediately stopped his exaggerated movements, preparing to retreat towards the manor guards. What's wrong, Zhuang Sen? Nia got out of the carriage. The commotion outside made her unable to sit still. It wasn't that she didn't trust Zhuang Sen, but she just wanted to help him. Zhuang Sen realized he had been dragging his feet for a while, so he simply said, Nia, grab him. Neil's anxiety finally subsided. He couldn't believe that Zhuang Sen would be so reckless. Wasn't he afraid that capturing him would disrupt the entire operation of Thorn Manor? Wasn't he afraid that Zhuang Sen would fight to the death? The answer is, don't be afraid. Because he simply doesn't have the right to fight desperately. Nia raised her hand, and a stone bullet condensed in her palm before shooting out, shattering Neil's right leg. His agile movements instantly lost their balance, and he fell flat on his face, letting out a piercing wail. Charge! All of you, charge! Kill these bandits! The manor guards stirred, instinctively pointing their spears at Zhuang Sen and his group. Their sheer numbers gave them a certain air of authority. However, this intimidation vanished the moment the vengeful female warriors raised their weapons and assumed a charging stance. The manor guards were indeed numerous, several dozen in number, all robust young men. However, their only weaponry consisted of a wooden spear and a simple helmet. Compared to the vengeful female warriors, who wore scale armor and chainmail beneath their robes, they were no different from farmers. Moreover, even these manor guards knew that they were no match for a single bloodline warrior. And so their last bit of momentum vanished, and the manor guards reluctantly dropped their spears and raised their hands. Sir Ram, lock this fat pig up first, we'll deal with him later. Yes, my lord. Ram dismounted, easily lifted Neil, who was missing a calf, and walked towards the manor. Neil struggled unwillingly, wailing, No. You can't do this to me. I'm a nobleman. I'm also from the Leon family. Zhuang Sen scoffed, You dare to use the surname Leon? Have you awakened your bloodline? Even nobles have their own hierarchy of discrimination. Those with higher bloodlines look down on those with lower bloodlines, and those who have awakened look down on those who haven't. There has even been a long-standing advocacy to expel those without bloodlines from the ranks of nobles, although it's not a mainstream voice yet, since bloodline awakening isn't something you can do at birth. But for someone like Neil Leon, who hasn't awakened at 40 and has ruined his body like this, no one would care if Johnson killed him. However, just to be on the safe side, and to prevent Count Cross from using this as an excuse to cause trouble, Johnson decided to spare his life for now, so he could interrogate him and squeeze some money out of him. Just by looking at him, you can tell he must have embezzled a lot. Wouldn't this mean making a fortune to start a business? Thank you for the gift of nature. Once Ram dragged Neil into the manor, no one stopped Zhuang Sen and his group from entering. The female warriors drove the carriage into the manor and directed the servants to unload the goods. Zhuang Sen then looked at the tense manor guards and asked, Does anyone know where your blacksmith shop is? Although Thorn Manor is an agricultural estate, it still needs a blacksmith shop. Farm tools break down and need to be repaired and forged. Not to mention, in this border region, they need to be wary of roaming bandits and packs of wild animals, so self-defense weapons are also essential. Thorn Manor's geographical location means they can't go anywhere else to find a blacksmith. Additionally, the information about Thorn Manor mentions that there is a blacksmith shop here. I know. I know, sir. My home is right next to the blacksmith shop. Surprisingly, but quite naturally, the manor guards turned to Zhuang Sen without the slightest hesitation. This was to be expected. Neil didn't seem like a charismatic leader, but they couldn't let their guard down completely. Zhuang Sen pondered for a moment, then randomly picked one that looked good and tossed over a silver coin. You, take me there. Everyone else, go do what you're supposed to do. Aside from one person who was overjoyed and picked up the silver coin, the other manor guards weren't too disappointed. Given their behavior just now, they could have been hanged for treason, but they received no punishment at all, which was already an unexpected surprise. It seems the new master is a good man, much better than Master Neil. Chapter 40, The Anti-Zhuang Sen Alliance. Sir, we are here. Well, back off. After dismissing the militiamen who had led the way, Zhuang Sen looked at the blacksmith shop in front of him. The structure was similar to that of the one in Glorious Manor, a small wooden hut for living quarters, with a shed attached to the outside. Inside the shed were basic equipment such as a forge, iron spade, and bellows. However, compared to the one in Glorious Manor, the size, quality, and workmanship of these machines were far inferior. After all, they were only used for making farm tools. Although disappointed, this was within Zhuang Sen's expectations and not a major problem. He could spend a few days preparing it and have the ordinary blacksmiths assist him. As for Master Nia's exquisite works, that would naturally require starting from scratch. Fortunately, that wasn't difficult either, as the Harper family was very familiar with it, and he could handle it. After a preliminary inspection of the future pillar industry incubation base, Zhuang Sen looked at Nia. What's wrong? You look like you have something to say. Do you think the tools here are not good enough? Nia shook her head. Although it won't work, I know what you've prepared, Johnson. I'm just wondering, Johnson, if you arrest that governor, won't it affect your reputation? Won't it affect your rule here? Seeing Nia's worried face, Zhuang Sen casually pinched her twice, making the little one squint her eyes before continuing to explain, don't worry, that good-for-nothing doesn't have that much prestige. The farmers won't rebel for him unless we do worse than him. Nia nodded as if she understood, but not quite. Her education had not included how to rule, and she was now simply trying to think of ways to help Zhuang Sen out of a simple, excessive concern for him. Zhuang Sen's appetite was whetted, and mischievous thoughts were bubbling up inside him. He deliberately teased, besides, even if these farmers really wanted to rebel, could they possibly win against us? Including his father-in-law, Rum Harper, Zhuang Sen had a total of 3 bloodline users. Once they were armored, taking down 700 or 800 old farmers in plain clothes would be child's play. If they could lose, it could only mean they were pure AI, and even then, a simple AI. Nia nodded in relief. Oh. But if all the farmers die, won't there be no one to farm? Nia blinked her big eyes and looked at Zhuang Sen nervously, as if she took his words seriously and tried her best to persuade him to change his mind. Zhuang Sen continued to feign indifference. That doesn't matter. Our future income comes from the forging industry. How many acres of wheat can we earn from a single suit of armor? Nia clutched her head in distress, speechless. That's how nobles are, people are just a part of their property. If they get in the way of making money, then they don't need them. Nia's kind nature made it hard for her to accept this, but since Zhuang Sen wanted to do it, she could only help. No. Nia looked up and finally noticed the wicked smile on Zhuang Sen's lips, and immediately puffed out her round face. It looks like a cute pufferfish. Zhuang Sen thought this to himself, but didn't intend to say it aloud. He'd wait until he found a live pufferfish as a sample. Honestly, you're just teasing me, you bad Zhuang Sr. Nia gently tapped Zhuang Sen's waist, pouting her lips, her face practically screamed, coquettish. Zhuang Sen squatted down and kissed her lips. Okay, enough joking. I plan to distribute land to the farmers. We don't make money from the farmland anyway, and we'll only be here for a year at most. Selling off ancestral land without a second thought, especially when it's benefiting the old men. Besides, it's Earl Cross's own fault for being unfair, only giving the manor without a title or fiefdom. That means he can take it back anytime. It's not even his own land. What's the point of Zhuang Sen cultivating it? A massive gold rush, secretly training assassins, and then meeting at Xuanwu Gate, that's the best plan. During that year, Johnson planned to vigorously develop military equipment, win over the Church of War and the Church of Healing, and send his good brothers and sisters down to meet Gem Lion as soon as old Deng left. If Zhuang Sen can cultivate a few monster girls who have awakened 3 times during this period, then he will personally send Lao Deng off on his way. Is that so? No wonder he's Zhuang Sen. Nia nodded excitedly. She didn't understand governance, but she knew the importance of land. For the serfs of the manor, owning their own land was absolutely the greatest dream, even a fantasy. If Zhuang Sen really distributed land, let alone that pig Neil, even if Earl Cross came, they might dare to challenge him, though it wouldn't really make any difference. All right, the blacksmith shop has been inspected. Let's go take a break. Zhuang Sen picked up the little cutie and walked towards the main building of the manor. Meanwhile, in a wealthy and magnificent manor that even boasts a rock fortress, a group of Leonians gathered together. Anjia sat at the head of the long table, her short legs, wrapped in white stockings, resting on the crossbar of the high-backed chair. She said seriously, everyone, I don't want to waste time. You should all know why we've gathered here today, but if anyone still doesn't know, or is unwilling, you can leave now. No one left, and Tim even banged on the table. Angie, don't waste time. Is there anyone here who doesn't want to get rid of that unruly bastard Zhuang Sen? Ange was very unhappy with Tim's interruption, but she didn't show it. She glanced around at the Leonians at the long table and, seeing that no one was preparing to get up and leave, continued, since no one is leaving, I'll tell you about our plan. It's actually very simple, we'll blockade Zhuang Sen and force him to grow cabbages only in the Thorn Manor. As you all know, Johnson has taken over the Harper family. Obviously, he'll rely on military equipment as his main source of income, so we need to block that avenue. At the source, we need to cut off his channels for purchasing ore and forging equipment, at least making him pay far more than normal prices, increasing his costs. At the same time, we need to contact various chambers of commerce and prevent them from buying Johnson's goods. I want to make sure he has goods but can't convert them into cash. Tim spoke again, your plan sounds good, but the Falau Chamber of Commerce won't listen to us. Yes, we cannot stop the Falau Merchant Guild's determination to help Zhuang Sen, but we can stop their carriages. Agnes, Straw, Admiral, I want you to block the road to Thorn Manor and not allow any merchant guild other than ours to go to Thorn Manor. The three people whose names were mentioned nodded. They were considered Angia's supporters, and the manor they were assigned to this time was located on the only road leading out of the Thorn Manor. As long as they blocked the road and set up roadblocks, the goods from the Thorn Manor would really not be able to be transported out. And you all, I know we're all in competition and you're all thinking about making more profit. Zhuang Sen's weaponry will definitely make money too, but please think about it, if this madman Zhuang Sen becomes the successor chosen by our father, how long will our heads still be on our necks? Leon and his group, who had initially expressed some dissent and wanted to discuss the distribution of profits, fell silent. Many of them had witnessed Johnson tearing Jem's throat bone out. I agree. Tim spoke first, followed by a chorus of voices, and it was ultimately passed unanimously. The anti-Johnson alliance was formed. Well then, let's adjourn the meeting. Ange jumped off her chair. Finally, I welcome everyone to purchase supplies from the Blue Raven Merchant Guild. As part of our alliance, I'll give you a 1% discount. After saying that, Ange was the first to leave the spacious room, and her guardian knight immediately came to greet her, Master. The plan was a success. Ange glanced back at the room where the noise had started coming from again and shook her head. Get the manpower ready. In a while, we'll have a large supply of high-quality and inexpensive weapons. Blockade, price suppression, and gluttony. Miss Ange is about to win. Chapter 41, The Nun Visits the Manor. A large convoy of vehicles slowly passed by under a red flag with yellow wasps. The 12 vengeful female warriors were spread out and barely managed to keep an eye on the massive convoy of 12 carriages. Their robes were stained with obvious blood, indicating that the journey had not been peaceful. Wealth is tempting, and the Church of Vengeance is not as powerful as the Lord's family. They encountered 3 groups of bandits of varying sizes along the way, but their fates were all the same. Several patches of land in the forest have become more fertile. Dantalian gripped the reins, gazing at the manor ahead, her heart pounding with excitement. She could finally see Zhuang Sen again, heaven knows how much she had suffered these past few days without him. She wanted to hold his hand, to hug him, to drink his blood. Ah, calm down, Dantalian, calm down, at least not in front of Nia. The priestess, who had been diligently preparing for the church's construction for several days in order to circumvent Count Klaus's restrictions, was now experiencing some sexual repression. The convoy slowly made its way across the main road and into the Thorn Manor. The vengeful female warriors brought by Johnson were in charge of lookout and guard, so there was no need to question Dantalian and the others about their identities. Priestess Dantalian, you must be tired from your journey. The vengeful female warrior stepped forward to greet her and gave her directions. Lord Zhuang Sen is currently at the blacksmith shop. Go straight in this direction, then turn. Dantalian said irritably, I haven't even asked yet. The vengeful female warrior winked and teased, so where are you planning to go now? I'll show you the way. The members of the Church of Vengeance have a close relationship. Most of them are orphans who were adopted and raised, and they grew up together, including Dantalian. So even though Dantalian became a priestess and a person of noble blood, the vengeful warriors still dared to joke with her and knew about Dantalian's little thoughts. Dantalian snorted and said matter-of-factly, I'm going to find Nia. Where is she? The vengeful warrior rolled her eyes. Everyone knew that Nia and Johnson were practically inseparable, seeing either of them was no different than seeing the other. But this didn't stop the vengeful warriors from teasing her. It's also at the blacksmith shop, my lord. She answered Dantalian's question first, then added, but priestess, please be careful when you go there. Don't see anything you shouldn't. Healing abilities probably can't cure a sty, right? I have important business to attend to. Besides, Zhuang Sen is not that lewd and dissolute. The second half of her sentence sounded a little guilty. Didn't she know whether Johnson was lewd or not? The vengeful female warrior had grown tired of seeing Zhuang Sen and Nia showing off their affection these past few days, and scoffed at Dantalian's stubborn statement. Fine, but seriously, Dantalian, don't let yourself be outdone by even a little girl. You were here first, after all. Dantalian was getting impatient. If you're so good at talking, why don't you go and do it yourself? The vengeful warrior's eyes lit up. Priestess, are you telling the truth? Then I really. Dantalian took a deep breath. What are those people doing over there? Are they getting farm tools? The vengeful female warrior pouted, thinking to herself that sisters really couldn't compare to men. The topic was changed so quickly. No, those people are probably registering heads. Lord Zhuang Sen gave an order to remeasure and redistribute the land, and the farmers have been praising Lord Zhuang Sen like a god these past few days. Speaking of which, you've come at the right time. We've been so busy these past few days, finally someone can come and share the work. Dantalian nodded. As expected of Lord Zhuang Sen, you are indeed kind-hearted. Ah, right, the vengeful female warrior patted the horse's head. All right, if you want to find Lord Zhuang Sen, hurry up and go. Stop pretending here and wasting time. I have important business to attend to. Dantalian turned her horse around, but didn't forget to emphasize. The vengeful female warrior suppressed her smile and reverted to her cold and ruthless soldier mode. Dantalian arrived at the blacksmith shop, which had been completely renovated and was still under expansion. Knowing the land was about to be redistributed, the farmers became the most diligent bricklayers, meticulously following the instructions. The ordinary blacksmiths had already begun work, but for now they were only forging their own items. Zhuang Sen didn't plan to take out his plate armor, at least not until the blacksmith shop was upgraded to a blacksmith workshop. Although as long as plate armor is still being sold, it is impossible to avoid the leakage of the technology, but it is best to delay as long as possible, and it would be best to wait until the reputation is established and the brand is established. Looking at this thriving and bustling scene, Dantalian revealed a faint smile. Not in front of that humanoid heat switch, she wouldn't be troubled by Lamia's bloodline nature. Just like when she wasn't in front of Zhuang Sen, Nia was a dignified, quiet, and slightly shrewd noblewoman, not a spoiled little cutie who wanted kisses, hugs, and being lifted up high all day. People behave very differently in front of loved ones and in front of strangers. Crossing the construction site, Dantalian saw Nia intently hammering away at the sword blank, with Zhuang Sen looking at her with doting eyes. A surge of intense excitement and a hint of anger rose within her simultaneously, prompting Dantalian to quicken her pace and approach Zhuang Sen. Zhuang Sen, Nia. Zhuang Sen and Nia looked up at the newcomer, both showing expressions of delight. Dantalian. Sister Dantalian. However, after Nia finished speaking, she didn't stop what she was doing, but continued to hammer the sword blank. Zhuang Sen, I still have to work for a while, why don't you go and entertain Sister Dantalian? Zhuang Sen pinched the little guy's cheek, turning his mischievous smile into a shy one, and then greeted Dantalian. I thought you wouldn't arrive until the afternoon, Dantalian. That was the case, but I rushed over here. Dantalian really had something important to do. When we came here, we saw that there were checkpoints set up on the road. Several merchants seemed to be trying their luck here, but they were all driven back by the soldiers blocking the way. She didn't say how she got there, but it's easy to guess that ordinary soldiers wouldn't be a match for the vengeful female warrior, let alone have the courage to deal with a bloodline member. Zhuang Sen frowned. This matter was indeed a bit troublesome. He had thought that even if the other Leons wanted to unite against him, who did not follow the rules, it wouldn't be so quick. He hadn't even finished the first batch of weaponry yet, and hadn't made any money at all. Why were these guys in such a hurry? Their efficiency was too high. Zhuang Sen hadn't expected that a certain bratty little sister had already set her sights on his business. However, this isn't a huge problem. If Dantalian could lead people through here, he could lead people out here too, though efficiency would inevitably be affected. TSK, what a nuisance they are. Zhuang Sen's good mood instantly soured, and seeing his furrowed brow, Dantalian couldn't help but reach out and hug Zhuang Sen, pressing his head into her arms. Don't worry, I'll help you, Lord Zhuang Sen. Chapter 42, The Order Visits the Earl. Rewind a little, and as Dantalian's convoy approached Thorn Manor, two men dressed like travelers were observing them from a low hill not far away. Is that the legendary new level 4 sacred bloodline? It looks really good. I wonder what the blood will taste like. The one who spoke was the slightly shorter of the two men. He had red hair, which was common in the Fallen Star Kingdom, but his brown pupils were strangely square. He exuded a carefree aura, which was quite fitting for a traveler. Don't interfere, Lizad. The other man had a head of weathered white hair and two intersecting scars on his face, which ruined his originally handsome appearance and added a terrifying aura. What does it matter, Vol? No matter how high the bloodline is, it's only the first awakening anyway. The red-haired man named Lizad said with a grin, but the white-haired Val had no intention of cooperating at all, maintaining his cold and hard expression as he stared at Lizad. Our mission is to confirm the effectiveness of the bloodline tracing sacrifice ritual, not to hunt for supplies, nor to play around. This isn't the Black Swamp, but the old Raven's lair. Heaven knows how many spies that cold-blooded and treacherous old Raven has planted here. Your death is irrelevant, but if you disrupt the Order's plans. Lizad raised his hands. Okay, I know, I won't do anything reckless, all right. Stop reading. Good heavens, you could just say I'm reckless and let the Order kill my entire family of 100 people, there's no need for all this nonsense. Val's forehead twitched, or I could just kill you. Anyway, this mission only requires recording the success or failure of the ritual, and I don't need to interfere in any way. Lizad covered his mouth and looked at Wall with innocent eyes, but his strange eyes made his action look more like he was cursing Wall. Wall didn't care, he already had enough curses on him. His pale, frozen, dead fish-like eyes flickered, looking in a direction different from Starry Night City. I smell it. The Earl is at work. Let's go, maybe we can even get some of the Earl's leftovers. Lizad became excited, and surprisingly, Wall did not object. Red Deer Manor. As its name suggests, the local specialty is red deer, and its main industries are hunting and animal products, making it a mid-range estate in terms of production within the Leon territory. In this trial of succession, he was assigned to Ron Leon, a son of Leon who had awakened his maternal bloodline, the Wilderness Sparrow. To be honest, he originally had no intention of vying for the earldom. His bloodline destined him for a difficult struggle, and even if he were to take the position, it would be hard to keep it. But the fine traditions of the Leon family made it impossible for him to back down, so he participated in Jem's attack on Johnson and also joined the anti-Johnson alliance. Even so, he didn't think he could win, he only hoped to live until the winner was chosen and not be purged. Until the day he returned from the anti-Johnson alliance and found the old man, he meant, his dear old father, Count Cross, waiting for him at his house. Cross received him very warmly and told him that he had always believed he was the most suitable successor. This so-called successor trial was a deliberate arrangement to ensure his legitimate succession, which was why Red Deer Manor was specifically chosen for him. Cross declared that Jem, Angel, Johnson, and Clark were all inferior to him, Ron. But I'm only a level 2 bloodline user. Recalling his shameful and unwilling answer at the time, Ron's lips curled into a smile. The orange-yellow candlelight flickered, illuminating the dark room. Crimson magic circles were densely packed, covering every corner. Ron was at the very center of the magic circles, slowly bowing as he smeared the foul-smelling deer blood on his face. He recalled Cross, his dear old father's answer, his loving voice still ringing in his ears. Don't be silly, Ron, how could I not know this? So I sought out the king, the great Titan King, and obtained a secret technique to enhance your bloodline. This technique can elevate your forest sparrow bloodline to the 3rd level, the Crimson Flame Deer. All you need to do is perform a ritual. Ron had no doubts, even though according to bloodline theory, once a bloodline awakens, it is fixed and has no possibility of evolution. But what reason would Cross have to lie to him? He was just a level 2 bloodline user. Even if he hadn't been killed by his brothers and sisters, he would at most become a country baron, which would be the pinnacle of his life. He was not even in the same league as a powerful earl or a minister of the kingdom. Even if Cross wanted to kill him, he only needed to raise his hand slightly, so Ron did his best to complete the ritual. He personally hunted the most magnificent stag and the most beautiful doe in the vicinity, mixed their blood with his own, and drew the ritual in this secret chamber. Now, he will complete the final step and be reborn. The deer blood, which had already cooled down, fell on Ron's body and miraculously warmed up again, growing hotter and hotter. This bizarre scene thrilled Ron. Yes, the ritual really worked. He will become a level 3 bloodline user. He will become Earl Ryan. He will become a minister of the kingdom. Glory, wealth, and fame seemed within reach, but all Ron wanted to see at that moment was Cross, his father. Did you see that? I have. His strong body collapsed with a thud, his face, unmarked and bearing a genuine smile, still held a hint of lifelessness. I saw it, son. Cross stepped out from the corner. It was too easy for the Shadow Raven, who had awakened 3 times, to avoid the perception of the woodpecker, who had awakened once. He looked down at the corpse on the ground, his right hand hovering above Ron's head through the candlelight. Wisps of blood energy surged from it, pausing briefly before rushing towards Cross. His once fair and powerful hand gradually turned red under the influence of the blood energy, then transformed into a red and black bird claw. If Johnson were present at this moment, he would be surprised to find that above Cross's head, a black raven was struggling incessantly, as if something was constantly binding and entangled it. As expected, it doesn't work. After awakening other bloodlines, the Shadow Raven blood becomes so weak that it's almost useless. But why did Zhuang Sen? Cross withdrew his hand. He didn't need to come personally, the ritual was interconnected, and the blood energy here would naturally converge into the main array he had set up in his hometown. But he really wanted to know if the blood energy of Shadow Raven children who awakened other bloodlines would actually be more effective. The truth is, of course, no, Zhuang Sen is indeed unique. Cross suddenly felt an urge to drain Zhuang Sen dry right now, but he quickly suppressed it. This was not the first time, nor was it a sudden pang of conscience, nor was it out of fear of the Church of Vengeance. As long as he evolved to a level 4 bloodline and completed 4 awakenings, what did the Temple of Aranta matter? He was simply paranoid. He had been in contact with the bloodline cult for a long time and had thoroughly studied the bloodline tracing sacrifice ritual before daring to use it himself. Now that Zhuang Sen, who should have died but hadn't, and who completely violated the theory of the ritual, had suddenly appeared, his paranoia naturally prevented him from taking any action rashly. He didn't even dare to keep Zhuang Sen by his side. He smelled too good. A few drops of Zhuang Sen's blood were comparable to an entire unawakened Shadow Raven bloodline. He was afraid that he would lose control and devour Zhuang Sen whole, causing the ritual to fail. It's alright, I'll wait until I reach level 4 bloodline and complete my 4th awakening. Clothes disappeared from the room. Some time later, the secret room was opened again, and Wall and Lizad walked in. Looking at the eerie scene inside, Lizad whistled, looks like it went well. Wall shook his head, get started quickly, and remember not to leave any traces. When it comes to food, I'm an expert, Wall. Lizad bent down, and his once decent head suddenly swelled up, dark green scales sprouting from his skin. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a lizard's head and bit down on Ron's neck. Glug, glug, Ron's remaining blood, the blood of the woodpecker, all poured into Lizard's mouth. And when Lizard got up, satisfied, Wall placed his pale, lifeless hand on Ron's head. A moment later, the secret room returned to silence, leaving only a dried-up corpse with no visible injuries. Chapter 43, Second Awakening. Zhuang Sen was now perfectly comfortable enjoying the face wash. Dantalian's full breasts remained soft even through her nun's habit, their rich, alluring fragrance perfectly relaxing him. Nia watched this scene, glanced down at her own breasts, and realized that, aside from size, her height made it impossible for her to wash Zhuang Sen's face. The dwarf channeled his grief and anger into force, fiercely striking the sword embryo. Meanwhile, Dantalian, having replenished Zhuang Sen's energy, released him with powerful willpower, her eyes greedily fixed on him, yet a gentle voice flowed from her red lips, feeling better, Zhuang Sen. Someone's lecherous nature has been exposed, but the nun is not disappointed, on the contrary, she is rather happy because the object of her lust is her. I'm fine, Zhuang Sen nodded habitually, but although Dantalian released him, she didn't back down, so he slammed his head against Dantalian's chest again. The soft, creamy, and bouncy texture made Zhuang Sen wonder for the umpteenth time, does this world not have bras at all? Perhaps this is also a business opportunity. Zhuang Sen pondered for a long time without looking up, while Dantalian felt somewhat at a loss, frequently glancing at Nia, who was still hammering the sword blank. This was Zhuang Sen's legitimate wife, and compared to her, Dantalian seemed less assertive. For some reason, thinking of this made Dantalian feel even more excited. The thought of her pressing Nia's husband against her chest right in front of Nia made her body heat up, and the impulse she felt every time she was with Zhuang Sen became stronger, making her unable to help but squeeze her legs together. How could she do this? Goddess, forgive me. The devout nun struggled with her prayers, her hands stiffly raised and slowly extended towards Zhuang Senator, but then Zhuang Sen looked up again. By the way, Dantalian, you haven't settled in yet, have you? Let me take you there first. As her chest suddenly felt lighter, Dantalian, no longer burdened by Zhuang Sen, wrapped her arms around him and pulled him back down. Zhuang Sen's surprised and rapid breathing, passing through the thick but breathable fabric, hit Dantalian's chest, causing her face to flush. She is shy, but not much. However, meeting Nia's gaze, Dantalian didn't dare to continue. She released Zhuang Sen, whose face was still covered in the smell of milk, and said seriously, "Let's go, Zhuang Senior." Zhuang Sen looked at Dantalian, whose face and eyes were filled with barely concealed desire, yet she was forcibly maintaining a saintly demeanor. He felt a thrill, but wondered if Dantalian would retaliate if she found out that he didn't need to hold back. I need to improve my physical fitness as soon as possible, so as not to be exhausted by working myself to death for 24 hours straight. Thinking of this, Zhuang Sen waved to Nia, "Nia, let's go, it's time for a drink." The drink in question refers to Zhuang Sen's blood, which he has been feeding Nia every day for the past few days. Nia, who hadn't intended to disturb Zhuang Sen while he was drinking Dantalian, couldn't help but lick her lips upon hearing this. She dropped the sword blank she had already forged and came to Zhuang Sen, saying, "Sister Dantalian, let's go." Zhuang Sen was talking about that. From Nia's wink, Dantalian unexpectedly understood what she meant, recalling the delicious meal she had tasted in the carriage. She strode forward with her shapely, long legs, pulling the 1.7-meter-tall Zhuang Sen along like a young mother leading a child. A moment later, in the main building of the manor, in Zhuang Sen's room, a gleaming dagger sliced through pale skin, and bright red blood flowed out, falling into the goblet in front of Nia. Then Johnson turned to Dantalian, reaching for her goblet, but his outstretched hand was restrained by another large hand. Dantalian, her eyes slightly red, gripped Zhuang Sen's hands, her breath coming in short gasps as she lowered her head, her hot breath rippling the overflowing blood and releasing an even richer fragrance. "Dantalian, how?" Zhuang Sen looked at Dantalian with confusion, watching her stick out her pink tongue and lick his palm like a cat. The soft touch and delicate tickle combined made Zhuang Sen swallow hard. What's going on? Why does this scene feel so erotic? Dantalian quickly licked the spilled blood clean, but she wasn't satisfied. She then pressed her full, red lips against Zhuang Sen's palm. The palm of a person's hand is very warm, and Dantalian's body temperature was already lower than Zhuang Sen's. Zhuang Sen felt a cool, refreshing sensation in her palm, which made his blood flow even faster. Glug, glug. Nia finished her drink. She was usually very satisfied, but now she felt a little unsatisfied. It was as if the taste of drinking straight from the cup was not as good as the taste of drinking straight from the cup. Dantalian had already focused both hands on Zhuang Sen's left hand, and her tongue had unknowingly turned into a bright red snake tongue, not only sucking on the wound on Zhuang Sen's palm, but also continuously wrapping around Zhuang Sen's 5 fingers. The sticky snake saliva made Zhuang Sen's 5 fingers wet and sticky, exuding a strong Dantalian scent, as if it had been marked as the property of the Holy Lamia. The holy nun, dressed in her pristine habit, licked her hand with longing, her erratic breathing rising and falling, striking Zhuang Sen's fingers and, at the same time, striking his heart. If Nia weren't still around, he would have definitely asked Dantalian for more blood sleep. But Nia was staring intently at him, and Zhuang Sen was too embarrassed to do the kind of thing in front of his wife. Moreover, the system had given him a shocking message. Dwarven bloodline, 25% to 28%. Holy Lamia bloodline, 14% to 20%. Bloodline progress synchronized and completed. Bloodline of the unranked angels, 20% to 26%. New illustration content has been unlocked. The bloodline of the Holy Lamia has reached the lower limit, the recipe for the second awakening potion has been updated. As mentioned before, bloodline level determines the upper limit of awakening times, but that's only one aspect. Secondly, different bloodlines have different subsequent awakening times. If we set full bloodline development to 100%, then a level 5 bloodline only needs 20% development to undergo a second awakening, while a level 2 bloodline requires at least 50% development. According to bloodline theory, this is because higher-level bloodlines possess more power, so 20% of the bloodline power of a lower-level bloodline is equivalent to 50% of the bloodline power of a lower-level bloodline. However, developing a high-level bloodline is far more difficult than developing a low-level one. Reaching 20% of the target for a level 5 bloodline takes about 2 years, roughly the same as reaching 50% for a level 2 bloodline, unless one brute forces it with resources. But even then, success is impossible in just 1 or 2 months, because one must consider the body's capacity. Rare and precious materials are not entirely harmless. In short, what I'm trying to say is that Dantalian's progress has overturned the existing bloodline theory, and the reason seems to be Zhuang Sen's blood. However, Zhuang Sen was unaware of this at the moment. He only knew that his strength was about to increase again, and he just wanted to see what materials were needed for the second awakening potion. Sacred Lamia Bloodline Second Awakening Potion, main ingredient, 400 milliliters of Zhuang Sen's blood, auxiliary ingredients, 3 mature snake whisper flowers, a handful of St. John's grass powder, 300 milliliters of starlight solvent. Chapter 44, The Wall of Earth Elementals, 3082 words. What's wrong, Zhuang Sen? Dantalian asked Zhuang Sen, who was suddenly looking at her with burning eyes, with concern. Is he feeling it again? She subconsciously glanced at Nia, who had already finished drinking and had been watching the show, and her pink tongue involuntarily licked the bloodstains on her lips, making her already full red lips even more vivid and alluring. But Zhuang Sen felt a bit silly. He had never even seen someone who didn't realize that his bloodline had improved. Bloodline practitioners are very sensitive to changes in their bloodline concentration, otherwise they wouldn't be able to pinpoint the percentage. He cast a healing spell, and at the same time reached out to wipe the blood from Dantalian's lips. Dantalian, don't you feel any changes in your body? Really? Dantalian hesitated for a moment, released Zhuang Sen's hand, closed her eyes to meditate, and then opened her mouth slightly in surprise. My bloodline has reached. Congratulations, Dantalian, you're about to awaken for the second time. Zhuang Sen withdrew his hand. I'll prepare the potion. I didn't expect you to be here so quickly, and I've been quite busy before. Yes, thank you for your trouble, Zhuang Sr. Having drunk her fill of Zhuang Sen's blood, Lamia's domineering nature subsided. The gentle and shy nun looked at the bloodstains on Zhuang Sen's hands, pursed her lips, and lowered her head, suppressing the urge to suck on those fair, slender fingers, which were not even as thick as hers. Nia cupped her round face in her hands, smiling with narrowed eyes, finding it all quite amusing. Dantalian was clearly so obsessed with Zhuang Sen's blood, even refusing to use a cup, yet the slightest change in Zhuang Sen's expression caused her to react, and even become so nervous. Why had these two been dragging this out until now? The dwarf, inheriting the fine traditions of her race, watched the two silently tugging at each other with amusement. She was starting to understand those older dwarf sisters in the inheritance ceremony, little virgins. However, she actually awakened a second time. Level 5 bloodline is really good. Although she doesn't envy Dantalian for licking Zhuang Sen's hand, Nia envies Dantalian's strength. She also wants to help Zhuang Sen more. The mature and composed older sister, Nia, felt a pang of envy and melancholy. Sensing the sudden change in atmosphere, Zhuang Sen didn't know how to resolve it, so he could only bring up the important matter. We don't have the materials for the second awakening potion here, so I plan to go to Starry Night City to buy them now. Dantalian frowned slightly and said gently, there's no need to rush, Zhuang Senator, we can buy them together next time we go to the city. Zhuang Sen shook his head. No, in the current situation, I think it's better to become stronger as quickly as possible, and I can also take a look at the levels you mentioned so that it will be easier to pass them later. Nia tactfully stood up, then I'll go back to work. Oh. The sudden feeling of weightlessness made the dwarf gasp and hug Zhuang Sen tightly. You're coming too. Zhuang Sen put one arm around the little dwarf's pert bottom. He had no intention of really exploiting his wife like a beast of burden, even if she liked it. Besides, did the little guy think he was hiding it well? His eyes were practically turning into sour plums. No matter how much they are influenced by the racial traits of dwarf girls, it doesn't mean they don't have their own little thoughts. Isn't Dantalian the best proof of that? In the end, race and individual are not the same. There are paladins among succubi. So what if a dwarf girl is jealous? Humph. The little dwarf gave a haughty snort, but immediately hugged Zhuang Sen's neck again. Her two breasts, which were no less proportionate than Dantalian's, stuck to Zhuang Sen's face, which could be considered a face wash achievement. Dantalian watched from the side, feeling a pang of jealousy. If it weren't for the limitations imposed by her bloodline, she too would have wanted to be so uninhibitedly intimate with Zhuang Senator, but she also knew that if her bloodline and personality weren't like this, she would probably still be reserved, and wouldn't even have held hands. Ugh. Dantalian sighed softly, lowered her eyelids for a moment, then casually raised them again, meeting Zhuang Sen's dark eyes. Let's go, Dantalian. Zhuang Sen's free right hand took Dantalian's soft, boneless hand in his. His cool, slightly damp hand was pulled by her warm little hand, and they walked confidently through the manor to the stables. Lord Johnson. The vengeful female warrior guarding the important stables bowed to Zhuang Sen, but her tone was noticeably different from usual, and her eyes kept drifting towards Dantalian. It was as if she were saying, I never expected Dantalian to be so bold. Holding hands with Lord Zhuang Sen in front of someone else's wife, it's truly unbelievable. The above is Dantalian's own imagination. The vengeful warrior simply led out two warhorses as usual. Zhuang Sen regretfully released Dantalian's hand, first placing Nia on the saddle before mounting himself. After he finished, Dantalian remained rooted to the spot, her slightly reddened ears visible beneath her flaxen hair. Zhuang Sen didn't know whether to be happy or not, and in the end he could only solemnly call out, Dantalian, let's go. Dantalian was startled awake. Her first glance was at Zhuang Sen, then her eyes swept over the vengeful female warriors in the corner, who had turned their heads away at some point and whose shoulders were trembling slightly. She glared fiercely at her good sisters, mounted her horse, and already anticipated that this matter would spread rapidly throughout the Temple of Aranta. Dantalian, oh Dantalian, what are you thinking? In her embarrassment, she even forgot to ask why Zhuang Sen wanted to ride a horse with Nia. Once they were on the road, she couldn't bring herself to ask and could only watch silently as Nia nestled in Zhuang Sen's arms, her smile so bright it outshone the sun in the sky. The journey was uneventful. Before the sun had completely set, Zhuang Sen and his party rode swiftly across a distance that would have taken a whole day by carriage, and arrived at a place that should have been a rammed earth road, at least when Zhuang Sen had come here before. Now, the road is still the same road, with even many tire tracks. But there's a stone wall at least 3 meters high in the road, with antlers, barricades, and other barriers placed in front of it. Several soldiers wearing cotton armor and helmets are hiding behind it, holding spears and watching Zhuang Sen and his group nervously. What is this stuff? Zhuang Sen even doubted that he had taken the wrong path, but there was only one road leading out of Thorn Manor. Dantalian was also very surprised. She remembered that when she came here before, there were only barricades and other roadblocks. After she directly dismantled them, she was able to pass through smoothly. What was going on with this wall? Nia suddenly tugged at Zhuang Sen's sleeve. Zhuang Sen, that wall isn't an ordinary wall, it smells like the earth. I see, that explains it. Zhuang Sen naturally believed Nia, but this was not good news. It meant that the wall was not just for show, but was built using bloodline abilities, which explained why it wasn't there when Dantalian came. Just as Zhuang Sen and his companions were surprised, a figure appeared on the wall. He had black hair and blue eyes, wore a yellow embroidered brocade robe, and a green hat. He looked down at Zhuang Sen and his companions and shouted, "Zhuang Sen, I'm sorry, but you have to pay a toll to pass through here now. Also, Priestess Dantalian, you can't just let bygones be bygones about what happened to you this morning." Zhuang Sen looked up and recognized the person above, admirer. "What's wrong with you?" Admiral Leon, 18 years old, was born 2 years earlier than Zhuang Sen, but firstly, his maternal family was just an ordinary baron, and secondly, he had not yet awakened his bloodline, so he was basically destined to be just an ordinary person. Unexpectedly, he dared to cause a scene here. Admiral stood on the wall and said loudly, "Sorry, Johnson, but this is my right. If you're not going to pay, then please take another route. Anyway, you've awakened your bloodline, so you're not afraid of danger in the forest." They weren't afraid of the dangers of traversing the forest, but the problem was how to transport goods by horse-drawn cart later. Did they have to build another road themselves? But even if they did, it wouldn't matter. As long as the wall extended to this area, Admiral could simply continue to expand it. Because this area was now his territory. Zhuang Sen glared at Admirer with displeasure. Admirer initially shrank back, but then looked up again, saying, "Zhuang Sen, you're not planning to do something illegal again, are you? Father's informants might be right here." If it weren't for this layer of protection, Admiral wouldn't have dared to face Johnson alone. Zhuang Sen had no intention of challenging old Deng at this moment, so he ignored Admiral and turned his attention to the wall. To be honest, a 3-meter wall wouldn't stop them. Nia could easily climb over it, but as mentioned before, a carriage couldn't get through. Nia was eager to help Zhuang Sen. "Zhuang Sen, let me go and knock down this wall." Zhuang Sen had the same idea, but he didn't intend to let Nia run down to the wall. He looked at Dantalian, who was feeling a bit regretful because Nia had beaten her to it. Noticing Zhuang Sen's gaze, she immediately puffed out her chest. "Zhuang Sen, let me try first." Nia didn't really care. She didn't really want to leave Zhuang Sen's arms, but she also had the ability to use stone projectiles, although it wasn't as strong as her fists. Dantalian raised her hand, and a dazzling light gathered at her fingertips before shooting towards the stone wall. Bloodline ability, Holy Ray. It requires charging up, but it has penetrating power and can easily pierce through ordinary iron armor. The high heat ray flies straight, but when it hits a stone wall, it only creates a small crater about half a finger deep. The tensed Miller immediately laughed. "Johnson, don't waste your energy. Even if you can get past me, there are still Struth and Agnes behind you. You should take a detour." Dantalian frowned, about to try a different ability, when Zhuang Sen stopped her. Dantalian had already demonstrated healing and poison mist abilities, and now she had used the Holy Ray, making it 3 abilities in total. According to the bloodline theory of this world, this was the mark of a super genius. Even if it's attributed to an increase in bloodline concentration and the awakening of new abilities, having one in such a short time is already quite remarkable. "We can't expose any more." Zhuang Sen cast a flash spell on the smug admiral, then turned his horse around and rode into the woods amidst his scream. Chapter 45, The Chosen One, Zhuang Sen. After traversing forests and mountains, Zhuang Sen and his group returned to Starry Night City on the morning of the 3rd day. As Admiral had said, the 2 manors behind him, belonging to Agnes and Stroud respectively, also had the same stone walls erected, forcing Johnson to once again take a detour through the woods. Fortunately, these stone walls were not too long, and it was not difficult to go around them, but the carriage could not. It's not that it's impossible to break through, but it will significantly increase costs. Taking a detour will take more time, and entering the forest will present greater risks, thus requiring more manpower. No, it should be that only those with bloodlines can lead the team, otherwise, bandits with bloodlines might emerge from the forests of these places. Zhuang Sen deeply understood what it meant to be held hostage, but perhaps he could learn something from it, such as hiding in the woods and robbing them back. This approach has many problems, so Zhuang Sen is keeping it as a backup option for now. Zhuang Sen, are we going to the temple next, or to your house? Dantalian rode alongside Zhuang Sen, asking softly. She guessed that he was probably going back to Zhuang Sen's house. Lady Lia and he had a very close relationship, and since he rarely came back, he should go back. Moreover, when it came to buying potion ingredients, the Falao Merchant Guild was a better choice than the Church of Vengeance. Let's go to the temple. Zhuang Sen snapped out of his thoughts and answered Dantalian's question. Although the Chamber of Commerce has a wide range of things, it is also easy for secrets to be leaked. The Falao Chamber of Commerce is not controlled by my family alone. Moreover, no matter what, the loyalty of the members of a profit-driven Chamber of Commerce is unlikely to be higher than that of a religious organization. Dantalian nodded slightly and quickened her pace with Johnson, arriving at the Temple of Aranta. But as soon as they dismounted, they, or rather, Johnson, felt many intense gazes. The nun guarding the gate and the worshippers coming and going all stared at Zhuang Sen with strange expressions, as if they were looking at something rare. Zhuang Sen was somewhat puzzled, but didn't pay much attention, because he didn't sense any malice, and there couldn't possibly be anything wrong with the Temple of Aranta. Upon entering the Temple of Aranta, Zhuang Sen, under even more scrutiny, found Bishop Rosa. Good day, Your Excellency. Good day, Johnson, Dantalian, and Miss Nia. Bishop Rosa still had that cheerful and kind look on her face. Judging from your appearance, is something urgent? After traveling for 3 days, Zhuang Sen and his companions were covered in dust and grime. Zhuang Sen nodded. Dantalian can awaken a second time now. I came back to buy materials for the awakening potion. It would be best if the church had them. Bishop Rosa was quite surprised, but the situation kept her calm. She said in a low voice, Congratulations, Dantalian, and thank you for your generosity, Johnson. Taking materials from the church is tantamount to revealing the recipe for the awakening potion to the church. Although there is no potion for the first awakening, it is useless to get the one for the second awakening. However, this shows that Zhuang Sen trusts the Church of Vengeance more. Bishop Rosa is very pleased with Zhuang Sen's feedback. But before that, let's take a break and have a cup of hot tea. Zhuang Sen didn't care about this problem, but after looking at Dantalian and Nia, who looked a bit disheveled, he nodded and said, Then, thank you for your help. After a quick wash, Zhuang Sen and the others went to the reception room and sat down at the round table. Zhuang Sen was flanked by Nia and Dantalian, while Bishop Rosa sat on one side. Bishop Rosa watched this scene with great pleasure. Johnson, what do you need? Zhuang Sen listed the materials needed and added, if possible, please bring a few more copies. Although the second awakening is theoretically unlikely to fail, the creation of potions may fail, so it's still advisable to prepare extra. Bishop Rosa naturally had no reason to refuse, but after thinking for a while, she frowned. We don't have serpent flower or starry night solvent here. We don't usually need either of them. Then I'll have to buy it outside. By the way, I'll also pay for the church's services, so I don't want to be accused of relying on external forces. This refers to Count Cross's requirements for the successor's trial. We should still be careful, although Count Cross can always find an excuse if he wants to act recklessly. No, these materials are for the Thorn Church, not for you. Bishop Rosa spoke with an air of seriousness, but there was nothing wrong with what she said. She was unaware that Johnson was already plotting to eliminate Cross, and she wasn't in a hurry for a year or two. What she wanted most right now was for Dantalian to grow stronger. Once she had completed at least 3 awakenings, her future would be practically secure. Thinking about this, she felt even more favorably toward Zhuang Sen. The Temple of Aranta didn't have many sacred treasures to offer Dantalian, yet Dantalian was able to reach the second awakening so quickly. In her opinion, the only explanation was that Zhuang Sen had gone to great lengths to achieve this. Sure enough, although he was a bit lecherous, Zhuang Sen was a good boy. Thank you for your trouble, Zhuang Sen said politely, then got back to the main topic. There's another thing I'd like to ask you. On our way here. Zhuang Sen brought up the matter of the 3 stone walls, not to encourage Bishop Rosa to demolish them by force, but to ask who was responsible for them and if there was a better way to break through them. Bishop Rosa quickly replied after listening, it sounds like the ability of the stone otter. It's normal that you haven't heard of it. It's a small family with a first-level bloodline whose main business is building cities. They can indeed build city walls very quickly, and they are indeed durable enough. I'm afraid there's no good way to counter them. Isn't this considered external force? Zhuang Sen asked, then shook his head. Whether it counts as external force or not is up to Count Cross to decide. If he doesn't say so, it doesn't count. Besides, it's easy to find an excuse. Zhuang Sen can have the Church of Revenge as a powerful ally, so there's no reason why others can't have one too. Although it is essentially still about Count Klaus's dictatorship. It seems we can only wait for the second awakening. Hearing Zhuang Sen sigh, Bishop Rosa considerately changed the subject, speaking of which, Zhuang Sen, your return now is just in time. Do you remember what we talked about before about the goddess's revelation? Zhuang Sen was somewhat prepared and wasn't too disappointed. Hearing Bishop Rosa's question, he composed himself and replied, do you remember? Is there anything I need to do? Indeed, many people want to meet you, hoping the learned chosen one can determine if they have any hidden bloodlines. Bishop Rosa picked up her tea and took a sip. I think this might be helpful. Zhuang Sen paused for a moment, then his eyes gradually lit up. This will be a great help, Your Excellency the Bishop. Chapter 46, Socially Anxious Sunflower. Bishop Rosa, could we arrange to meet at Thorn Manor? Zhuang Sen was in high spirits and added to Bishop Rosa, by the way, if we can get them to bring some potion ingredients and minerals to Thorn Manor, we can try to get some carriages. At this point in Zhuang Sen's speech, Bishop Rosa naturally understood, you intend to have them force Admiral and his men to release the checkpoints. This seems unlikely, because the reason these people want to see Zhuang Sen is because of a vain hope of having their bloodline discovered. In other words, they are just mortals and incapable of standing up against Admirer and his ilk. Even if some of them are spies sent by powerful forces or noble families, they wouldn't side with Zhuang Sen for something as trivial as this. But Zhuang Sen couldn't possibly be unaware of this, unless he could actually create a few more entirely new bloodline users. He can't really. Even Bishop Rosa, a staunch supporter of Zhuang Sen, found this somewhat absurd. Zhuang Sen was only 16 years old, where did he get so much knowledge about bloodlines? Moreover, even scholars skilled in bloodline identification would need a long time to accurately determine whether a person possessed a bloodline, let alone a group of people. Bishop Rosa hesitated. It wasn't that she didn't support Zhuang Sen, but it just sounded too unreliable. Zhuang Sen noticed her hesitation and smiled, Your Excellency, don't worry about that. As long as we can get them to come to Thorn Manor, the rest is up to me. Even if so many people don't have a single monster girl, he can just create one on the spot using his bloodline. Dantalian will be able to awaken a second time immediately, which means he'll gain another bloodline right away. Seeing Zhuang Sen's confidence, Bishop Rosa gave up trying to persuade him. It was just a matter of changing the location, which wasn't difficult. Moreover, even if it didn't affect the three walls, it could still help Zhuang Sen replenish his supplies and address his sales issues. Okay, I'll make sure they all go, but that might take a little longer. This is normal. The journey from Starry Night City to Thorn Manor alone takes a considerable amount of time, not to mention the need to reorganize manpower and set up the venue. Zhuang Sen knew this was a troublesome task, and nodded apologetically, Thank you for your trouble, Your Excellency. This is exactly what I should do. Bishop Rosa wasn't just being polite. It was her idea to promote Zhuang Sen as the chosen one, and in her view, it was indeed her job. Zhuang Sen, however, did not think so. The investment of the Church of Revenge had been so large that he even suspected that Zhuang Sen Lian was actually Bishop Rosa's illegitimate son. However, he had no other choice but to continue to fleece the church. However, he still felt a little guilty, so he stood up and said, Then you go ahead with your work. I'm going to buy other materials. Nia, Dantalian, would you two like to come along? Go. Nia answered first, jumping into Zhuang Sen's arms. Dantalian was not to be outdone, getting up and hugging Zhuang Sen's right arm, completely enveloping him in her chest's valley. Zhuang Sen was already used to it. He bid farewell to Bishop Rosa, who was wearing a maternal smile, and led the two of them to the large market in Starry Night City. The market in Starry Night City was as bustling and prosperous as ever. As the capital city of the Leon Earl's territory, everything that could be bought and all the resources produced in the Leon territory were gathered here. If you wanted to buy something, this was the place to go. Once outside, Dantalian released Zhuang Sen, but followed closely behind him. Zhuang Sen, are we going to the Flo Chamber of Commerce? No, since we're going to buy potion ingredients, let's go check out the Floor family first. Zhuang Sen led the way to a shop with a sign that read, Tulips in Full Bloom. Standing at the door, they could smell the rich fragrance of the flowers inside and see the vibrant colors on display. The Floor family, the planting masters within Leon territory, possess the second-level bloodline of the Bauhinia tulip, which can accelerate plant growth and grants them exceptional planting skills. Zhuang Sen speculates that they likely have two abilities, plant growth acceleration, and planting proficiency. In short, if you want to buy anything related to plants in Leon, you can't go wrong with the Floor family. Entering the shop filled with the fragrance of flowers, Zhuang Sen habitually glanced around before his gaze fell behind the counter. Lord Zhuang Sen, how can my shop serve you? The shop assistant, who had already come to greet Zhuang Sen warmly, was not surprised that the assistant knew him. I want to buy some materials, please write them down. Zhuang Sen wouldn't reveal the potion recipe to outsiders. He mixed the 2 ingredients he needed into a dozen or so items, all of which were randomly selected. He then casually added, do you have everything? We might not have as many of the snake-speaking flower, dragon's eggplant, and death's bell as you need, what do you think? Then bring as many as you can. Yes, sir, please wait a moment while I go to the storeroom to make a check, Hannah. Quickly serve the guests tea. Okay. A timid voice came from behind the counter, and then a young girl came out from behind the counter carrying 3 cups of black tea. Her long, dark green hair was loose, and her overly long bangs almost covered her eyes. Her green dress reached all the way to the ground, making her look simple and ordinary. Although her skin was white, it was an unhealthy paleness that made her look somewhat pitiful. Dantalian stood up and took the rather heavy wooden tray, saying gently, no need to rush, miss, are you feeling unwell? No, sister. The girl lowered her head and hunched over, looking as if she wanted to burrow into the ground. An uninformed person might think that Dantalian was bullying her. However, under Dantalian's gentle demeanor, this girl, who seemed to be socially awkward, slowly relaxed, but still refused to sit down as Dantalian invited her. It seemed like she was mainly keeping an eye on Zhuang Senator, but that's understandable, since Zhuang Sen had been staring at her the whole time, even though he was actually looking at the blooming sunflower on her head. Hannah Floor. Bloodline, Sunflower Anawan, Flower Fairy. Development status, Unawakened. Development rewards, Beginner, Random Natural Species Bloodline *1, Anawa Species Illustration unlocked. Zhuang Sen never expected that going out to buy materials would lead to running into a monster girl, and not just any monster girl, but one of his most sought-after plant species with cultivation capabilities. But this wasn't his first time at this shop, he'd never seen her before. Could she have been hiding at home all along, and only now is she out working? Looking at the trembling, frightened green-clad girl, Zhuang Sen didn't immediately intend to abduct her. Unlike with Dantalian and Nia back then, anyone with a bit of experience now knew that Zhuang Sen was in a precarious situation, and recruiting her would be far more difficult. However, it's impossible to get him to give up so easily, especially since this person looks like he's easy to bully. If we recruit him, he'll be easy to exploit, cough cough. Zhuang Sen smiled gently, deciding to plant a seed first. Miss Hannah, you are from the Floor family. Before he could finish speaking, Hannah had already jumped up and hid behind Dantalian, leaving Dantalian both amused and exasperated, and she could only give Zhuang Sen a helpless look. For the first time, Zhuang Sen began to doubt his own looks. He shouldn't be ugly, right? Especially now that he had the added bonus of being a peerless angel. Sigh, social anxiety. It seemed there was no way to fool him anymore, so Zhuang Sen could only fast forward to the last step. Miss Hannah, I am Zhuang Senator, you should have heard about me. If you want to change yourself, you are welcome to come to me anytime. After hesitating for a long time, Hannah finally peeked out from behind Dantalian and nodded reluctantly, as if in response to Zhuang Sen. Johnson, Dantalian, and Nia were all helpless, and in unison sighed in their hearts, wondering what was wrong with the Floor family that could raise a child like this. A moment later, the shop assistant returned. When he saw Hannah hiding behind Dantalian, his expression changed instantly, but he quickly changed back after being looked at by Zhuang Senator. He was a master of changing his expression, and one might suspect that he had chameleon blood. Lord Zhuang Sen, the items you requested include 33 snake-speaking flowers, 21 dragon eggplants and 21 death bells. Including the others, the total is 31 gold coins and 15 silver coins. Would you like to keep it on your tab? Zhuang Sen took out his money bag, counted out 32 gold coins, and handed them over. Consider the extras as a gift for Miss Hannah, I like her very much. The shop assistant stared in surprise, but Zhuang Sen had already taken the large wooden box he had put down, nodded to Hannah who was equally surprised, and turned to leave the shop. Time to go back and brew some magic potions. Chapter 47, The Hard-Working Little Dwarf, 3,800 words. A few days later, at Thorn Manor. Zhuang Sen stood before a huge crucible, holding a wooden spoon that could be used as a long-handled warhammer. He stared intently at the liquid inside, which gradually turned from green to white. Once it finally turned white, he immediately poked the spoon in and spun it clockwise. With his other hand, he grabbed some St. John's wort powder from the table next to him and threw it in after spinning it 3 times. Boom. A dull thud came from the crucible, and a plume of green steam rose from above. When the steam dissipated, the liquid, which had just turned white, turned green again. It wasn't a failure, it was just part of the normal process. It needed to cook a little longer. Finally, only a little while longer was left. Brewing potions is incredibly complicated, especially awakening potions. Not only are the procedures intricate, but they also take an extremely long time. This second awakening potion for Holy Lamia will take a full 3 days to brew, during which time ingredients need to be added, water added, and stirred constantly. In short, there's no time for a proper rest. Zhuang Sen couldn't easily let anyone else take over, not even Nia and Dantalian, whom he could absolutely trust. Neither of them had any experience brewing potions, and if they made a mistake, all the previous time would be wasted. Fortunately, this wasn't Zhuang Sen's first time, and without any surprises, he succeeded in refining it on the first try. The remaining liquid was collected in a glass bottle, filling the crucible to the brim. The final product was only 2 standard measured bottles of potion, but this was already a very good result. In fact, it would have been good if even 1 bottle could be made. In short, we can help Dantalian break through now. Next, we need to prepare the Sunflower Girl's awakening potion. Fortunately, it won't take 3 days, just a few hours. Thinking about what to do next, Zhuang Sen picked up the potion and left the alchemy room filled with a complex smell. Outside, countless stars shone brightly, and Zhuang Sen realized with a start that it was already late at night. Thorn Manor was quiet and dark, seemingly already fast asleep, except for the blacksmith shop. At this point, there is only one person who might still be forging. Zhuang Sen abandoned his idea of going directly to Dantalian and walked to the blacksmith shop. Sure enough, he saw his cute little dwarf in her special spot, sweating profusely as she hammered the iron blank, which was as red as her round little face. Zhuang Sen stepped forward and casually took out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from her brow. "Nia, I've told you to take care of yourself." The dwarf chuckled. "Aren't there going to be a lot of people coming soon? If we make a lot more, we can sell them later. Besides, this amount is nothing to me." The little dwarf was indeed full of energy, and was always a bit restless unless he was in Johnson's arms. "There's no rush. This time, we're just launching samples to attract orders." Zhuang Sen put away his handkerchief and pinched the dwarf's cheek. "They might need to be custom-made later. If you make so many standard products, you might not be able to sell them." Zhuang Sen tried to keep a straight face, intending to intimidate Nia, but his doting actions and tone betrayed him, making the little girl's already agitated heart even more restless. She pursed her lips and asked, "Is Sister Dantalian's potion ready?" "Success on the first try. I'm amazing, right?" Zhuang Sen proudly put his hands on his hips. It might seem childish to a kid, but it's just right for an adult, and it's incredibly tempting to a dwarf. She looked at Zhuang Sen, her hands on her hips and chest puffed out, pulling at her fitted knight's uniform and revealing his abs. Her smug expression was incredibly exciting, and the dwarf subconsciously swallowed. Just as the encyclopedia says, dwarf girls are also monster girls, and their sex drive is much greater than that of ordinary people. However, their kind nature prevents them from attacking men, but their own men, the men of their own clan, are a different story. Zhuang Sen had been waiting for his lovely wife to praise him, but when he didn't receive any, he thought the little one was jealous. He chuckled and said, "Nia, don't worry, you're about to reach the second awakening stage too. I'll give you some praise in a few days." Boom. The dwarf hugged Zhuang Sen's waist tightly. "Nia." Zhuang Sen was still clueless and thought Nia was just being coquettish, which wasn't wrong, but this time it wouldn't be enough to just have a kiss. Nia recalled the actions of her fellow sisters in the inheritance, clumsily unpacking Zhuang Sen's outer packaging, and replied, "Zhuang Sen, since you won't let me forge weapons, then I can only forge you." "Nia, what are you saying?" Zhuang Sen sensed something was wrong, but the strength of the angel without a title was no match for the dwarf girl. The dwarf easily lifted the struggling Zhuang Sen and carried him towards her private resting hut. "Did you know that forging can actually suppress the dwarf girl's desires?" Nia tossed Zhuang Sen onto the bed, her green eyes still pure and innocent. "But since you don't want me to forge every day, Zhuang Sen, I'll just have to find another way to vent. Anyway, we're husband and wife, so it's okay, right?" As the dwarf spoke, he tore off the outer packaging of the Zhuangsen, revealing the large Zhuangsen inside. "Ora, Johnson, aren't you getting excited too?" As Nia spoke, she crawled between Zhuang Sen's legs and carefully lowered her head. Her cherry-like lips kissed the burning Zhuang Sen, and her soft breath fell from above her head, like a summer midday breeze, which only made her feel hotter after a slight coolness. "Didn't we say before that we'd wait until we got married?" Zhuang Sen leaned back and removed the tattered packaging. "Can you do it?" The little dwarf didn't speak, but answered with her actions. She opened her small mouth and took big Zhuangsen's head into her mouth. Hiss. Scorching, moist, tough. A sensation completely different from that of his hands was transmitted from Zhuang Sen to Zhuang Senator. This was the first time in both his lives that an organ other than his hands had touched Zhuang Sen, and Zhuang Sen couldn't help but gasp. The little dwarf barely managed to lift his head, his green eyes looking up at Zhuang Sen, whose back was arched. His innocent and pure gaze made Zhuang Sen seem even older. Nia made a nasal sound, as if she was bloated, but she didn't stop. Instead, she continued to swallow Zhuang Senator. Her soft tongue slid over Zhuang Sen's head, disappeared into the neck, and then climbed down the blue dragon vein until Zhuang Sen reached the narrow throat and could go no further. And Zhuang Sen still has at least half of his time outside. Even so, the tight, enveloping feeling made Zhuang Sen feel exceptionally comfortable. Don't force yourself, Zhuang Sen tried to be gentle, but this only made the little dwarf more stubborn. She tried to open her small mouth wide, squeezing the hot and hard object inward. Her resilient physique became her trump card, allowing her to swallow another small portion. Zhuang Sen no longer had the strength to be gentle. He felt as if he had become a prisoner in Nia's mouth, being bitten and swallowed hard. He groaned softly, inhaling the faint, earthy scent emanating from beneath Nia, and kneaded her two full breasts pressed against his legs. He wasn't unfamiliar with handling these treasures, but the sensation of touching them now was entirely different. Nia felt the same way. Zhuang Sen's hand seemed even hotter, causing the liquid all over her body to rise up, making her dizzy, and then fall down, making her unbearably itchy. Meanwhile, the large Zhuang Sen, stuck in her mouth, exuded an even greater allure. She pressed her cheeks together and slowly began to swallow and exhale. The hard, large Zhuang Sen continued to move in and out with her movements, forcefully crushing her soft mouth, but she refused to give in, using her flexible and resilient snake head to launch a weak attack on the large Zhuang Sen's single eye. Zhuang Sen's hands, which had been kneading the plump breasts, stopped abruptly, as if an electric current had surged from below into his brain. Where did you learn that? Inheritance. I've learned it all. Oh. The dwarf had just finished spitting out saliva, which was still stuck between big Zhuang Sen's and her lips. It broke off as she answered, but was immediately reconnected by her own mouth. Her little tongue nimbly swept around, even trying to penetrate deep into the one-eyed creature. Big Zhuang Sen could no longer bear this humiliation. After Zhuang Sen cooperated by pressing down on the dwarf's head, he used his strongest technique. A destructive burst of white light. The thick white liquid pushed the weak tongue out from the depths of the one-eyed eye and flooded Nia's mouth. The dwarf, who had no time to react, instinctively swallowed large gulps, but even so, she couldn't take it all in, and the white viscous liquid still flowed out of her small mouth. Beep, tap. White and colorless slime fell onto the bed simultaneously. The little dwarf licked his lips, mimicking the way the older sister in the story devoured the first running juice, shoveling all the thick essence into his mouth as if indulging in a delicacy. And indeed it was a delicacy. Nia felt the taste was even better than Zhuang Sen's blood. After eating it, her stomach felt warm, and power surged forth. Zhuang Sen was puzzled. What was so delicious about this? The dwarf girl wasn't a succubus, so she couldn't possibly like this, right? So he squeezed the red bean in his hand and said with heartache, "Don't push yourself, Nia." Nia kept her mouth shut to prevent any leakage, and could only express her attitude through actions. She crawled forward, her full breast breaking free from Zhuang Sen's palms and scraping against his skin. Her sensitive nerves received the delicate touch of Zhuang Sen's angelic skin, causing Nia to leave a trail of water on the bed, even splashing onto Zhuang Sen's head. Zhuang Sen's eyes widened, and he gripped Nia's slender waist with both hands. They exchanged a glance. The pure, innocent emerald lake was devoid of confusion, replaced by unwavering resolve and desire. Zhuang Sen couldn't think of anything to say at that moment, so he simply sat up, embraced his lovely wife, and gently pressed her down. His already fully recovered manhood thrust into her, the hot, hard object pushing aside her softness, causing the little woman to groan softly, embracing him tightly from both above and below. A tight, enveloping sensation, completely different from what he felt in his mouth, washed over him, causing Zhuang Sen's face to flush. But thankfully, he had a lot of theoretical knowledge from his previous life, so he didn't rush into anything. Instead, he lowered his head and took Nia's stiff lips into his mouth, skillfully prying open her tightly closed teeth. Accompanied by the ambiguous sounds of water, the dwarf gradually relaxed, throwing herself into Zhuang Sen's arms. Her two breasts pressed completely against Zhuang Sen's chest, becoming flat, round pancakes. She greedily savored Zhuang Sen's taste, her lips, which had already swallowed every last drop of his essence, sucking with all her might, her little tongue entwining incessantly, and her waist instinctively twisting. Zhuang Sen's head was swollen and purplish red from the dwarf's play. Unable to resist, he thrust forward, breaking through the initial tight barrier and advancing all the way to the final barrier. All the wrinkles and ravines along the way were smoothed out by the hot and hard object. The dwarf's heartbroken nasal voice was melodious, but his little mouth worked even harder, as if trying to make up for the failure below. Zhuang Sen was also filled with excitement. He hugged Nia tightly in his arms, his hands wandering, sometimes sliding under her armpits, sometimes kneading her breasts, distracting Nia's attention, and then finally thrusting in. Zhuang Sen broke through the barrier and went straight in. All kinds of resistance seemed to be nothing, flattened and straightened by him, leaving only a little sticky fluid on his body for him to savor the aftertaste. In this abrupt advance, aside from the initial brief pain, Nia's physical abilities as a bloodline user finally came into play. She recovered quickly and even twisted her waist with greater effort. Her eyes, like a real lake, moistened Zhuang Sen's face as she looked up, pleading for his movements. Needless to say, the two, having just tasted the forbidden fruit, had no fancy ideas for any tricks or elaborate schemes. Instead, they simply rolled into the bed and began their vigorous work. For a moment, the only sounds in the room were the slapping of their bodies and the splashing of water, occasionally punctuated by a few alluring moans that then disappeared into the shy darkness of the night. The two, engrossed in their own world, were completely unaware of Dantalian, who had instinctively concealed her presence outside the window. She had remembered the time when Zhuang Sen finished concocting potions and wanted to prepare some late-night snacks for him, but when she went to the alchemy room, she found that Zhuang Sen had already left. She then noticed that the blacksmith shop was still lit up, so she came over, only to find the scene before her eyes. Her face flushed crimson, her vertical pupils glazed over, and she stared blankly at the hazy scene in the room, feeling a surge of heat and even a touch of anger coursing through her body. She had been the one who started it all, Zhuang Sen clearly preferred her more, and Nia had even envied her before. Why was it her turn now? This is called jealousy. The snake's jealousy. Chapter 48, What's even better than blood is. The next day, when Zhuang Sen woke up, he subconsciously looked into his arms. The adorable little dwarf was still asleep, its hands wrapped around Zhuang Sen, its chubby little legs barely clamping his thighs. Its full breast pressed against the already waking Zhuang Sen, its round face pressed against his lower abdomen, and a few specks of white residue remained at the corners of its mouth. With each breath, it exhaled a warm breeze that stirred the forest where the hidden dragon resided. Zhuang Sen watched for a while but didn't intend to continue. The dwarf was just too weak, and he would be defeated in less than 3 minutes each time, drooling incessantly. In the end, he could only use his other mouth to finish off the godlike Zhuang Sen, and that's how it ended up like this. After looking at it affectionately for a while, Zhuang Sen opened the system and checked the few system messages that had accumulated last night. Dwarven bloodline, 30% to 33%. Dwarven bloodline, 33% to 35%. Dwarven bloodline, 35% to 36%. Bloodline progress has been synchronized. Bloodline of the unranked angels, 31% to 37%. Zhuang Sen remembered that Nia had only reached 30% yesterday. In the past few days since returning, Zhuang Sen had continued to feed Nia, and Nia herself had also been working hard to forge, which led to her success. However, that's not the point. The point is that Zhuang Sen remembered that the requirement for the second awakening of a level 3 bloodline is 33.5%. Can the bloodline development level continue to increase without using awakening potions to break through? No, that's not the point. The point is. Zhuang Sen closed his eyes and carefully considered whether he had bled due to excessive excitement last night. His clear memory told him that these messages had all come out when Zhuang Sen ejaculated. So, not only his blood, but also his essence has the effect of enhancing bloodline development. And why does it seem to be even more effective? He had done some preliminary research, and 100 milliliters of blood generally increases bloodline development by 1%, regardless of bloodline level. And what he fed Nia last night, even counting both mouths, would only have about the same effect. However, Nia has now risen from 30% to 36%, which in turn has brought him to 37%, reaching the second awakening requirement of the third-level bloodline in one fell swoop, and even more. In other words, the effect of essence and blood is at least several times different. What's so special about this? 1 drop of semen equals 10 drops of blood. Is this some kind of world like, reincarnated into another world, I can become stronger by sleeping with monster girls? Zhuang Sen was so full of complaints he didn't know how to express them, so he could only open his eyes again. Oh well, it's all good anyway, and Nyo Nyo is on him. When Zhuang Sen opened his eyes again, he was greeted by a bright smile. Nia, now fully awake, grinned, her excitement overflowing. Zhuang Sen, it seems my bloodline concentration has increased to 40%. Zhuang Sen smiled and pinched her bare, pert buttocks. Happy, right? Let me tell you something else that makes you happy. We have all the materials you need for your second awakening potion. You'll be able to complete your second awakening in a few days. Although I don't know if it's necessary to continue drinking awakening potions now that my bloodline development has reached 40%, I'm just idling around anyway, and I have enough materials. By the way, both Nia's dwarf girl and Zhuang Sen's rankless angel are actually made primarily of Zhuang Sen's blood. Nia hugged Zhuang Sen tightly, rubbing against him playfully, her eyes practically disappearing with joy, so happy. All thanks to you, darling, so I want more. Nia, who seemed to be rubbing against him randomly, suddenly sank down, her pert buttocks replacing her ample breasts to press down on the excited Zhuang Senator the dwarf, now a newlywed, blushed, her hips shifting slightly back and forth. My bloodline development has improved so quickly because of this big bad guy, right? Don't try to fool me, darling. Trying to subtly change the subject and avoid becoming that drinking machine, Zhuang Sen looked at his wife, who was sticking out her pink tongue and constantly provoking him with her thick, firm, upturned buttocks, and had no choice but to give up. Since things have come to this, let's just have some fun. Zhuang Sen grabbed Nia's slender waist and stuffed his excitedly drooling penis into her small jade gate. 5 minutes later, Nia collapsed limply onto Zhuang Sen, looking at his still erect penis, and opened her mouth in shame and indignation. Damn it, why am I completely out of energy right now? The dwarf gritted his teeth. After dawdling for a while, it was already late morning when he finally got up. Fortunately, Zhuang Sen was a corrupt feudal nobleman, so he didn't need to rush to bed at 8 a.m. and no one could deduct his full attendance bonus. Therefore, he could still leisurely take Nia for a walk. Along the way, they encountered many villagers, servants, and even serfs. Although most of them stepped back in awe, the bloodline's keen senses could hear their supposedly quiet whispers and their undisguised gazes, all of which were full of goodwill and respect. Although dividing the land is a cliché, it is really effective. In particular, Zhuang Sen didn't care at all, so he changed the agricultural tax from 7 out of 10 to 5 out of 10. Now his reputation in Thorn Manor is that of a complete saint. After walking a little further, they came across a group of vengeful female warriors, fully armed. They were much bolder than the farmers of Thorn Manor, and they all looked at Nia in Zhuang Sen's arms with teasing eyes. Nia buried her face in Zhuang Sen's arms shyly and said coquettishly, "Really, it's all your fault for always hugging me like this, now I have no dignity at all." "My Nia is cute, that's enough," Zhuang Sen chuckled, pinching the soft, bouncy bottom. After laughing, Zhuang Sen asked the vengeful female warrior, "Where is Dantalian now?" "The high priestess should be at the church," the vengeful warrior replied unsurprisingly. Of course, there was no church for the Church of Vengeance at Thorn Manor, it was just under construction. Many farmers had been conscripted for the project, but because they were paid well, quite a few had come. It was expected to be completed in about half a month. Of course, it's just a very ordinary one, in line with the scale of Thorn Manor. After bidding farewell to the dutiful and vengeful female warrior, Zhuang Sen carried Nia to the nascent chapel, where they spotted Dantalian casting her healing ability from afar. The gentle nun, who practiced her skills daily anyway, simply offered a free medical consultation. Thanks to this, if Zhuang Sen currently held the highest reputation in Thorn Manor, then Dantalian was undoubtedly second, and might even surpass him. After all, the land can only be distributed once, and Zhuang Sen still has to collect taxes from them, so it's naturally not as good as free treatment. "Dantalian, are you done?" "Everything's ready." Zhuang Sen approached Dantalian, who dimmed her light and turned to look at Zhuang Sen and Nia, her gaze involuntarily lingering on Nia's mouth. How could such a small mouth swallow that thing? No, the nun, who had only calmed her restless heart after praying all night, shook her head and said gently, "We're done. Shall we go?" "Ah, hurry up and finish it." Zhuang Sen wanted to get the reward for completing the second awakening as soon as possible, but in Dantalian's eyes, it had a different meaning. "Why are you in such a hurry? Are you still thinking about continuing with Nia?" The holy nun, Holy Lamia, bit her lower lip and changed direction, leading the way to her bedroom. Zhuang Sen wasn't surprised. Thorn Manor didn't have a dedicated ceremony room, and second awakenings usually didn't cause much of a commotion. So he took out the second awakening potion and handed it to Dantalian. Chapter 49, Lamia's Darkening, 4,391 words. A milky white liquid mixed with crimson blood poured from the glass bottle into her pink mouth. The warmth she had experienced many times before spread, causing Dantalian's face to flush pink. She swallowed naturally, and in the blink of an eye, she put down the now empty glass bottle, her pink tongue brushing across her lips, exhaling a breath of hot air. Her eyes shone with a watery luster, making her extremely alluring. Zhuang Sen discovered that doing morning exercises didn't seem to increase his resistance to charm much. He, who had been standing, sat down next to Nia, concealing his slightly excited expression, and continued to look at Dantalian with a calm face. Dantalian was looking at him too. The little angel and the little devil she was so used to hearing appeared in her ear again. The devil flicked its tail and said in a seductive tone, "What did I tell you before? You wouldn't listen. Now look what happened, your little cutie got snatched away, didn't she? Look at you, you actually lost to this little guy who came later, whose chest is smaller than yours, whose legs are shorter than yours, and whose bloodline level is not as good as yours. Tell me, where did you lose?" The angel, with its halo, nodded in agreement. The devil is right. Dantalian took a deep breath, suppressing the distracting thoughts that actually arose within her, and continued to experience the changes in her body. The second awakening wasn't as dramatic as the first, especially for a level 5 bloodline. According to the system, it was simply a monster girl transforming from infancy to adolescence, and the changes weren't significant. In other words, my body size has become a bit larger, my various abilities have become a bit stronger, I have gained some new abilities, and then I have a clearer understanding of my instincts. The holy nun always worried that following the impulses of her bloodline would lead her into the abyss of desire and turn her into a shameless, licentious person. Therefore, she restrained her feelings of love, even though she did not actually have any impulses towards anyone other than Zhuang Sen. Her gentle nature and the holy education she received made her choose to suppress herself, well, except when she was tempted by Zhuang Sen. But now, as her body grows, she realizes that her previous thoughts were completely meaningless. Although the Lamia race has strong desires, their proud and domineering nature means that they will only choose targets they deem worthy. Moreover, the Lamia never know how to give up. Even if their chosen target is unbearable to be punished or even dies, they will only try to make their chosen person stronger or resurrected, rather than replacing them. The snake woman's entanglement is something even death cannot escape. Its golden pupils elongated into beastly vertical eyes, and its already enormous body grew even taller. Long, shapely legs covered in snake scales transformed into a winding serpent tail coiled beneath it. The holy white scales were pure and flawless, exuding a bewitching charm within their sacredness. Even from its superior vantage point, it appeared eerily alluring, captivating Zhuang Sen even more. Especially when he recalled the feeling of being entangled by that serpent tail during the Lamia inheritance, Zhuang Sen became increasingly aroused. The Holy Lamia bloodline has been developed to the lower level, obtaining one random reptile bloodline, Shadow Lizard, and unlocking new content in the Lamia subspecies encyclopedia. The system notification that rang just then snapped Zhuang Sen out of his excitement. He looked up and met Dantalian's intense gaze, his impulse growing stronger. He could only pull the little cutie onto his lap to hide it. At the same time, he proactively changed the subject. "How are you feeling? Any changes?" "It feels great, Johnson," Dantalian replied softly, as gentle as ever, but Johnson sensed something unusual in her voice, the feeling of being watched. Dantalian continued, "My physical strength has increased a lot. Now I might be able to deal with armored vehicles with my bare hands. My various abilities have also improved a lot. In addition, there is a very strange new ability called Basic Poison Magic Palm Mastery, which seems to include my previous abilities such as Poison Mist and Venom. This world doesn't have magic, there are only bloodline abilities. Simply put, knowing how to use flash doesn't mean you know how to use candlelight, which is why Dantalian was confused." Zhuang Sen understood immediately, but it didn't seem particularly useful. After all, monster girls' skill trees are supposed to be fully unlocked once they reach the corresponding level, or is there some other explanation? Zhuang Sen didn't have time to think about it, because the smooth and flexible snake tail had already wrapped around his calf. Dantalian swayed her hips as she approached Zhuang Sen, placing her hand on his shoulder from above. "Lord Zhuang Sen, I also have a question for you. Are you aware that the side effects of blood pulse stimulation are ineffective for us?" Warm breath brushed against Zhuang Sen's ear, and a long, slender tongue of a snake dangled from its red lips, licking Zhuang Sen's cheek and leaving a damp trail. Dantalian's voice was still clear and gentle, but Zhuang Sen felt a little guilty. But how could he back down at this point? He took a deep breath and said seriously, "I do know, and I deliberately kept it from you, but I don't want to hear your reasons right now." Dantalian put her arm around Zhuang Sen's shoulder, her two large breasts pressing heavily against his face, silencing him completely. Sister Lamia didn't want to waste words, she just wanted to vent her pent-up anger and resentment at being beaten to the punch. If she hadn't been tricked, how could the dwarf have gotten the first taste of the soup? Although, if she hadn't witnessed that shocking scene last night, even knowing the truth now, she might not dare to make a move on Zhuang Senator ultimately, even transformed into a venomous snake, the gentle nun remains gentle. Just as Nia, now a dwarf, wouldn't become completely as open as a traditional dwarf, Zhuang Sen, even if he wanted to win over the nun, would have to consider his lovely wife's feelings, at least not in front of her. "Hey." Nia wriggled out of Zhuang Sen's arms, waving at him with a smile. "Darling, let Sister Dantalian show you what you've got." Having already secured her first time and fully realizing her status as a mere fodder in bed, the dwarf woman generously granted her clan brethren preferential treatment. Mainly, since Zhuang Sen and Dantalian were already deeply in love and would definitely end up together, she saw no need to interfere. However, even the generous dwarf had her dilemma: should she stay? Let's wait and see. Maybe Dantalian is just a bed partner too. Nia moved a chair and sat down to the side. Without Nia's obstruction, the snake tail that had only been wrapped around Zhuang Sen's calves quickly moved upwards, wrapping around Zhuang Sen's entire lower body. Dantalian also pressed down on his back, her two large, heavy breasts bending Zhuang Sen over. Hee, it seems Miss Nia doesn't mind. Dantalian breathed softly, her hands naturally peeling off Zhuang Sen's shirt, tracing the contours of his muscular upper body. With each touch of her cool hands, Zhuang Sen's body grew hotter. At this point, he certainly wasn't thinking of hiding anything anymore. His large penis was already throbbing, stretching his poor trousers taut. The dramatic change instantly drew Dantalian's attention. Her predatory gaze, almost tangible, licked at the towering member. The snake's tail writhed gently, deftly peeling back the final layers of its covering. Zhuang Sen lunged forward, but before he could even display his arrogance, he was captured by the plump snake tail, which coiled around him tightly. A cool, smooth, and slightly hard sensation swept over him, a unique tactile experience compared to the intense heat within the dwarf's body. But this wasn't the end. Having secured Zhuang Sen, the snake's tail began to writhe. Instantly, every inch of Zhuang Sen was subjected to a massive onslaught, sometimes fast, sometimes slow, sometimes intense, sometimes relaxed, waves of pleasure surging through him, assaulting his mental defenses. To avoid being overwhelmed in an instant, Zhuang Sen could only shift his attention, turning his head towards Dantalian's mouth, a pacifier. The size difference made it impossible for Zhuang Sen to attack Dantalian's red lips when she looked up. He could only choose to climb the towering peak in front of him and use all the techniques he had just practiced on Nia yesterday. The effect is remarkable. The intense stimulation from her chest shattered Dantalian's feigned composure. The pure nun, who had only copied the inherited teachings, revealed her inexperienced nature the moment she was attacked, and even her snake tail froze. Zhuang Sen keenly sensed this opportunity and immediately tried with all his might to turn around and overpower Dantalian. However, the difference between the first and second awakenings was far greater than Zhuang Sen had imagined. His sudden attack did not overpower Dantalian or give her the upper hand. Instead, she willingly offered her head into the valley between her rounded breasts. Her full, firm flesh, slightly damp with fragrant sweat, eagerly rushed into his mouth. "You like it here that much?" Dantalian hummed softly, a blush creeping across her seemingly calm face. After all, it was her first time here too. Her seemingly practiced movements were actually just like Nia's. She was merely imitating her sisters from the legacy. If she were truly attacked, her defenses would be even weaker than Zhuang Sen's, who had already fought several battles. However, she wasn't going to let Zhuang Sen off so easily. The snake's tail wriggled and rose again, climbing up Zhuang Sen's body until it completely coiled around him and brought him under its control. Dantalian felt the heat and throbbing from her tail, and a genuine smile of joy appeared on her face. Ah. Lord Zhuang Sen, the incredibly powerful Lord Zhuang Sen is now completely under her control. A wave of pleasure surged through her body like an electric shock. Dantalian, her face flushed, looked at Zhuang Sen, whom she had lifted in front of her. She loosened her tail slightly, revealing Zhuang Sen's face, and then kissed him deeply. Her clumsy kissing skills almost caused her to break Zhuang Sen's lips, but her extraordinary physical abilities allowed her to control herself at the last moment, gently entwining her tongue with Zhuang Sen's offered tongue. Zhuang Sen found that he didn't dislike this passive feeling. Being wrapped in the snake's tail felt surprisingly comfortable. The smooth, cool scales pressed against his body, applying different pressures to different parts of his body. Even Zhuang Sen received excellent care. Perhaps no one's secret cave is as comfortable as this. He felt that it wouldn't be bad if it could just continue like this forever. Just as Zhuang Sen was indulging in the bewitching sensation of the snake's tail, Dantalian was also experiencing wave after wave of pleasure. It was the burning heat emanating from the snake's tail, the satisfaction of being enveloped by it, the desire to conquer it by sweeping through Zhuang Sen's mouth with its long, thin forked tongue, swallowing every drop of his saliva. All of this made Dantalian increasingly excited. In the area below her waist where the scales were most densely packed, the most defensive scales were opening one by one under her instinctive desire. A damp, cavernous opening was revealed, emanating a sweet, alluring, and slightly aphrodisiac scent that entered Zhuang Sen's mouth, nose, and heart, already saturated with Lamia's saliva. Zhuang Sen, who had stubbornly refused to yield, was already exhausted, but upon smelling this scent, he once again raised his head high, roaring with fury. Dantalian no longer suppressed her desires. She laid Zhuang Sen flat on her bed again, her snake tail coiling around him, bringing her above him. Zhuang Sen, deliberately exposed, pointed to the ceiling, seemingly anticipating a great battle, his single eye already glistening with excitement. Lord Zhuang Sr., the voluptuous and tall snake woman slowly descended, her damp snake cave approaching step by step. The salty liquid inside had already dripped onto Zhuang Sen's head, enraging him and turning his face purple. Dantalian. Zhuang Sen gently moved his right hand, and the snake tail made way for him to raise his hand and grasp, well, Dantalian's chest. He paused awkwardly for a second, then continued, "Actually, I just prefer your holy appearance, that's why." Dantalian blinked, her face, which had been filled with intense desire and brimming with mature allure, suddenly changed. A gentle smile replaced the seductive and wanton expression, and a sense of holiness reappeared. She continued to descend gently, saying softly, "I thought it was because he didn't trust me enough back then and didn't dare to reveal more information. But I never expected Zhuang Sen to be so wicked, wanting to defile a holy nun." As she said this, Dantalian reached out and grabbed Zhuang Sen's right hand, pressing it forcefully against her ample breasts and kneading them rapidly. During this process, the expression on her face remained serious and holy, a stark contrast that made Zhuang Sen blush. With a sudden burst of strength from his waist, he lifted Dantalian's enormous snake tail into the air, shoving Zhuang Sen into her snake hole. The unexpected attack caused Dantalian to let out a melodious cry, her holy face flushed red, and the tingling, throbbing sensation made her momentarily lose control of her body, her mind filled only with Zhuang Sen's burning heat and hardness. Her delicate body trembled, and she collapsed to the ground. Thus, what was originally just a preliminary entry point, Zhuang Sen, under the influence of gravity, charged straight into the heart of the serpent's lair. The serpent's formidable defenses, betrayed by its master, were completely rendered useless and were breached, eliciting only a cry of pain from Dantalian. Immediately afterward, the serpent's lair, facing its first invasion, quickly organized a defense. The four walls, full of wrinkles, writhed like snake tails, constantly crushing the invaders. Waves of toxic, holy water gushed out, launching a continuous attack that repeatedly repelled the invaders. However, the invaders were also exceptionally tenacious, quickly counterattacking each time they were repelled, widening the walls and scraping out the holy water. Zhuang Sen pressed down on Dantalian, whose snake tail, which had been tightly wrapped around him, now hung limply, trembling with his vigorous thrusts. It wasn't just the snake tail that trembled, Dantalian's full breasts also quivered from the violent movements, sending waves of milky flesh crashing against Zhuang Sen's face. Due to the size difference, Zhuang Sen's head could only be positioned between Dantalian's peaks when attacking the snake's lair, but he was quite satisfied with the current state. As he attacked the valley below, he continuously licked and gently bit the peaks, leaving wet marks on them. As he used both methods simultaneously, Dantalian's voice became increasingly alluring and seductive, her skin grew more pink and tender, and gradually became hot. In the midst of the storm, she instinctively reached out and hugged Zhuang Sen tightly, raising her scale-covered buttocks to assume a position more suitable for Zhuang Sen to exert his strength. Finally, as Zhuang Sen poured all his white fury into the deepest part of the room fell silent. It was quiet for a while. Chapter 50, The True Nature of Monster Girls. As the sun set and a gentle night breeze stirred, Zhuang Sen lifted Nia, who had been pressed against his chest, and moved her to the bed beside him. He then withdrew his left hand from Dantalian's ample vulva, causing her two mismatched breasts and plump buttocks to sway gently, splashing water in a seductive and alluring manner. Zhuang Sen then touched his own kidneys, deciding that the first thing he needed to do later was to refine his own second awakening potion. Nia is easy to deal with, but Dantalian is a different story. Although he finally defeated her after a great effort, if this continues every day, he's afraid he'll die of dehydration before he even becomes a count. We're still not strong enough. However, the intense battle wasn't entirely a loss. Besides the exhilarating experience, it also boosted Dantalian and Nia's bloodline development to 25% and 40% respectively. Thanks to this, Zhuang Sen's bloodline also reached 45%, which is not far from the third awakening. However, Zhuang Sen also discovered that as the bloodline concentration increased, the effect of his essence gradually decreased. At first, one dose of cream puff would increase it by 1%, but it would take several doses to achieve the same effect. Otherwise, he could have used up Dantalian's 3 awakenings in just one day. This result left Zhuang Sen unsure whether to be disappointed or relieved, but he decided to remain calm. Forget it, let's get to work. Zhuang Sen had originally intended to do this, but his clothes had been destroyed during last night's battle, and he couldn't very well go out naked. Having no other choice, he returned and patted the dwarf's pretense of sleep on the bottom. "Nia, go get me some clothes." Nia, who had been nervously anticipating another attempt by Zhuang Sen, burst out laughing upon hearing this, as did Dantalian, who was also pretending to be asleep. Zhuang Sen was already awake, and those with even stronger constitutions than him couldn't possibly still be asleep. The only reason they weren't up was because the two was shy after reclaiming the high ground. As for Dantalian, impulsively pushing Zhuang Sen. She didn't regret it, but she was genuinely shy, especially since she was with Nia afterwards. Having a third party involved in her first experience was really quite a challenge. For Nia, it was simple. No one would be happy to be discovered as a weakling who would be defeated in a few minutes, especially if the person who discovered her was an extremely patient fisherman who could work from midday until sunset. Unfortunately, even their last resort of feigning death failed due to Zhuang Sen's cunning scheme. The two beauties, one tall and one short, sighed simultaneously, shifting the blame onto Zhuang. Senator Zhuang Sen, however, didn't seem to care, embracing and kissing them both. Coming here is fine too. Whether at the church or at Glorious Manor, it's not good to cause such a commotion. Dantalian rolled her eyes at Zhuang Sen, but the nun's gaze, still lingering in the afterglow, looked more like a seductive, coquettish glare. I have clothes here, don't bother Nia. Snaketail opened the wardrobe and took out a large nun's habit and a set of casual clothes in Zhuang Sen's style. The nun raised her alluring, voluptuous body, preparing to change her clothes. Nia was happy she didn't have to leave, and gave Zhuang Sen a kiss on the cheek. Please pass this on to Sister Dantalian. Zhuang Sen nodded seriously, patted Dantalian's ample breasts, and the latter blushed slightly, but still bent down and brought her face close to Zhuang Sen's face again, leaving a wet mark on her. So they got dressed and dried themselves off, dawdling along. Zhuang Sen was finally satisfied and remembered the important matter. Then I'll go and refine some potions next, mine, Nia's, and Miss Anon's. Although she may not come, it's always better to be prepared than to not have them when you need them. I'll leave everything in the manor to you. Nia nodded. Don't worry, darling, I'll definitely produce my best work. Zhuang Sen squatted down and patted the little cutie's head. I was worried about you being like this. Now you don't need to suppress your desires by forging anymore, right? Then don't work so hard. Take a rest. If you really can't sit still, go and see what other blacksmiths are doing. Nia squinted her eyes contentedly. I know, I'm really full today. Okay, let's see if Dad has learned how to make plate armor yet. After giving Nia his instructions, Zhuang Sen stood up and looked at Dantalian, who was looking at him expectantly, his smile widening. Dantalian, you too. The nun puffed out her cheeks at the perfunctory instruction. The unexpected contrast between her mature and gentle face and this expression was endearing, instantly striking Zhuang Sen's heart. He recalled how the nun had effortlessly switched between allure and holiness, and felt a thrill of discovering a secret. All right, just kidding. While preaching is important, you also need to take care of your own safety and health. Don't exhaust yourself while just healing others. Zhuang Sen hugged the nun who had returned to human form. The nun had grown even taller after her second awakening, and Zhuang Sen's head could only be buried in her chest. However, Dantalian very understandingly knelt down and offered Zhuang Sen a face wash, a gesture of respect or encouragement. Understood. Although Dantalian, as a level 5 bloodline user who has undergone a second awakening, would not be tired by a small manner, the care and affection in Zhuang Sen's words were what she wanted and valued. She knew she hadn't misjudged him. Dantalian licked her lips, suppressing the urge to unleash her desire again, not the hunger of before, but a more intense, primal urge, but now she wasn't in a rush, there would be plenty of time later. And for greater pleasure in the future, she had to diligently help Zhuang Sen. Zhuang Sen lingered with the two for a while longer, but finally gave each of them a purification spell to remove the filth from their bodies before turning and walking towards the alchemy room. Nia and Dantalian watched him leave until his figure completely disappeared around the corner, at which point they stopped smiling and turned their gazes to each other. I'll handle the blacksmith's job. I'll definitely get 50 sets of qualified plate armor before our meeting. As for the magic iron equipment, I'll try my best to make 5 sets, don't think it's too few, I still need to make them for you and my dear first. Then I'll deal with that Mr. Neil. He's been in Thorn Manor for so long, but he's only embezzled less than 10,000 gold coins. My dear probably doesn't believe it either, but I just haven't had time to deal with him. Dantalian's fingertips lit up with a dark green light, making her smiling face look incredibly frightening. Indeed, my dear, you're wonderful in every way, except that you're too kind. Nia nodded in agreement. Yes, although Zhuang Sen murdered his brother, plotted to usurp the throne, abducted an innocent girl, defiled a holy nun, and impersonated a nobleman, he was a kind and good boy. Speaking of which, do you think our dear knows what we're like? Dantalian smiled and tapped Nia's head. The naive girl, who had received aristocratic education, shrugged. Do you expect us to treat everyone the same way we treat our dear? That's not what my etiquette teacher told me, vengeful sister. I don't have an etiquette teacher, but how dare they steal my Zhuang Sen's money? I can't let this go unpunished. The nun of the Church of Vengeance, the head of the bloodline, gentle, kind, holy and beautiful Dantalian made a prayer gesture in front of her and smiled at Nia. Kindness and naivety do not equate to foolishness and pedantry. Whether it's Dantalian or Nia, they will reciprocate kindness with kindness and love with love, but that doesn't mean they will treat strangers and enemies the same way. Praise the goddess. Chapter 51, Forging. Nia arrived at the blacksmith's shop. The place has been completely renovated. Besides Nia and Ram each having their own independent work area, the other 4 blacksmiths brought in from Starry Night City, along with the 2 original blacksmiths from Thorn Manor, all work in one large area. It's a large courtyard with a central atrium, containing 3 high-temperature forges, cooling pools, forging hammers, and other equipment. These facilities accounted for 400 of Zhuang Sen's 500 gold coin budget, but it was well worth it. They significantly improved the blacksmith's productivity, and without this equipment, ordinary people couldn't mold plate armor like the dwarf woman. Nia entered through the main entrance, and a wave of heat hit her instantly. However, it was nothing to her. She didn't break a sweat, a stark contrast to the others in the area who were drenched in sweat. Her arrival also caused the blacksmiths, who had been working feverishly, to stop and look at her with fervent and respectful eyes. The 4 blacksmiths that Zhuang Sen brought from Starry Night City were all master craftsmen who could be called armorers in Starry Night City. The reason they were willing to come to a godforsaken place like Thorn Manor with Zhuang Sen was not only because the wages were high, but also mainly because they could follow Ram Harper, the strongest blacksmith master in Starry Night City, and maybe learn some better skills. Their dream came true, and with advanced technology that far exceeded their expectations. A completely new type of armor. Multiple new forging methods. They didn't even have to pay tuition, they were taught the techniques directly. And as skilled old blacksmiths, they could naturally see the superiority of plate armor over the existing scale armor and chainmail, and they were even more certain that this type of armor would become the most valuable and sought-after armor in the future. Therefore, it is not hard to imagine the gratitude and admiration these blacksmiths have for Nia. In their eyes, Nia is no longer a 15-year-old girl, but a young and genius blacksmith master. No, she is not just a blacksmith, nor just a master, she is the queen of blacksmiths. These 4 blacksmiths were all honest men carefully selected by Lady Lydia, and their character has been widely praised for over a decade. Facing the gazes even hotter than the forge, Nia calmly arrived at the courtyard that captured the sunlight, stepped onto the pre-designated platform, and spoke in a gentle voice, "The delivery date is approaching soon, so I've come to inspect your work. Who wants to go first?" At this moment, Nia was nothing like the innocent and naive girl she had been in front of Zhuang Senator. Although she didn't deliberately use a coercive tone and even had a polite smile on her face, her demeanor was completely different. The blacksmiths below felt a heavy pressure sweep over them, and the beads of sweat on their foreheads were even more abundant than when they were working hard just moments before. The blacksmiths, the youngest in their 30s and the oldest in their 50s, looked at each other. Finally, the oldest one gritted his teeth, turned around, took out a breastplate from his workstation, and handed it to Nia. "Master Nia, please give me your guidance." An old man with a white beard bowed respectfully to a girl whose figure resembled that of a 10-year-old child. This seemingly paradoxical scene did not seem wrong to anyone. After all, she was Master Nia, and kneeling was not an overreaction. Nia nodded. "Thank you, Master Carl, please wait a moment." The old blacksmith named Carl was flattered and wanted to say that he didn't need to be addressed that way, but seeing Nia's focused expression, he didn't dare to speak and could only stand obediently to the side, bowing and waiting. After a moment, Nia reached out and tapped the curved surface of the plate armor side. "Master Carl, this, and this are all too thin. The part with the biggest error is at least 0.3 millimeters thinner. Selling this thing will ruin our reputation. Were you distracted when you were shaping it?" Carl's face turned pale and then red, but he had no intention of refuting it, let alone getting angry. Instead, he obediently lowered his head and said, "I'm sorry, Master Nia, I will continue to improve." "I'll demonstrate again then, Master Carl, please go down." Nia politely watched him go for 2 seconds, then called out to the crowd, "Next." Another breastplate was delivered. Nia casually greeted it, then focused on her work again. After a moment, she frowned and tapped the umbrella-shaped protrusion in the middle of the breastplate. "The curvature is wrong, the cushioning effect isn't good. If it hits here." With a slender finger poking into the plate armor, the 2 mm thick steel plate was pierced straight through. "Practice more, next one." The remaining 2 blacksmiths, trembling yet filled with anticipation, handed over their work, both of which were breastplates. And without exception, they all had serious problems in Nia's eyes. In her opinion, these plate armors were either uneven in thickness or structurally deformed, and could not be considered qualified products at all. Selling them would be tantamount to murdering customers. Moreover, her passion for forging wouldn't allow her to produce such a shoddy work, especially since it was for an important occasion related to Zhuang Sen's development. She absolutely wouldn't tolerate any problems with the military equipment that day. She couldn't tolerate these blacksmiths continuing to produce this junk. Their craftsmanship shouldn't be at this level, unless they were doing it on purpose. Nia didn't want to speculate about these blacksmiths. Their enthusiasm was genuine. Nia, who had understood and loved forging since childhood, could see it. But perhaps that was precisely why they deliberately made mistakes in order to gain more knowledge. Although Nia had made all the key points clear, in an era where the craft of forging horseshoes was considered a family heirloom, perhaps they didn't believe in Nia's selflessness. We'll find out soon enough whether it's true or not. Nia stepped down from the platform and went to the nearest forge. Master Carl, could you please demonstrate the forging process so I can see where I went wrong? Carl nodded, concealing the paleness on his face, and nodded very seriously. Yes, Master Nia. Next came the standard procedure. Master Carl took out the steel plate forged with a water-powered forging hammer, skillfully heated it, and began to hammer rhythmically. Under the hammering, the plate gradually bent, revealing an arc shape. Nia watched and nodded. This level of skill was what a seasoned blacksmith should have. So why did that mistake happen before? After the breastplate had been hammered through and taken shape, Nia raised her hand to stop Carl. Let me see. Master Carl wiped his sweat and handed the still warm breastplate to Nia. As soon as Nia touched it, she sensed something was wrong. This thing, Nia touched it, her face flushing with anger. Damn it, this steel plate is no good. Who made this? Although it was a question, her gaze had already fallen directly on the two blacksmiths who originally worked at Thorn Manor. As soon as one of the blacksmiths met her angry gaze, his legs went weak and he knelt down on the ground with a thud. Chapter 52, Torture. While Nia headed to the blacksmith's shop, Dantalian had already arrived at the dungeon located just below the main building. Accompanied by two vengeful female warriors, she met a noticeably thinner Neil Leon. Dantalian. The dungeon was dark and gloomy, with only a few dim candlelight illuminating the rough wooden cells. Neil lay on the messy hay, utterly dejected, as if he had given up completely. But Dantalian didn't think that was enough. For a man whose infamy had spread throughout the entire Thorn Manor, who was corrupt and utterly dishonest, simply locking him up and starving him was too lenient. Bring the person out. Dantalian gave the order, and the female warrior immediately carried it out, opening the cell and dragging out Neil, who still weighed about 200 pounds. Startled awake, Neil shouted, "What are you doing? I am a member of the Leon family, you have no right to do what you want to me." Logically, that was true, but Dantalian wasn't there to reason with him, and the vengeful warriors had no such intention. The instant Neil finished shouting, one of the warriors punched him in the face, the steel gauntlets leaving deep marks on them without mercy and taking away several of his teeth. Dantalian watched the scene with a smile, took the Morningstar hammer from her waist, and calmly said, "Good day, Neil Leon. May the goddess of vengeance have mercy and bless our conversation." Neil was pinned against the wall by the two vengeful female warriors and handcuffed to the wall. The lingering pain on his face finally brought him to his senses, and he stopped spouting useless nonsense, instead turning his eyes to survey his surroundings. The dungeon wasn't anything special, he had built it himself to deal with unruly civilians, but today it was being used on him. It's all that bastard Zhuang Sen's fault. Unrepentant and seething, Neil glared at the two armored, vengeful female warriors, his head visibly shrinking back. The iron fists truly had a sobering effect. But when he looked at Dantalian, her gentle smile and graceful demeanor instantly filled him with smugness. He recognized Dantalian's clothes, she was a priestess of the Church of Vengeance. In his mind, the Church of Vengeance was a hypocritical church that only knew how to adopt orphan girls and spouted empty words of kindness. He especially thought that the priests were the weakest and most easily bullied. Of course, under the iron fist of discipline, he didn't immediately become arrogant again, but he inevitably relaxed a bit. After all, a priestess couldn't be more outrageous than those female warriors, could she? He was probably just here to say some persuasive platitudes. Who knows if Zhuang Sen was out of money and resorted to a softer approach to extract information. Dantalian ignored what Neil was thinking and casually asked, "Neil Leon, do you know why I'm here to ask?" "You just want money." Neil was only halfway through his sentence when the female warrior next to him punched him in the left cheek, knocking out a few more teeth. "They're all sisters from the same temple, so their teamwork is excellent." Dantalian smiled and said slowly, "It seems you don't understand our Church of Vengeance, but I think you at least know what revenge is, right? Kindness, justice, fairness, these are not what we pursue. Only by completely destroying and annihilating the enemy, and utterly humiliating them, can we call it revenge? Of course, we have no personal grudges, but who told you to offend our church's Son of God, my dear Johnson? Dantalian's voice was clear and unambiguous, and the dark green light emanating from her right hand sent chills down Neil Leon's spine, making him tremble. He forced himself to remain composed, attempting to intimidate. Does your Church of Vengeance intend to disobey Lord Cross's orders and aid Johnson without authorization? Dantalian raised her hand towards Neil Leon, a hint of amusement in her voice, as if she were eagerly anticipating what was to come. The dark green light illuminated her face, making her polite smile appear incredibly eerie and sinister. Would the Lord of Shadow Ravens be in this dungeon? Even if he were, would he risk offending the Church of Vengeance for someone like you who embezzled his taxes and insulted the Leon family name? Dantalian's words were like sharp swords, piercing directly into Neil's heart and stripping away his already weak psychological defenses. He slumped his head in despair and sighed. Fine, fine, I'll talk. I'll say I'm willing to cooperate. What are you going to do? A dark green light streaked across the air and landed on Neil's chest. Immediately afterward, an itchy sensation struck, leaving Neil, whose hands were cuffed, helplessly writhing like a fat maggot being hung up. Dantalian felt a little reluctant. This was the first time she had actually interrogated someone. 9 times out of 10, her performance just now was just an act based on her training. However, combined with poison magic, it was quite effective. The nuns of the Vengeance Church are indeed skilled in clerical work such as torture, but that doesn't mean they actually enjoy torture. For them, it's just a way to punish evildoers and vent their hatred. 9 times out of 10, it's at the request of their employers. And just like accepting a task requires confirming that it's revenge by a good person, the use of torture also needs to be verified. However, Neil perfectly met the execution criteria, so Dantalian quickly overcame her psychological barrier, and the dark green light on her hand shone again. Seeing this, Neil, writhing like a fat maggot, ignored the itching that had spread throughout his body and shouted repeatedly, "What do you want to know? Just ask." Dantalian maintained that polite yet chilling smile, and cast another poison spell on Neil. Watching him writhe in agony from the sudden pain like a fish out of water, she slowly said, "You know what I want to know, or you don't, that's fine too, we can play a little longer." Amidst the dual torment of excruciating pain and itching, Neil had an epiphany. This woman, this madwoman whose name he still didn't know, wasn't seeking revenge for Zhuang Sen as she claimed. She was just a madwoman. She simply wanted to torture people. Zhuang Sen might not even know she's in the dungeon. Neil, who had spent almost his entire life as a country bumpkin in Thorn Manor, clearly didn't know anything about the breaking down windows and tearing off roofs theory, let alone the concept of applying maximum pressure. When he saw Dantalian maintain that sinister smile and her hand glow with a dark green light for the 3rd time, he completely broke down. I'll talk. I'll talk. It was the Church of War. The Church of War sent me to fight against Zhuang Sen. Dantali paused for a moment, then unleashed the 3rd poison spell. After using it a few times, she vaguely grasped something. This 3rd spell convinced Neil that Dantalian was a psychopath, a madwoman who wanted to torture him. In his desperation, he spilled all the information. I swear. It was the Church of War who made me oppose Johnson. I still have all the letters they sent. I hid them with my money in a cave on Left Mountain. There are 3 birch trees growing side by side in front of the cave, blocking the entrance. My account book is in a hollow of one of those trees. Amid Neil's wails, Dantalian dispelled the magic in her hands and, for the first time, asked a precise question: what is the Church of War's plan? Chapter 53, The Meeting of the Big Shots. While Johnson and his companions went about their own business, Count Klaus convened a small meeting. The meeting was attended by only 7 people: Count Klaus Leon himself, the Count's Minister of War, Baron Rothaus, the Count's Minister of the Interior, Baroness Miss Bello, Bishop Charles of the Church of War, Bishop Bivoro of the Church of Commerce, Bishop Otto of the Church of Healing, and Bishop Rosa of the Church of Vengeance. The meeting was held in the Earl's castle, ensuring that no one could eavesdrop or infiltrate. Bishop Rosa took her seat, ignoring the provocation from Bishop Charles of the Church of War, and calmly looked at Earl Cross. The latter did not delay, just like at that banquet, and directly stated the reason for this secret meeting. His Majesty is preparing to declare war on the White City Federation next year, and I need you to prepare for war with all your might and stockpile supplies. Bishop Rosa suddenly understood why Count Cross, as the kingdom's Minister of Intelligence, had stayed in Leon for a whole year, and why he had orchestrated this so-called successor trial. It was all because of this war. Cross, as the kingdom's Minister of Intelligence, was deliberately feigning laxity to mislead the people of White City. The others roughly understood as well. After silently digesting the information for a while, Baron Rothaus spoke up: Lord Cross, White City is not adjacent to us. Are we supposed to go south to fight? Leon territory is located in the central part of the Fallen Star Kingdom, not far from the south, but the climates of the two regions are quite different. Although Baron Roth is a strong man and a second-level bloodline user who has undergone a second awakening, he obviously does not want to go to the hot and humid place to fight the mercenaries of White City. Count Cross shook his head and said in a muffled voice, "The king is preparing to divide his forces into two groups. He will personally lead the troops to attack from the south, while the king's eldest son and eldest daughter will lead troops down the waterway from our territory of Leon to directly attack White City." Baron Roth and the others were speechless. Well, this is worse than the whole country attacking the south together. The Falling Star Kingdom is not located by the sea and has no navy. Now you're telling me to attack White City, which has a large fleet, by sea. And it's not even the king himself who's commanding it. Instead, you're throwing the eldest son and daughter, who are vying for the throne, into commanding the troops. What's the difference between this and having Johnson Leon lead troops alongside Gem Leon? The silence lasted for a while, and no one knew what to say. Opposition was out of the question. As a direct vassal of the king, Earl Cross could not refuse his lord's request for war. Baron Roth and Baroness Miss were naturally unable to refuse Earl Cross, who was their lord. As for the three churches, the king must have obtained permission from the church headquarters in the capital to wage war, so the church in Starry Night City naturally could not refuse. Bishop rose aside and said, "Count Cross, please tell me what exactly we need to do." A vague statement like, "all-out preparation," is not enough to conclude the meeting. Bishop Rosa, I hope you can do your best to raise the people's expectations for the war and remind them of their hatred for White City. Count Cross's swift response was clearly pre-planned, and the others were not surprised. Of the four churches in Starry Night City, the most popular among ordinary people is not the Healing Church, but the Vengeance Church. This is because the Healing Church cannot cure all ailments, but the Vengeance Church can truly help you achieve revenge, provided you are genuinely a victim. Bishop Rosa did not want to get involved in the war, but it was not something she could control, so she could only nod slightly. "I understand, but we don't need to make it too obvious now, do we?" "Of course." Earl Cross nodded and looked at the next person. "Bishop Charles, I need enough weapons, spears, shields, and armor, the more the better, the finer the better, but at least enough to arm 6,000 men. The biggest arms dealer in Starry Night City grinned, his beard, which covered half his face, trembling with delight. "Of course, sir, even without Master Ram Harper, the War Church's weaponry is still the best. But regarding the price..." Bishop Rosa glanced at Charles, realizing that the men had likely already begun targeting Zhuang Senator after all. Regardless of Nia's situation, Ram Harper, as the most outstanding blacksmith in Starry Night City, could indeed influence the War Church's business. However, it seemed he was merely taking a jab, not anticipating that Zhuang Sen was truly preparing to strike at him. After all, logically speaking, one blacksmith couldn't influence the entire market, and Ram Harper wasn't exactly a high-level bloodline individual. At this moment, Bishop Bivoro, dressed in the most magnificent attire and with all 10 fingers adorned with jeweled rings, touched his bald head and interjected, "Lord Cross, I am also willing to share your burdens." Bishop Charles, his expression of delight faltering, turned to Bishop Bivoro with a look of displeasure. "Come on, Bivoro. Your junk isn't even good enough to chop wood, it can't even hold a fire stick, and you have the nerve to give it to the soldiers. But they're cheap." Bivoro's jewels reflected the candlelight, making him the brightest star in the room. Count Cross shook his head, stopping the two merchants from competing. "We'll discuss the specific prices later, Bishop Charles. I also need your nightly order." "Bishop Bivoro, let's leave the arms aside for now. You can also make a price list for oil, food, and potions later." "At your service, sir." "As you wish, I will give you the best possible discount, sir." With the two bishops silent, Count Cross turned to the next person. "Bishop Otto, I need a sufficient number of doctors. I wonder how many you can provide." Bishop Otto, dressed in brocade robes and with a large, drooping mouth, said, "At most 30, sir. You know, that's all we have." Count Cross shook his head helplessly, but knew there was nothing he could do. "All right, do your best, at least make sure you have enough potions and ointments." Bishop Otto nodded repeatedly. "My lord, I will do my best, and I think you don't need to worry so much. Didn't the Church of Vengeance just awaken a holy bloodline with healing abilities?" Bishop Rosa was not surprised and said calmly, "My lord, she has only recently awakened and her bloodline power is not yet sufficient for the battlefield. I think it would be more appropriate to invite a pharaoh." I think the kind-hearted Bishop Otto should be willing to bear this expense. After all, he is the one who has the obligation to provide a healer. Otto gritted his teeth and glared at Bishop Rosa, but Bishop Rosa didn't even bother to acknowledge him. He was just a level 2 bloodline user. If it weren't for his status as a bishop, Rosa would have killed him like a dog. Charles's heart skipped a beat. He was about to support his ally, Otto, and continue to belittle his potential rival, Johnson, when he heard Earl Cross speak up. "This matter is not urgent. Anyway, we still have almost a year. So please do not leak the news, lest it affect His Majesty's plans." "And my plans?" Count Cross silently added the second half of the sentence in his mind, recalling the pleasure of his bloodline becoming clearer and stronger. He silently immersed himself for a while before speaking. "By the way, remember to keep this a secret." Bishop Rose's eyes flickered, but she remained silent.